So, we're going to do what everyone does with Dominion 6, which is not play the game for a couple of hours, because we have to set up the game, which means creating our nation and creating our god. To do that, we go to Tools and Manuals, we go Create a Pretender God. I've shoved everything into the Middle Ages just because things are most balanced there. Maybe someday I'll do some late and early age, there's nothing stopping me. But it won't be today, not as I get back to it. Now we have a lot of new nations added. We have the vanilla bunch. We may fight against some of those, and the vanilla list ends right here at Riley. Riley is the last of the vanilla nations. It actually has some blurble text and some somewhat balanced units there. But beyond Riley, we have the likes of Janaiga, the Farguard, the Vaksho, the Swamp of Cries. And these are Nationgen nations, randomly generated. And they will, yeah, I've seen all sorts in this. I've seen races not used in the vanilla game in here. And we'll be fighting as and against them. Now, as you might appreciate, 30 different randomly created nations like we have here. Primates who are riding around on big elephants, firing their primate bows and enslaving their boar chariots. It says horse-drawn, that's no horse I've ever seen. It could be a bit overwhelming to make a choice between them all, so I have narrowed down the choice just for you. Right, this is more for me than for you, so I'm going to make it a very quick poll. Wow, there was a poll about Mystic Quest up. What in the world is that about? Our nation will be... Will we be... Right, I better get a good description here. No one's going to be that interested. Right. The Undead Cyclopses is one of them. That's Atfasang. Let's have a look at Atfasang, shall we? If we can find them. This is sadly not in any particularly useful order. I'm not sure if it's any real order at all, but there's Atfasang. They're called Cavern Rights, but let's face it, these are the undead Cyclops. Look at their rotten bits of flesh hanging off of them. Here's our primordial protector. So what are we dealing with here? They've got light and heavy infantry. With sacred heavy infantry, they specialize in nature and blood. So we will potentially be able to do some virgin harvesting. And then take their blood and use it for mighty blood rituals. Although what exactly we have access to in terms of blood rituals, I'm not entirely sure. Thanks a lot, Andre. Andre is just absolutely ecstatic, the concept. So yes, looks like strong nature and blood access. If anything, the blood access is too strong. It would be nice to have a low-level blood mage to do blood magey things. You're a little expensive to be harvesting. Otherwise, big, chunky, undead Cyclopses. They're good at tearing down walls. They're good at holding out in a fight. They're just typically not very good at actually fighting a fight. They're too big and cumbersome to work particularly well as a line offensively, but they can hold. Not only that, our Sacred spews out poison all around him, and since we're undead, we are resistant to the poison. So if you want to be a big one-eyed guy brutishly clobbering down walls, then you want to go for the undead Cyclopses. That is Atfasang. Our other option here is Zawet, the Court of Steam. If you're not interested in undead and you're interested in burning down the undead, we could be these guys. They're Abysians and they're humans and they like it hot. Even the humans have fire resistance, and holy moly, an enslaved heavy human swordsman. This is my kind of unit. Dirt cheap, will run at the slightest hint of danger, but hits like a truck with a great sword and has ungodly amounts of protection. Cheap on recruitment, high on resources. And that's just our chaff. We have the likes of the Zoetic Champion. He's got a sword and a lance, and he's riding on the back of a salamander that will absolutely burn everything in its tracks. Armor-piercing magical fire damage in very large amounts, all the while smoldering our enemies to death with their heat. And that's not even our Sacreds. Our Sacreds are going to be flying onto the back row, cleaving them with an axe in one hand, poisoning them with a dagger in the other, ambidextrously powered up by the magic of darkness, burning everything around them, somehow being resistant to the cold as well. Holy moly. These guys almost look broken. It's a good thing they're expensive to recruit. And they have no protection on their head? No, they die to bonks on the head quite easily. But any sacred flying unit is disaster for our enemies in terms of magical paths. We've got fire, glamour, blood, a little bit of air at the ready. So what are these guys going to do? The burning ones, we'll just call them that. So if you want to see a lot of fire going on, you're going to want to go for Zawet, the Court of Steam. And the final one I had on my short list, I just looked through the list and I grabbed 3 interesting ones for you to choose. Alright, here's a race we don't often play with, the Ichtids, so that's Pislarna. Pislarna, not a very flattering name, is it? Here we go. So these are Ichtids. Normally these are guys that you just get en masse whenever you find them to be generically recruitable. You send them into the water and then promptly send them off to die. But they are our entire race here. What do we have though? We've got berserking coral spear wielding underwater masters here. As good on water as they are on land. They prickle anyone that touches them with their poison barbs, and if they do get touched, they turn berserk. Makes them a little stronger and makes them never rout in combat. Outside of that, we've got various levels of chaff, which notably don't use iron, so they're not going to rust, and they're not going to be affected by things that shatter iron armor. So they're going to be very flexible in making their way around the waters, but otherwise I regard Ichtids as a generally weak race. But what do they have going for them? They have big, strong magic access, nature 3 out the gate, water 3 out the gate, water nature mixed. This, although we don't have poison resistance, this still could be a foul vapors casting nation that just makes everything into marshland, poisons it, and slaughters the enemy while dancing off around in the waters. So if you want to play as the fishy ones, just keep it nice and simple in the poll for you people. And then we absolutely can. How long are we going to run this for? You have 3 minutes to decide. And those 3 minutes start right now. Don't the hot ones have poor access to fire? That was Zawet, the Court of Steam. We've got 1, 2, 3 rare 4 fire. And then we've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, so their random added magic is really high in the fiery ones. They got 2 fire, 2 air out the gate, 2 fire, 2 blood out the gate. Good lord, in terms of magic, these guys are even better than the undead Cyclopses here. And even their basic mage out the gate is still 2 fire. Very impressive. So they got a good roster for attacking and a great roster for magic as well. That's Court of Steam, the burning ones on a little pole here. Yeah, I take it back, it's good stuff. We'll have a reminder then, this is Pislarna with our Ichtids. Yeah, that nature magic. I love nature. I get it almost every game because it's gift of health. It's gift of nature's bounty. It's poison resist as well, I believe. It's been a while since I've played. I'm going to have to re-familiarize myself with that. And the undead Cyclopses, what were they called again? Abysians. Abysians, the primal desert. Big, sticky, nasty, undead primordial protectors here. Being undead is a pretty big problem for a lot of nations, because even the casual priest can banish you away if your magic resistance isn't up to snuff. Now these guys are, but the chaff are as well? Wow, okay. They can still be slaughtered en masse with a lot of banishing, but at magic resistance 15, they're going to have a good time dealing with that. We also have some non-undead chaff, but I struggle to think of a reason to use the Velite. He's got alright defense skill. For a guy that has a javelin and a shield, you might not be too bad, but you only have 1 protection. They will die en masse. Who wouldn't want to see Jake win with a bunch of smelly, slimy fish people, says Zingus. Well, smelly and slimy is probably what we also have access to with these guys. The senior vile herbalist. Bloody nature at his fingertips. Natural protection from being undead is also rather nice. I just watched another streamer play as middle-aged Riley. I do not want to see another Water Nation LOL, says Andre. Well, the vote is already winding down as we speak, and nobody wants the undead Cyclopses. It's all about the burning ones, or the fishy ones. Well, I suppose I might as well throw in my vote, given what Andre Pinette had to say there. And maybe it's just as well I did. I suppose we can't see it on the stream right now, because there we go. Our glorious nation will be the burning ones. If I hadn't voted on that one, actually, the undead Cyclopses would have worked, because I never take a draw. In the case of a draw, third place will win. Does the tie means both options go away rule? Of course, it always applies. I think I squished Jet a bit too much there. So we were so close to having those Cyclopses, but we were never going to be having the fishy ones. Alright, burning ones, that's you, Zawet, Court of Steam. So we need to design this nation and its god. You don't simply choose the nation, heavens no, that is only the beginning. We have so much more work to do before we can even think about playing the game. So now I need to swiftly familiarize myself with the nation, which I haven't done before. I just took a quick glance and grabbed 3 that looked interesting. So, what do we do with you, Court of Steam? If you're not familiar with what we indeed do, we pick ourselves a chassis that is the form of our god. Our god can be a fountain, our god can be an elephant on wheels, our god could simply be a meditating monkey who has achieved enlightenment to master his own mortality, and donning a godly mantle, taking up the role of tender god. The choices are vast and extremely different. They have different magical paths, different effects on the realm, and of course they will fight differently. You're going to have a lot better fighting done by the Devi of Strength riding around on the giant sacred tiger, which is about 3.3 times the size of a normal person. That is to say, you or I. Or we could suckle on the teats of Kamandanu, who will actually give us a supply bonus if we were to do so. Well, I can figure out this choice after we consider what's best for our realm. Steam means gear hands, doesn't it? I don't know what you mean. So I'm taking a look at the nation, what we have, and our sacreds. Pretty cool. We do have a sacred flying commander. Taskmaster. Do I even have slaves? Yes, I do, actually. These guys are enslaved. If I send in the humans... Oh my god, I've actually got steel crossbow-wielding humans with good protection. These guys have punched through enemy armor. Slow to fire, yes, but punchy. And I've got an even cheaper steel crossbow here. Crossbows are nice because strength doesn't matter. Just aim it, shoot it, and kill it. Just having a quick look at the costs here. 3. Well, if it's all the same, I'll have the one that comes with better armor, although that costs in resources. So there's a lot to be said for using these slaves pretty extensively. Massive protection, good chopping power. They don't cost me diddly in upkeep. Their morale might be low, but as long as I have a taskmaster, and would you look at that, I even have an enslaved taskmasking commander sergeant, who is also inspirational. Wow, this guy, I could just have slave armies. And I think I will have slave armies. Man, I like what I see here. My scout. Scout with a morning star and a kabuto. That doesn't seem very stealthy, but believe me, he is. Kabuto, so he only protects his head and nothing else. Interesting. Our priest... Our only access to priest is just level 1. That's unfortunate. No, even our high level ones here are still just priest level 1. So our priests are very weak. We will only have access to divine blessing from our prophet, which does make our prophet very valuable. It means I should probably make something like a flying commander a prophet. But flyers love to run off into the back, so I'll need to give that some consideration. Yes, we're currently building the nation here right now, Sam. No, you've just made it for the start. We only just picked the nation. Right, so there's a lot I can do even without a bless. Now that speaks very highly towards not making much of a bless, but instead focusing on making an extremely powerful nation. Our only sacred frontliner is actually a bit of a backliner, the Hellbent Guard. They fly into the back row, they have decent protection, good attack skill, kind of crappy defense skill. They have heat aura, they're resistant to cold and fire. And they have darkness power. If I ever got darkness up, these guys would be a monster. They would jump in, they'd be stronger and better at killing, they'd even be better at defending themselves, and the enemy wouldn't be able to see them. So imagine you're marching into battle and you're one of the crossbow lads. You think, haha, I'm not going to die today. I'm on the back line with my crossbow. I'll fire a few times, beat a hasty retreat even if things go bad. It's wonderful. And then the skies go dark. You realize you can't see more than a few feet in front of you. And then suddenly you feel the terrifying presence of something considerably larger than you right behind you. Before you know it, you have an axe in your back and a dagger through the throat. And if you survive that, you're going to be poisoned. You're going to be strongly poisoned. Most poison weapons only do 5 poison damage. This does 15. It ignores armor. You're dead the moment this poison dagger stabs through. And it being piercing and having decent strength already, it will pierce. So yes, the Hellbent Guards are very good. So it's good to build up a strong nation, to have lots of slave warriors do the fighting for me. And it's good to have a good bless to have the Hellbent Guard go and do all my killing. And it's difficult to do both. If only that was the assassin. I don't think we have assassins. We have scouts, but no assassins. Assassin is more Abyssia's thing, but we are not Abyssia, we're just Abysians. Interesting. Cannot discount... Oh, hold on. Fireflower Lore has siege bonus. Do you have siege bonus? No. Okay, so if I have a problem with the enemy's walls being too big, I can recruit these fire followers. With protection 18, and for an Abyssian, not a bad defense skill, and a long spear. Whoa, okay, these guys are amazing. We got so many good units in this race here. So this guy's really good for the front line because he has a heat aura, so he's going to exhaust and potentially ignite his foes in combat unless they have fire resistance. He's got a long spear, meaning he's very good at repelling an enemy. If an enemy fights him with a short sword or even a regular length spear, he can get his long spear in the way, repel them, not take the hit, and return damage instead. On top of that, he also has a really good tower shield for good defense. He will get knackered. He also throws, so before you even get into range with this guy, he's lobbing axes at your face. And throwing axes hurt like hell. 2 ammunition is fine, you're not going to get more than 1 or 2 throws off. So this guy's great in the front line too, everyone's great. I want them all. I would probably actually throw away the Hellbent Guard's amazing bless, because these guys are good right out of the gate. They don't need to be better. So let's say we're going to take a very refined, shall we say, bless. There's low attack on the throwing axes. You mean they're quite likely to miss? Yeah, sure. But if that's my front line, they just do a blind throw. The main point of the front line there is to engage and hold the line, preferably while my Hellbent Guards get behind and slaughter them. These guys are so good. As you can tell by their price tag of 115. 18 protection, although the Salamander only has 10. Yeah, the guy riding this thing is just here to live. The point is to have that Salamander do that fire flare. It's area of effect 1. It melts an entire square. Salamander is so good. It's all so good. Oh, better note this. We make primitive forts here, so our fortifications won't be very good. We also love heat. Okay. Yeah, we can bring heat all the way up to 4, which we likely will. I mean, 3 heat is fine. 4 heat is for the better, right? It actually gives me an extra design point to play around with. If you're completely unfamiliar with this, and there's a good chance you are, this game is deep and complicated, we choose our magic paths, which gives our god more strength, but also chooses the blesses that we can have. Blesses are strong effects that are given to our sacred units, and only our sacred units. In our case, that's largely only the flying assassins that you saw earlier. I can give them things like a fire shield, which will strike back anyone who tries to hit them. I can have them explode on death, which wouldn't be that bad. Actually, that'd be really quite good for my flying units. They're not going to be affected by the explosion because it's heat damage and they're heat resistant. And imagine that, just flying bombs at the enemy. The downside, of course, is I don't want these guys to die. So I'd rather invest in having them not die. Something like fortitude. Any access to summonable sacreds? I forget how I can check magic paths. How does one check? View researchable skills with S. Abyssian ancestry, special infantry. I don't know why these are blue. Practically everyone gets hordes of elephants. I don't know what an axe... Oh my god, how have I been forgetting the most important thing there is? The Dominion 6 Mod Inspector. Hold your phone there. I need to go and check that. Speaking of phone... Okay. Thought my phone was telling me my package is already on its way. But no, it's just the monthly reminder I get that my Swedish phone loves to tell me, hey, you're in Hungary. Welcome to Hungary. Right, hold the phone. I need to sort out my mod inspector now, don't I? Checking app data, mods, Dominion 6, and this is Nationgen. Oh Christ, which one am I running? You know what, screw it. I don't need to select the mod. That'll be fine. I will, however, want this at the ready. And I'll want to be able to show it on stream. Does that work? I have no reason to think that it doesn't. Alright, there we go. Now, if we ever need to reference something in the game, this is the Dominion 6 Mod Inspector. It's an incredibly powerful tool if you play Dominions. The link is now in the chat. So if I wanted to look up spells or units, so we were wondering what in the world the ATXE is. A-A-T-X-E. A-A-T-X-E. We can summon this thing. It's a flaming bull spirit, servant of the Mother of Storms, emerging from its cave abode during storms and bad weather. It is ethereal, it tramples, but it has no protection. Honestly, it doesn't look very good. Even if you got these guys en masse, the protection 0 means they'll just die like dogs. But there was something else we could summon, and that was Ladon. What in the world is Ladon? That doesn't show it. The caster summons Ladon, the Hesperian dragon. Oh, that is this. Huh. Full of venomous fangs. It's got fear. 6 eyes. It's unsurroundable. Unique. Fascinating. Yeah, and unlike the other thing, you actually do have protection. You are a pretty cool customer. What does it take to get you? Fire and nature. Do I have access to fire and nature? Wrath of the Ancestors, a host of wrathful spirits, Daughter of Typhon, nothing alterating, nothing evocating, Dogs of Gold and Silver. What? The caster crafts a pair of dog automatas, one of gold, one of silver. Fascinating. What in the world? A Kuon? A Kuon? What the heck is this? I've never heard of this. But I will certainly look it up. Let's check it out on the Dom 6 Mod Inspector. Later on, I'm going to keep you here so I remember you. You could be pretty cool. So we get ourselves a dog of silver and a dog of gold. Protection 25. Hard to kill. Low hit points, though. How bizarre. Are they unique? No, they're not unique. Also, it does not heal naturally. I think you need to bring these guys to a research area to get them fixed up. They make good bodyguards. One's good at patrolling. Interesting, but perhaps not altogether useful. I've just never seen that before, that's why it caught my attention. It's also fairly low-level construction. Here we go with the automa... Oh, it said automatas! Blessing of the Godslayer. Attack 5 and defense 5, always blessed, halt heretics 7, inspirational 1. Excuse me, I've never seen this before. Level 1 Holy Waters can cast this for 5 water. It blesses 1 champion. Despite being a water spell, it cannot be cast underwater. What in the world are you? The fact that you cost 5 water makes me not want to do you very often. Inner Furnace is so good, makes all my heat guys even hotter. All of them? Yeah, all of them. Awakening Fossil Giants, not something I'm keen on doing. They're not particularly good on their own. Giant Tomashia? Ah, Global Enchantment. Recruitment limit in Friendly Dominion +1. Dominion gains +3 conflict bonus. Huh, I see. I don't think I'll be needing that. Any fancy blood magic? Incubus and Succubus. Interesting. If I wanted to abduct enemy commanders, that would be an option, but I can't imagine I want to do that. Infernal Breeding, no thank you. And then Divine is whatever we get. Okay, so in terms of magic, there's that awesome looking dragon thing. I can only have one, it's a unique creature, but I'll certainly want that. What was it to get lad on again? Just call him Professor Layton, huh? Oh, right, he's level 6, so he's not too easy to get, but he's Fire Nature. Fire Nature could be hard for me to get my hands on. Yeah, I don't think anyone's naturally getting Fire Nature. So, laid on could be a pipe dream for a good long while. Yeah, 3 Fire, 2 Nature, and we have no Nature access. Nature is one of the easiest things to get access to, but getting Nature Fire together, that's going to be very expensive on the gems. Probably not worth it for Laden. Yeah, that summons a pipe dream. But you never know, do you? After all, I could put it on my god, and my god could summon them. That might not be the world's worst idea, because it wouldn't be too hard to boost fire, would it? I'd need a fire helm, I'll probably have lots of fire gems. Contemplating taking a god that has nature just to get that awesome dragon on the go. I say awesome dragon, it's not that great. Yeah, it's a pretty brutal combatant on its own, but it's not going to have any slots. It's just got 2 crown slots, 2 miscellaneous slots. Yeah, I struggle to think what it really does for the army. It gets in the way is what it does. I've already got good strong units. Right, with all this in mind, do I want a particularly good bless, and what magic paths do I want to my god? Yeah, nature is amazing for globals. I almost always take nature, and that doesn't mean that I want to not take nature for change. No, it just means how do I get nature? Do I want a big old chunky god? How do we even start with this nation? Can we do expansion early on? I don't know if we're going to get slaves. Just a few of these slave swordsmen are going to cut through generics quite easily, although if they take any damage, that morale's going to tank. But that's why we have our inspirational commander here. So if you ever have less than 10 morale, you're in for a bad time, because your units are going to rout very easily. If they take damage, if their unit as a whole starts getting crushed, if they're just in battle for too long, they're going to start thinking about retreating. So 9 is, you're starting to think, ugh, these guys need support, and 8 or below, you're just, you know, you expect them to run or die. But with 9, if I have this guy in charge, he gets +1 for being inspirational, +1 for his 100 leadership, +2 on slaves for being a taskmaster. That's +4 on these guys. Suddenly they're 13. And 13 is good. 13 is better than my non-enslaved units. Well, maybe not all of them. Anyway, the point is, there is no problem for me using these human slaves in battle. They're unlikely to run at the drop of a hat. Massive protection, good damage, 3 to a square. This is great. This is like getting Ulm units, but I don't have to pay them. 3 gold a year is nothing. Compare that to using my Zoetic champion, who's 52 gold a year. The Zoetic champion is better in a lot of ways, but I don't get 15 or so of them. Are any of your commanders getting the darkness bonus? This guy right here, the flying commander, is another dark power 4. And he's also a taskmaster, and he's got good leadership. I would love to have this guy fly around with the sacreds and they go and kill everything. There's so many different ways you could play this nation, which is why I'm having a hard time deciding what I do here. But what will I do? I'll have to come up with something. Interestingly enough, if I take the god of Zawet, I can shove a little bit of fire and a little bit of nature on them, and they will be able to summon that awesome dragon if I wanted to. And the funny thing is, my fire access, it's good, but it's based on random rolls on high recruitment cost mages. Outside of that, I guess I got 2 fire, 2 air out of the gate, and 2 fire, 2 blood. Actually, that 2 blood guy. It's a shame he's so expensive. He'd be great for blood hunting. I'm not sure I'll go the blood path on this one. Just go raw fire. Raw fire is easy to counter, but it is still quite powerful. What the hell are you? Anyone striking this unit will risk being slimed by Slime 0. I don't see that very often. Get the elephant on wheels, please. The Elephant Idol. The most expensive chassis there is at 390 points. It's so powerful it can't even start Awakened. Of course. It's pretty good because it can actually move around. A lot of your top tier gods are immobile and won't be able to move, but this guy, he's got a little bit of speed going for him. What's his map move? Map move 10, so this thing can be carted around. The Elephant Idol is a huge golden elephant statue on wheels. It's come to life by being worshipped for many hundreds of years. Pushed around by worthy followers, but sometimes it moves of its own accord, crushing heretics as well as the occasional adherents of the faith. Mindless mostly does what its worshippers believe it should do. I love the descriptions in this game. They just seem so believable. Anyway, I don't think it's Elephant Idol, and it's not Colossal Fetish either, although he can also get up and move around. The protection on this guy's only 20, the Fetish gets 23. The Fetish also has slots for equipment. The Elephant does not. And slots are very important. That means the Fetish has a much higher ceiling of how strong he can become. Do you trample? No, you don't, but you are inanimate. That can be good as well as bad. It means you can't, since you're mindless, you can't be mind hacked by astral magic. I'll be honest, the Colossal Fetish is quite a tantalizing option, but so too is getting the Divide of Strength. Maybe you need Crafter God, make your weapons and armors. I'm not so although I just said these things are important, I'm not sure I'm going to need that. My units are just so good, and they come right out of the gate with good stuff. Full plate black steel armor for my slaves? That's madness. And as for my devilish back row assassins, they wear full chainmail, not on their head, but they're slightly taller than most units, so it's unlikely they get bonked on the head. And then there are these guys, they're fully done in. Plate hauberk, half a helmet, a buckler. 24 cost on you, 20 on you, so I'd never want a demon-bred winged champion over a hellbent guard. This nation is so good. Oh, it is good. The question just remains what I do with you. Assuming that I did take the Fetish, let's go pretty good on the nature. 5 is usually good enough to do everything. 5 gets you, well, everything one needs. One problem I might have with it is sight searching. I can sight search blood, fire, air, and glamour, but sight searching nature will be tough-ish. Probably not. I'll be able to find a nature generic mage easily enough. Just contemplating this guy having decent earth nature. Gives me 8 bless points to spend on something. Oh god, larger. Very interesting bless that you don't see often, but consider larger for my sacreds. It's not going to affect, say, my swordsman here, who I wouldn't want to be larger, funnily enough. But it will make my hellbent guards bigger. It'll make them size 5. 4 is an awkward size, and 5 is almost a perfect size, because a square can only hold 2 size worth of a unit. Not 2, 10, sorry. So that's 10 1-size units, 1 10-size units, 2 5s, a 4 and a 6, a 2 and an 8, you get the idea. But that means 4 and 4 leaves 2 size wasted. But a 5 and a 5, whilst having the larger bonuses, does sound pretty cool. The bonuses are 30% extra hit points, 3 strength, 2 map move, although they do lose 1 defense skill. They're not very good at defense anyway. The big, large, huge, hellbent guards. Can the fetish chassis move in battle? It can move in battle. Slowly, but it can. And it doesn't trample, it mulches. Not only that, if it's in battle, it can cast these big earth and nature spells. Okay, you guys aren't poison resistant, but you are hot and... Oh, hang on, isn't my fetish flammable? No, he's not. I thought he might have weakness with fire, and I can give him a fire retardant armor. So it's not impossible that I go in with heat from hell. Okay, I am sorely tempted to get my fetish on the go. I don't need him on the go quickly, so I can keep him dormant or even imprisoned, but I gotta remember that I want a good, strong nation. I don't need a lot of recruitment points, which is funny. I do need it for my Hellbent Guards, but in terms of resources, those I need a ton of. Yeah. Growth. Do we take reduced growth? No, we don't. Abysia, the vanilla nation, they don't get affected by growth and death as much. Looks like we don't have that going for us. Research is going to be difficult, because my most basic research mage here still costs 120 gold per year and 150 up front. That is expensive. Is it expensive enough for me to want the fancier guys? Sacred units are half cost. In upkeep, that is. 192 for 13. 120 for 9. So I still think my basic guys are the best value. But yeah, that normally in a nation you want a really cheap crap mage that you can industrially produce, because they're going to get all the research done for you. But in terms of research, I'm in a pickle. That means I'm probably... that just makes the Lightless Lantern proportionately worse as a research booster. Does research matter if everything is dead? No, but the longer a game goes on, the more research matters. I can come out of the gate storming with this, but I'm not going to beat all of my enemies by the time research and magic become far more important. So I think I just have to accept that my research will be slow. I can speed it up, of course, by investing in magic, but the proportional effect of this is lost. Magic is much better when you have cheap crap mages, that I might actually be better going for Drain. Get Drain, get more money, print out more of these guys, because draining a 13 guy isn't quite so bad. These guys aren't an option, their recruitment points 4. Also, they're old as balls. Whoa, I've got glamorous on these guys. That's hilarious. They're probably not going to be used in combat, but nice paths on them. Alright. Do I really want this fetish? There are probably better ways of getting the paths that he does, and I can't imagine wanting to use him that much in combat. But I never used this guy. I'm not sure I've ever used the fetish before. Sure, I'll take you. I could keep you imprisoned, get a lot of points to spend. That means when you do come out, I'll be expecting you to cast large battlefield attacks like that. Larger does not need the god to be awake. A big part of when you decide if your god is going to be awake, imprisoned, or dormant is, do you need the bless? If blesses are incarnate only, your god must have awakened and still be alive. If your god dies, and you're still in the process of reincarnating him, you will lose the bless, but that does not apply to larger. Larger is always active. Contemplating just adding a little bit more onto you. Give me a few more points to throw onto my guys. Curiously, how tired do they get? Encumbrance 5 isn't too bad, so I don't think I need reinvigoration. A little bit of poison resistance on them. He is tempting. Low light vision, they've already got perfect light vision. Unaging. Hang on, do these guys get old? No, most Abysians get really old really young, but these guys, they live on. Good. would be so nice to give them fortitude or hard skin. It really would not be so difficult to give them fortitude. That would make them very hard to kill. You need a way to cast darkness. Yeah, they get monstrously powerful in darkness, but I would need death access for that. To be honest, I don't think they're ever going to get this unless they fight in the caves. So a way I could look at these guys is they are monstrous fighters underground. That way I get darkness for free. Yeah, I might just accept they're not going to get that dark bonus above ground, although... Isn't Dark Skies a global enchantment that takes air, which we do have access to? I think this only affects total darkness, so Dark Skies doesn't give dark power, does it? Yeah, getting darkness up isn't gonna happen. Is it dark underwater? I don't think so. It's definitely dark underground. I shouldn't need that, but it's an interesting approach. Could also just give them more hit points. Is that reasonable? With hit points 19, if I brought them up to 21, then regeneration would actually give them 1 extra hit point per turn. Not insignificant. But I think I might just go with some poison resistance and a little bit of resilience. Not a great bless. But the point wasn't to give them a great bless, the point is to have a great nation. Luck is usually worth good money. Okay, this is borderline acceptable. This guy's imprisoned, so I won't be seeing the fetish for quite some time, but when he does come out, he'll be able to craft good earthy things and most importantly do the big nature stuff. Okay, and hopefully I can expand, get so much money rolling in that I can print out lots and lots of my not so good for researching mages, and most importantly have a giant army going out and crushing my foes even whilst enslaved. That's the idea. And you know, the fun thing is it can all go to hell on turn 2. You expand, you lose your army, you lose yourself the initial, say, 6 turns because you need to rebuild your initial army, and things snowball immensely in this game, so losing your first 6 turns or so is a massive, massive pain. If you want an extra challenge against the AI, do nothing for your first few turns. Just sacrifice all your money as well. Anyway, this seems to be alright. Who in chat would like to be our god? Who looks at themselves in the mirror every day and sees a 20-foot-tall fetish? He's even wearing a gimp mask, for God's sake. If this is you, let yourself be known, because you are going to be our pretender god. Can I squeeze out a little bit more? No, I thought maybe I could squeeze out a bit more juice from my dominion, but no. Alright, this is fine. Alright, apparently this is how Ishmael feels. What a name. All praise Ishmael. And I guess we could. Nothing's stopping us. Alright, now that we've spent, wow, under an hour. Usually when I set up the nation, it's about an hour 15 by the time we're going. Alright, let's go, shall we? I've already made a map here. It's called Random Feb 2025. It has 153 provinces, is this large, it has little islands going, which we're going to have difficulty getting to because we don't swim. The islands would have been great if we were the undead Cyclopses or the fish people, but we're not, so let's go with that. The underground will be whatever. 1 or more caves of random size? You know what? Let's have 1 big cave. Ooh, circle cave. Nah, 1 big cave will do me. Our game name is... Oh man, I don't even know what we're calling this. February 1st stream. Easy peasy. So. These days I feel like putting the AI on Mighty. Now they can go even higher, Master and Impossible, but I feel like the AI has been refined a little bit such that they don't need those massive boosts, and it can get a little tedious fighting their endless hordes. So Mighty seems fine by me. I like their type on Random. Better claim our stake right now. We are playing as... I've forgotten the name of our nation. Zawet, Court of Steam. Yeah, that seems about right. Now, who will we fight against and how many will we fight against? There's 150 odd provinces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7's a bit too much to keep track of. We'll fight against 6 of them. So, although I will make it random, I will also choose them because I want to fight against some of... Actually, why don't we fight against the nations that we didn't pick? We can get a good idea of how tough they are, huh? I hadn't considered that, but we're doing it now. So at Sang, we will fight against these weird undead cyclopses. And we will also fight against those Ichthyids, the fish people. What were they called? Good thing I made notes of them. Pislarna. Anyone see the Pislarna? There we are, Pislarna, Grove of the Waves. I'm going to take some random ones from the randomly generated ones. So let's fight Anokim, the Leaking Veil. We'll be fighting against demi-giants on the backs of great bears who have sacred lizard. Wow. These guys are great. And if you have them as your sacreds, surely that's even greater. So let's fight Anokim. Let's fight... Farguard, the Bleak Era? Yes, because I fought as a nation similar to that previously. And then the 2 others will just have random land nation and... No, not you. Not you. 2 random land nations. They might be part of the randomly generated ones. They might be part of the vanilla ones. You know what? Let's actually add a 7th one. And we'll fight against... Not you. We're always fighting undead versions of you. Oh my god, look at these guys! Midgets riding pygmy elephants. Oh, we are definitely fighting against Ugan Buzig. Oh, sweet. Okay, life is good. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 foes. The game asks us to remake our nation, but that's fine. Even though for some reason they don't show the load button, if you press Control-L, we can load up Ishmael. It's got some other gods that it claims I've made before. That's not true. It's just drawing from other information, but this is a modded run, so it doesn't recognize it. Anyway, Ishmael, this is you. All praise, Ishmael. And we're still not done setting up the game. How's this going to work? Thrones of Ascension is fine. Stops the game from dragging on for freaking forever. Let me think. There's 150 odd provinces. If 1 in every 10 or so is a... maybe 1 in every 12, so under 15. Let's make about 12 thrones, shall we? Five, 4, and 3, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. That's 22 points. The first 2... 16 can win. 15 to win. Don't forget to turn off Cataclysm. Yeah, I don't know why that's enabled by default. Don't want Cataclysm on. Never played Cataclysm, actually. I should probably give it a go before I make such stark remarks. Random event story. Score graphs absolutely enabled. Diplomacy is binding, yes. But I will not do non-aggression pacts with the AI, which is the only diplomacy there is, really. I have come to find that diplomacy is overpowered in Dominions, both playing against players and playing against the AI. One of the main reasons I don't like playing this kind of game with other players is because the game is just about diplomacy. Seldom is it about who's the better players. It's about who's better playing others. That's why I like PvE rather than PvP. Anyway, point is, you can lock down entire fronts just by saying to the AI, let's have a non-aggression pact. And even if they say no, you just keep asking, they'll eventually say yes. And then you can focus 100% of your strength on the other front, crush that front, and then turn around and slaughter the other guy, because the AIs don't do non-aggression pacts between each other. Not that I've noticed, at least. Maximum Hall of Fame, 5 mercs, maximum global enchantments. Well, those go really high, don't they? Let's have 9 then. Yearning, limited unique artifact forging rate. I don't care. I do like limited legendary spell stuff because the legendary spells are powerful. Human AI won't matter, but just in case it does, set it to mighty. Random research, standard research. Wait a second. I often find that research goes way too slow in these games, and I believe I told myself last time we will try speeding it up a little bit, because these games can take a long time. Renaming is absolutely allowed, master password is disabled, cheat prevention is active. If you try and cheat, there'll be a game-wide message that a player is cheating. It won't prevent it, it'll just tell everyone that someone is cheating. How you decide to deal with that is up to you. I always think research is too fast, says Boo FN. What in the world kind of games are you playing that you find research is too fast? Maybe you just play much better than me. But I like my games to be one and done. That said, I doubt I'm getting this done in one session. This will probably be like a 2 or 3 session one. Alright, now we can finally get the game going. And I hope I didn't make any mistakes, because if I did, I have to do it all over from the beginning. This game could really do with some actual saving and loading. You get one save, and that's it. I just wish the game would let you roll your saves. I think there's some way to do that, but I don't know how. Alright, now we are. 1 hour and 5 minutes into the stream, we can start it. In the beginning, there was chaos, but the wheel is turned again. So everything is cyclical here. The previous god arose. To my knowledge, that was our demi-giants with their big golden shields and a massive load of undead. I might be mixing up my runs, actually. Our god ascended, but the god eventually got bored and went off to write a fanfic somewhere, and then the world descended into chaos. But now, the wheels are turning, and without the Supreme God, we will have a new one. It's time for the Ascension Wars. Hey, just like King of the Castle! Ah, okay. Naturally, I play with full wraparound. I like to think of it as Mario 64's Parallel Worlds right here. So we have Zawet, our capital. We are blessed with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 adjacent provinces. We are unblessed by the fact that 1, 2, 3 of them are swamps and one of them's a wasteland, so income might be hard to go for us. Shikoku is here, Socotra, Luxan, TikTok Clock, Loch Ness in the Netherlands in 10 years. Notice the water encroaching. Notice the cave in the water. Hudson Bay is there, Dark Bramble, the Panama Canal. Kyoto's got the throne. We don't know what kind of throne. Quantum Golf. Tiny little Deimos Anomaly province here. Moon Lake, Neverwinter, Osaka, Tatooine, and Corrin's Isle. Yes, I have added in custom names for the provinces and the people. Witterich and Nersaniel. Right, so what do we all start with? Can I remember the keys to this game? Control M. There we go. Map distance. Yeah, horrific Dutch start going on. This Swordmaster. He's a taskmaster, but he's not my inspirational one. Do not press E. E would end your turn. What kind of army do I have? I've got enslaved so-called elite swordmasters. They do indeed use swords. I thought they wouldn't for a moment. It's very handy to me that my slaves are fire resistant. But look at this. Human breed? Ugh, human breeds. No, no, no. Don't want those. Fire follower would be much better. They actually have a heat aura. How much can I even build in a standard turn? Well, I can tell you my auto clicker isn't working right now. Let's change that. There could be a lot of clicking in this game. What if I wanted my my larger sacreds here? Enlarged. I like it. I do like it. That buff on their strength means they're hitting harder with their axe and poison dagger. If the poison dagger does any damage at all, it does strong poison. Now that's not very good against chaff, because chaff should die to the axe and the stabbing long before the poison hits them. If you get hit with 15 poison, you will take 2 damage, then 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage, then 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. It does 10% of its damage rounded up and then loses that of its poison value. But that's way too slow, and that's a turn each, whereas during those turns you've had your head chopped off by the axe already. So poison is a bit of a waste against chaff, but against big, chunky, difficult to kill enemies who even if they have minor or even major poison resistance, that will get through and poison them to death. So I need to think about what I'm building from the get-go. Our resources are okay, but it will swiftly get eaten up by these awesome human slaves. Might actually be best to go with the Hellbent Guards here. There is, of course, buying these guys, but it'll suck up all of my gold. So should I just make a bunch of these guys? I can just wait and attack rear on enemies. Since we're larger, we're not going to repel anybody with this axe, but we are certainly going to give Indies a bad time. So I can get myself a flying commander who's also sacred. I could even make this guy my prophet. So he gets in, he blesses them, he jumps into the back and slaughters with them. That seems alright. Seems alright. I would really like these. I think these are the best slaves that I've got. I mean, the slaves, they're not very skilled, but when they hit, I want them to hit like tanks. And on top of that, I want them to not take damage. And nothing says not taking damage quite like Protection 21. Man, you'd need barbarians to get through this guy. Yeah, he's just there to hold the freaking line. He could even be a bodyguard, even for my flying guy, but I want him to fly around quickly, so maybe not. Alright, this is okay. Holy points -1, though. Maybe it doesn't work out so well, huh? Then again, there are these fire followers. Now, these guys are good. They're all good. I want them all, and I want them now. Alright, we'll start with this, then. Slaves reduce attack skill, as in being a slave. So they're relatively okay, but they are slaves. Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't really pay for them. They're just there. I think they're going to make excellent chaff for tearing down walls as well. Upkeep cost of 3 gold per year. There are very few units that are that cheap. Even pygmies are often 4 per year. Oh, I'm so happy with that guy. And I'd love a sergeant to lead them to deal with their morale issues. Nothing can fix their lack of attack and defense, except experience. If they live long enough, they'll get experience and become, you know, as good as a lightly trained militia. Right, what about you two? Just strip off all your units for now. One of them should be a spy, right? Nagar Sanyel, you are our scout, so I need you to explore for me. But explore where? Troublingly, there's very quick access to my capital through this cave system. And another one here, Jings, what's all the caves? We can easily take the caves due to our flying units and the power of darkness. I might have made this map, but I don't remember the layout of this map. Guess I'll want you heading... Jeez, I don't know. Go south. Go south for me. I don't know which of these provinces, if any, are worth any real money to me. Probably none of them, because they're all looking pretty garbage. But that's life, isn't it? Is it just me, as the map seems super small? It seems kind of small. I mean, it loops over to this point, loops over to that point, so the map is essentially this large. But the provinces are quite small. Did I do that by accident? I don't know. But it'll work. Let's end there. Even though I'd love another spy. I would really love another spy. Can I make that happen? Yes, I can actually. Sweet. Okay, so I can also get another scout to do more exploring. Doesn't cost me all that much. Yeah, it's 153 provinces. So, Abtsang has Lion Tamer, the general, as their prophet for Princess Daisy, who's their god. Princess Daisy, the shadow over all, the brilliant god, the enemy of darkness. Hang on, what? Ruler of the dead. Ugan Buzig, the one with the pygmy elephants, has Humod the Castilian. The prophet of Alice, harvester of sailors, the left hand of knowledge. And Anakim has Ninma, the doomed spearmaster, prophet of terminal wetness, the master of earth and god of flames. Terrifying. Alright, Nerg-san, I see Shikoku have very few units, so it's easy to take over. However, it's probably pretty poor as well, because it's just a crummy wasteland. Please explore more of Tatooine and continue south for me. And then I've got Vapula as my other scout. I wish for you to head north. Really want to know what's going on in Kyoto. TikTok clock has low income, low population, low resources. Just everything's low around me. I gotta say, even though I've got 6 adjacents, the provinces around me look like sheer garbage. Right, Bragagol. Bragagol is a bit of a crap name. Is my custom name list actually working? Yeah, it must be, because we saw the likes of terminal wetness. Point is, Bragagol. You need a better name. What should we rename you to? I actually have a funny feeling that my custom names list isn't working for my custom nations here. Is that something I can fix rapidly? I'm unsure. Shikoku looks diseased. Yeah, what with all the skeletons lying around could easily be. Is Witterich even on my names list? I'm unsure it's actually loading those. I'm going to double check quickly. Is that W-I-T, Witterich? No, it is not. Ah, there was a way to fix this and I have forgotten it, haven't I? One moment. Oh well, something I can handle later. We can always rename people as we go along. Point is, Witterish is a crappy name, but Bragagol is an even worse name. Who wants to be our prophet? You're not expanding anywhere. Yeah, we're going to have to expand regardless. But we won't be doing that just yet. I want a larger army for that. Only tryhards test and see how well they can expand with their nation ahead of time. Want more of these guys. I'm going to want fire followers as well. But we're tight on everything, frankly. I do need to get my research started. It just really blows to be using these guys. Should I go with a more expensive bloody option, though? It's 90 cost more, and a lot more upkeep. And it's funny, my cardinals are also larger. Shikoku has just 9 units. Shikoku claims to have 9 units. Those claims can be wildly incorrect. I actually quite like the fire wind guys I get access to. But I think pounds per square inch, I'm going to have to go with these followers just to get a bit of research started. Although what I start researching, I'm unsure. Shouldn't a god choose a prophet? Yeah, Ishmael, what do you want to name your prophet? Bragagol. I'm not impressed with that name. Actually, I should probably fix this, right? I made the custom names list and I don't want it to not use it, but I can't remember why it's not being used currently. Shikoku would still be a soft target, so I could go for it, but if nothing else, you do need to become a prophet. Unless you happen to have an accurate scouting ability somehow. I think spies do better at scouting, but I'm not entirely sure. You know what? We're just going to call you the Titan 84. They wish to be the prophet. Didn't like the name Bragagol. Right, so you become the prophet, then you're going to get a half-decent army, and you're going to go out and secure these areas for us whilst I build up my ability to research and hopefully make a second expansion party, which is probably going to be focused more on fire followers and heavy swordsmen. Thy will shall be done. Okay, you know, I'm more bothered than I thought about the names list not working here, and I can't remember why it isn't. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save the game and quit, and I'm going to consider why it isn't working. We do have the global name list, but I think my random nations aren't taking from it. I'm trying to figure out why. This is all stuff I had fixed before, and now I can't remember how I fixed it. global name list puts all name types to 100. It selects all monster types. And then goes name type 100. Why wouldn't the Nationgen not work with that? Because it makes the new monsters at those numbers. I think it chooses a name. I'll check for name here. Yeah, name type 115, whereas I want name type to be 100. How do we regular expression in Notepad++ again? I need to find and replace every instance of name type number to name type 100. I do that again. I apologize for the flow-breaking moment here, but it is important to me that the names in the game are actually the ones that we have the names list for. So I've got all these name type numbers. They're all 3 digits, and I want to change it to name type 100. How do I do that again? Replace name type. Jeez. I could do this a manual way, but that would be too slow. How in the world do I do that? This shows how long it's been for me. Everything, yeah, I did say everything else was set up and I didn't set this up. Shame on me. Feels like 30 years on Finn. Ah, geez, there was a really easy way to do this with expressions, and I've forgotten what it is. Quick search says it's /D+. I need to replace it with name type 100. Is that gonna work? Sure looks like it worked. Okay. I'm gonna save that. Says it's in there. I'm gonna turn it on and off again, of course. I'm going to quickly check that this does indeed work. Just going to make a throwaway save here. Actually, a better thing to do would surely be to test an existing one. So if I continue test, which I just ran with this. Did I run that with it? Oh, hold on. Let's actually just create a new world then. It's selecting Gandalf is a good sign. Yeah, that's exactly what I did, Petrover. It was /D. Now it seems to show name type 100 for all of them, which is what I needed. That's the problem with doing something and then not documenting how I did it. I have to do it months later and I've completely forgotten. I would not know how to mod Capitalism Lab, for example. Although that's a little concerning. Those names aren't right. Let's keep recruiting some crappy extra guys here. Abogol, Dalkeel, Ashak. These are not the right names. Why is it not doing what I need it to do? It should be fetching names list from name type 100. Maybe you need to restart the game for it to take effect? Capital idea. Alright, goodbye Dominion 6. There's no way it would cache these name types, right? That'd be horrifying if it did. Although it wouldn't be a big deal for me to restart the game. We haven't done anything. Although it might start me out somewhere different. I just really want the names list working. I hope you can appreciate that having custom names in a game means a lot to me. Alright, to be sure, it's got the right one there. I am doing seed 6, good. And what was the one that I just punched in right now? I suppose it doesn't really matter. It's trivial to just make a new one. Oh, but it's also important that I actually use a custom custom nation. So give me Tuchek. Give me Tuchanka. It always takes the gods from that list. To be fair, it worked perfectly last time. Yeah, but I had everything set up last time. There was a new version of the mod out since then. And I created new randomizations since then. Alright, having Nix and Natinx is an excellent sign. Let's make cheap crap units here on... Wait, oh wow, you guys are spies, so you're more expensive. Make cheap crap guys constantly. And they should have names that are easy to tell are custom names. Chie, Sudazima, Father Loris. Sounds good to me. And then finally, does our saved game remember this? February 1st stream. Have I made my decisions yet? Witterich is doing nothing, the Titan is here. When I recruit this guy, he should have a custom name. Everything else seems A-okay. Monsoon seems right. Monsoon is in my names list. Monsoon is indeed in my names list. Okay, there we go. We got it sorted. Only had a flow breaking 10 minutes out of what is going to be a sizable scenario anyway. But there you go. Test your stuff. Always be sure to test what you're doing. What was that event that we just saw there? A handful of magic gems have been found in an abandoned mine. In our capital? Well, don't mind if I do. Do we always have that blue flag? Well, let's not worry about it. Otherwise, Volcanon is Lubu's prophet over in Asphodel. Jang has Kwahilutu, the prophet of Shy Mystic. Fargard has Chlorica, the war chief Chlorica for Dave the Diver. And Zawet, well, that's us there, the Titan 84 commander. So now I have you there. The selection here did not work for me. Grab these two, set them differently, make them commanders. Cast Divine Blessing. And then hold one turn. And then attack rear. It's quite dangerous to have my prophet go on an attack rear order, even if he has some bodyguards. And I'm going to have you guys hold an attack rear, because he could just jump out away from the rest of the army and get himself very quickly killed. But as long as he's fighting his own dominion, he's got decent hit points, okay protection, better skill than his schmucks. Look at that Taskmaster skill as well. So I'm just hoping that he doesn't get himself killed, at least not quickly. If he does die at some point, fine. Prophets can be replaced easily. The god cannot be replaced easily, but he can be replaced. But ideally, you don't want the prophet jumping in and doing frontline work. It's just kind of necessary for my early expansion here. So Shikoku is pretty worthless as a province. No money, no real resources. Tick-tock clock. Pretty pathetic as well. Loch Ness, also pathetic. I'm surrounded by awful provinces. But you gotta start somewhere. And I may as well start with Shikoku. Tatooine looks like it might be alright. But look at that. Fargard already expanded into Riga. And there's Malton there as well. This could very swiftly become a problem for me. You're not taking other troops as a distraction? I'd rather not. These sacred units of mine should be pretty damn good at what they do. So I'd like to have my other distraction troops, as you call them, be part of the second expansion party. The second expansion party will probably be made of fire followers, rather than my Hellbent guards, because my Hellbent guards need to be flown around. I don't need to be, but I'd rather they were flown around by the flying commander, and I'd rather they were blessed, which means I can only have one prophet, might as well have him lead them. Over time, he can have a larger army by me building more winged champions. I'll need to train replacements at some point, man. Having more money and more resources is going to be a huge difference for actually getting this ball rolling. My snowball is going to be a little slower than others for a while. Monsoon begins with research. But what are we going to research? Also, what's the hotkey for magic? Is it F5? F5 is research. We start with alteration and some enchantment. Hey, we do have Blessing of the God Slayer there. We had some interesting conjuration ideas, but look at that, it needs death. Death is not what we're good at. Tigers, buffaloes, elephants, not really what the doctor ordered. Not really sure what I want as one of my first accesses here. Ladon's off the cards because we didn't go fire nature. Huh. Difficult, actually. Do I have any generic conjurations that would be good for me? Always good to be able to summon fire elementals. If you get really pushed, AI immediately aggroes me and pushes me all the way back. Just having a sudden flurry of fire elementals can be really, really good for you. So I suppose if nothing else, let's worm our way towards Conjuration 5. That's one of Fire's great strengths, after all, is Conjuration. How are we going to get those islands that we're going to inevitably find? Well, there are islands out here. How we take the waters and the islands, I don't exactly know, because none of my units are capable of going into water. I have no water access either. Might be able to do a blood summon, but then I'd need to get some blood-related things. Are there air summons that go into water? Hold on, air summons. How many gems do I get? Only one, but I can make draconians. That's interesting. I love draconians. Anyway, very difficult for me to get into the water as a fire nation. I'm sure I'll figure something out eventually. Sagwan province to the north? What? I don't know what you mean. Hopefully some of these provinces aren't completely garbage. But our situation here isn't grand. Maybe the underground has a lot more riches. Oops, did not mean to put you there. Just have you patrol the homeland right now. Loch Ness, amphibious recruits. Yes, that's a good point. So these Ichitids tell me that I can probably get generic Ichitids there. It's just they're pretty crap units, so it'll be slow getting them, especially since because my capital is here, it's going to suck up the resources that there is here already. But I could make a small detachment of Ichitids and slowly take the waters. It's just that's very slow and questionably cost effective, especially if I have to fight to protect the waters. And we know we added in that horrifying itchited nation, so they have a natural primacy in the water. Where are they again? Where's my list of enemy pretenders? Now, who was it? Was it Atsank? Well, there's another problem. Atsank can get in the water as well, because undead are amphibious. So Primal Desert is going to be fighting against... Oh yeah, Terminal Wetness. Oh, those guys swim. They're not amphibious. That's not a big deal. Dave the Diver, funnily enough, can't get into the water. Oh, God. Illithids can go into water. Basically, we are not competitive in the water at all. But we are very competitive underground. Ooh, Lubu with Asphodel. Largely known as the worst nation in the game. Cool. Yeah, water we should avoid, but that becomes a problem because anybody that's in the water can come onto the land and attack us, and we can't really return the favor. So I would say we have a lot of disadvantages for what should be a very strong nation. Oh well, let's get moving. Claim the land and boil the seas. Not a bad idea. Excuse me, already Princess Daisy has claimed the lower throne. I don't know how they got that in 3 turns, but they did. Pislarna has Gabriel Knight, Prophet of Pico. And we had our first battle. Should be a cakewalk. If it's not, something has gone horribly wrong, because all we have to fight are these disparate units. Although for some reason they get 3 commanders. But really, what can they do against us? We get our bless immediately. Look at all the heat going on around us. All this boiling land around us. Turning all that sand into glass because we have a good heat aura. So these guys wait 2 turns. The reason I like to wait before I fly to the back row is it gives the enemy a chance to break up. The faster units move, well, faster than the slower units. Combat speed 10 on the commanders. Combat speed 12 on the archers as they try to move into firing range. And then whoomp! Well, that didn't take very long, and you practically missed it, but good thing we have a list of units here. So one of the commanders, 2 of the commanders actually, very swiftly died. One of them took a poison dagger in the head, which made him a mute, and then he ate 16 points of strong poison, which did no damage because immediately he got smacked with an axe and killed. This commander will feel the same fate. You very briefly saw a green line, that was a poison. Are you the commander? Yeah, look at that. My prophet decided to not go with the rest of the guys and instead go solo. That's how he gets himself killed. So, extremely easy victory for us, but if our prophet dies, the whole unit routs, and that is a problem for me. Shikoku is mine. It's going to get the most basic of province defense. Good commander for the province defense, actually. Because he actually has some protection, has a shield. He's not going to be insta-gibbed. Good. What you get is your province defense is important. And we get steel crossbows and heat resistant but not heat giving sword champions. That's good. Yeah, we just add more and more of those. It's sometimes a problem if your province defense contains heat emitting units because they're going to burn your generic units. Shouldn't be a problem for us. Oh god, look at that. Farguard are on a rampage. They're sealing me off by taking Tatooine immediately. Is that a big problem for me? Actually, it's a fairly big problem for me. The AI get a lot of bonuses, and they can come out swinging real hard at me. Could be a problem. I wouldn't mind a regular sergeant. Maybe don't burn all of my money on research. I'm not really at the point of being able to make good use of that currently. Try and get myself some fire followers and some heavy swordsmen, but I do not have the resources for building all the units that I want to build. It's a modern day tragedy. Anyone else I could make? I would actually like to have another spy if I can be so greedy. In the meantime, what else can I claim? Well, the Netherlands in 10 years has more money and resources, but I need more resources and resources, so I think we're going to fly over to TikTok Clock. Big advantage of being a flying unit. Regular units that have to walk here, then walk here, but these guys just fly right over. Map move of 19, you say? Well, it's only 13 to get to there. Yeah, I want to secure my cap circle. That does mean I want Lukshan, though. I think I might actually take Lukshan just so Tatooine doesn't snipe it very quickly, but I might find myself very cornered very fast at this rate. Could be a problem. Will probably be a big problem. And then the regulars that I'm making here could rampage their way through Netherlands in 5 years. Why am I not seeing my units here? I thought Y showed you the guys that are currently in the area. No, that's T. He's forgotten all of his hotkeys playing the game. Don't worry about him. Burning units, but also fire retardant units. Yeah, I'm going to make a commander, grab these units, and we're going to go in a northern warpath. I really want Thebes. Look at that. It's a farmland province. There'll actually be money there. The only thing I regret about being asked about the god name was I didn't think about Moby Dick in time. Not the god name, the prophet, I mean. Well, that's entirely on you. You were too slow. Also, my spy has immediately gotten diseased. That tells me that one of the provinces he went through, probably Japan, has the Well of Misery, or Well of something or other. The Well of Horrible Death. Also, look at that. Asphodel's capital is right here. So we got Asphodel here. And we know that Fargard is somewhere around here. Basically, times are bad. Go over here and try and explore what's going on. Any interesting recruits over here? Nope. A generic priest isn't too bad, but otherwise, nope. Alright. Fargard owns all the farmlands, like Riga. It's certainly farmland central down here. Notice I got all the garbage land. Although with my extreme heat, I'm going to melt farmlands anyway. We're not going to be very good on the nice provinces front. But heat is good for us and bad for our enemies. Makes our heat aura intense as well. So we're off to a slow start. But that's to be expected. I don't practice my expansions. As for tryhards. Conjuration goes along slowly, and the Luxan. Battle for me. So again, we get the Divine Blessing. Maybe I shouldn't even have hold for my back row attackers, because I do really worry about my Prophet going off on his own. He might be pretty good, but if he got surrounded by these guys, he would just die. As you see, the Prophet and his bodyguards, they're a little slower to move because Divine Blessing takes a little longer than 1 turn. And these guys are a little bit weak to projectiles. They don't have shields. I mean, this guy right here, he became crippled because the Obsidian Club smashed him in the leg. But as long as they get into melee, these other guys are toast. Look, again, there's my Prophet right there at the back. However, they did slaughter the enemy commander. Urdnot Grunt, the Jaguar Tribe Priest, is dead. And now the rest will run. And this is good because our units can just chase down the retreating guys. Retreating guys have pathetic skills and morale because they're routing, which means they're less likely to put up a fight, and every unit we kill is more experience for my guys. So we chase them down. Down they go. Did we take any losses? No, but one of them got crippled, and the cripple will die on the war march. Sad, but true. At the moment, I just put in token amounts of province defense. Right, there's the Gates of Madness. There's Pewter City. Go and check out Pewter City. Nagar is going to die. He's diseased. You'll lose 10% of his hit points every turn. He'll be dead in a year or so. Not really my problem. But we claimed the resources from Luxan. That's got to be worth something. Do I go for Tick-Tock Clock? There's a lot of archers there. I'll probably lose a unit or 2. Yeah, there's Balaton. How could I not take Balaton? Put the cripple into the extra unit with attack without hold. He's still going to die. They die just on the war march, but we'll try having him as a bodyguard and see how that works out for them. Get you up to Tick-Tock Clock. Maybe bring in the extra unit. Can you lead anybody, Lumiferius? No, you cannot. Vapula, I want you to go and see what's happening over at the Olive Isle. And here's my pretty good leader. I want you in charge of... Well, you can lead lots of people, that's cool, including the slaves. You are going to be on a rampage into Netherlands. How do you do that, though? You don't emit heat, and you're still fire retardant, so Have a couple of people guarding you. Size 3, size 3. That's just one square of good guarding. Combat speed 5, combat speed 9, combat speed 6. That's not particularly great. I'd like you guys just to form the front line. Morale 19, yeah, you're under great leadership, so what I might do is have you on a sparse line formation just to spread out the heat, or regular line. Regular line with these guys behind you. I want you in as quickly as you can. As long as you stay behind the troops, you advance. You advance, you guard the commander, that should be fine. It's not a particularly strong unit, and it's might be able to handle... Oh, actually, taking on 70, including light cavalry and heavy cavalry, that might be a bit too much to ask. Go kill the Ichtids instead. This is probably a better job for you, although you don't have shields, and that's a lot of archery going your way. One thing they did in Dominion 6 is they made the independence a lot tougher than before. I'm feeling it already. I've still got one of you guys left and a bunch of recruitment to do. Do like the idea of having more of these guys. They are strong. They're larger right out the gate. So I'm just going to make a larger amount of my demon breads. And I'll probably want another sergeant at some point. So I'll make the sergeant now. Make another spy now. Eats into recruitment of these guys, so that's fine. Means you'll be able to move the additional flying guys over. Yeah, maybe over to Socotra, actually. It's not amazing, but let's try and seal off our little corner here. For all we know, there's no one else around here, and I might be able to scour my way up north and grab myself those farmlands, because, my god, we don't have a lot of anything coming in our way. Income's only 501, and it's 466 is coming from our capital. Not ideal, but we expect things to not be ideal. We're weak at the start, and the AI is weaker later on because they don't have my massive brain working for them. Yeah, nation is fine. The spawn point, not so much. Well, we're using a balance thing for that. There we go. The cripple died during the long march, even though they were flying. I guess they got crippled in the wings. All right, Loch Ness. What's going on here? This is the arrival of our foot soldiers, not the flyers. Now, we have a heat aura coming out of these guys. Heat 3. Notice it's not enormous. I don't think my heat is as strong here as it could be. And we're fighting against these, the fish people. They are not strong against fire. All right protection on the ones that are wearing coral armor. Pretty poor on these guys. They have nets. Nets and stone spears. That could all be a problem for me. Stone spear means it's going to pierce through a bit of our armor. And the net is really bad. However, even if we're netted, we still give out our fire. Unfortunately, I didn't stagger them well enough. I underestimated how slow my frontline guys are. Oh yeah, the swamp is going to bring it down even lower. So these slaves are breaking formation. To be fair, they're doing exactly what I told them to do. I should have put them further back. That means they're going to die. Look at these slaves and how much dying they're going to be doing. Ooh, maybe it was a bigger brain move of mine than I thought. They're getting netted. They're using up the nets of the Ichthyids. Could be cool. Ugh, they brought in water elemental as well. Anyway, the slaves die horribly, and then my significantly better burning units here are already setting the Ichthyd alight. He's on fire. And there's no water to put it out. So even though we look horribly surrounded here, we might be able to put up a good fight. We also exhaust the enemies by the sheer choking heat. Some of them are already running away. They don't like what they're seeing. They may have slaughtered our slaves. That's not a big problem. Those tower shields are doing a great job at keeping my units alive. This guy right here, the fire follower, he may have a never-healing wound, but we can see exactly what's happened to him. He smashed the water elemental. He got stabbed in the spear for chest wound, poor guy. Oh no, that's him stabbing somebody else. He's the one that got crushed. That water elemental does a lot of damage. Who's making water elementals? It's you, isn't it? Yes, Count Dracula the Shaman. Summoning elementals. Now, those elementals won't rout, and they can be a pain in the bum to fight. They also aren't going to get tired out. They don't know what fatigue is. But they can be stabbed to death. So the independent army is now routed, which means this guy isn't going to fight back. He just dissolves with no magical leadership. Not a great fight. My poor slaves are already dead. But if you can expand and take a province, then it's probably worked out to your benefit. Better than losing, that's for sure. 5 isn't a lot to lose, but 5 of only 25 is a bit, especially one of them's my fire follower. What about tick-tock clock? It's far more important that the flying units don't get slaughtered. Will the water elementals boil? No, but they will freeze. And actually, yeah, they will boil. They can, I believe, be satellite as well. They don't have fire resistance. But boiling isn't a thing that happens to them. What is a thing that happens to them is freezing. If it's cold, they turn into ice elementals. They lose a lot of combat ability in that way. They don't get that awesome crush ability, but then they start trampling instead of just smacking. Wow, mist form. Cool. Are my poison daggers magical? No, they're not. Okay, that could be a problem against such beasts. This could be a problem in general. Thankfully, my prophet decided to run, and oh, he's dead. How did this happen? Right, so my commander jumped away from the rest of the units. He got slashed with a broadsword for 3, 8, and 11 damage. No, it was the lightning swarm of the air elemental doing 11 damage. And now he's bleeding, and unless this bleeding somehow closes up, which is chance-based, he's dead. And he is dead. So, my expansion party is deader than dead, because they're all going to run away now. So provided they survive long enough to run away. This was exactly what I was worried about happening to my prophet, and it's exactly what did happen. And on the retreat, 2 of them decided to naff off. So that's really bad. Really, really bad. What's a man to do in such a bad situation? Well, I'm going to need a new flying commander, but maybe I don't want a flying commander. The fact that the flying commander goes off and gets himself killed is pretty bad for me. Perhaps I'll substitute him with that sergeant that I made. I guess these guys don't really need to be blessed. I'll still have them go in and do what they do best. Why are they not all the same? Hellbent guards. Oh god, don't tell me I accidentally made winged champions instead of the... Yeah, I did. I made the wrong ones. That might have been part of the problem. Yeah, I think I've made these guys instead of these guys, which is a big mistake. Yeah, I meant to make Hellbent guards, not the winged champions. What a shame, because they practically look the same. Alright, so mistakes are being made by me. Plenty of them. Yeah, all of these guys are the wrong ones. Demonic winged champions. Whoops. Oh well. I'll live. I've lived through worse. Yeah, so the other guys aren't sacred. That's a big part of the problem. So these guys are actually more expensive. They're 24 as opposed to 20 in terms of upkeep. They've got lower morale. They fight with a battle axe instead of an axe and poison dagger. And I'd rather get 2 attacks rather than 1. And it's strength and skills 16, 13, 8 versus 13, 11, 7. So far rather have my sacred ones. Yes, indeed, self-inflicted wound. I knew the weakness of what I was doing there, and it came to light even faster than I'd hoped for. Also, somehow my sergeant got crippled in combat. Jeez, how do all these bad things happen? Right, these are all Hellbent guards that are here. Fascinating. I'm going to have you hold an attack rear, even without your bless. I'm going to slow this down significantly. And we must continue on despite the losses. Bad though it may be. The bridge is the only way across the water here. The waters will always flow because it's so hot in my lands. Amazons and Pegasus riders can be a real pain, so Quantum Golf is not an ideal place. To think we didn't even take tick-tock clock. It's all rather bad, isn't it? Alright, how about this? How about we move over to the Netherlands in 5 years? In a combined attack. You hold an attack rear. Maybe not even hold, just attack the rear. You stay behind the troops. Yeah, again, just take an attack rear order. converge on the Netherlands. Still like my Hellbent guards. Maybe I can still get a replacement for them. But the flying commander's a pain. Give me another sergeant. Sergeant knows what to do. And maybe I can start pumping out my heavy swordsman. Alright, already I'm pinned a bit in the corner. Not good. Not good at all. There's Farguard. Didn't they take another province? Maybe it was Japan. That's the thing, we lose information on provinces once we move our spies away. By taking Luxan, I have no... Well, look at that. There's my generic nature access. He's not a very good nature mage, though. He's not good for studying, although he is sacred. The inept research is really bad unless you have good boosters, which we do not. He's also larger. And Loch Ness does indeed get me Ichthyids, but they're crappy naked ones, so I'd need them en masse to take the White Sea. That could be done, but it's not an immediate priority, not with the gold as it is. I need that gold. Thornton Hall, England. Search a little bit to the south for me, please. Miriact. We know Asphodel is there. You go and check up to the north. I think we already have somebody doing that, though. They're going to die at some point. You keep your eyes over on Tatooine. Wait, it's not Tatooine, it's Dantooine. Wait, what? That's Tatooine, that's Dantooine. How very confusing. Okay, times are bad, but we must turn them from bad into good. How hard could that be? This is why you practice expansion with your nation instead of jumping in blindly. The word to the wise is that after the first year you should have 20 provinces, and that's a decent expansion. Or rather, that's an expected expansion. I seldom do that. Battle in the Netherlands in 10 years. But did it go well? I'm starting to think it didn't. We have to deal with heavy cavalry, light cavalry, militia. Militia are nice and wimpy, but heavy cavalry are a problem. Fortunately, we've got all of our flying units to brutalize the back row, so we might be able to force a rout, as long as their mounted commander dies, and he's already been crippled. Crippled because he took an axe to the leg. It would have done 16 damage to him, but extremities can only take a maximum amount of damage, so he survived by being crippled. Probably going to be followed up by being ultra killed. Cavalry charge meets our front line here. That can be a problem, because the cavalry charge hit you with the lances, which do terrifying damage. But heavy cavalry rout really easily. They do their charge, they usually last another round, and then they run away. You'd think they'd have better morale than that, but they really don't. But we did slaughter the commanders, and now the enemy are routed, and they're going to get eaten up by my flying guys. Sadly, a lot of them have these battle axes, so I know they're the wrong units. The right units are the dual wielders. They got their axe and the dagger. But that's okay. Obviously, I make these mistakes to keep things more exciting. Obviously. There we go. I want those winged champions dead, so we only have the Hellbent guards. I cannot afford to make that mistake again. Anyway, the Netherlands in 10 years is now mine. Give it a little bit of crummy province defense, as we do with everywhere. And then, what do we do with you? It's actually quite a nice combined arms approach that you have here. So I think what I'm going to do is not Kossad, right? Kossad the Crippled is probably not the guy I want on the War March. Actually, he might be. He's only going to be moving one province at a time. You know what, Caius Kossad? You take the War March using the main army that we have here. You can keep the Hell Guard because they don't need the Bless. Yeah, I can agree with that. But I do want you to have... What do I want you to have? I want you to have one more bodyguard, just in case. This is fine. Yeah, some of these units are getting messed up, but you cannot have a deathless run of Dominions, I'm convinced. It's just not possible. Wick, but not John. Get back to the capital. What's happening in the capital, anyway? I'm trying to raise an army. Trying being the operative word. Should be capped on holy points, but that's not the way it's going. I need to keep the mages flowing, which is something I've been failing to do. And I want my pretty awesome heavy swordsman. That's difficult, actually. Would I rather have swordsmen or fire followers? The fire followers are much, much more expensive, but they have that brilliant heat aura. That and they tear things down. Let me think. 30, 28, 19. The resources are more expensive than the human slaves, but I can otherwise have so many more of them. Well, even the Pretender can die. He just needs to get horror marked and destroyed by horrors. It's very difficult not to get destroyed by horrors. I think I'll be holding off on my human slave swordsman for a while. Until I can get them en masse with good resources. For now, the fire followers, I think, just have that bit more staying power because of their shield and their heat aura. More useful for tearing down fortifications as well. So this will be my recruitment. Get as many Hellbent guards as I can, have fire followers. Fire followers hold the line, Hellbent guards go behind, and then eventually I should have my human slaves en masse. That's the dream, at least. Meanwhile, Toad Raider is already here. Wick is coming back. Really wish I could fly around and take more of this. I'm very sad my expansion party died, but it was always going to be the case, right? Maybe. Anyway, it looks like the north is ripe for the picking. I definitely should go north and not engage down here. So I'm actually going to expand on my province defense. I need to take Socotra, right? I can't afford to have my cap circle taken because that will be war. Actually, that's a good reason for you to go to Socotra. But I really want to take the north. Socotra has barely any resources, so... but cap circle resources are worth more than most others. But this guy's crippled. He'll have a hard time coming back. No, I need Socotra. I need Socotra too much to pass by on the opportunity. England looking pretty empty. Lots of empty spaces around here. Go and check near Arrakis, please. Toad Raider and Witterreich. There's not much for you guys to do. So just hold on for now. Yeah, not much to do when I don't have much of an army, but I'm working on that. More cripples dying, but then Socotra. Hopefully we take Socotra. Nice and swampy. But flyers, don't worry about the swamp. Oh, look at them go! Look at them just immediately murk the enemy commanders. This one's trying to web them. Please kill the other commander and force an early rout. I don't want you poison darted. Yeah, there we go. Commanders are dead. That was Chief Irons there. And these guys try and kill with blow darts. And that's really good. Since the magical commanders have died, look at that, 997 damage coming in. That is a Vine Man. No longer being controlled by unseen magic. They cannot fist me to death. And they just dissolve. And it was a fair bit of their army. They're also burning, but yeah, they're dead anyway. Dead. There's a lot of death going on here. Funny that. Dominions is a game with a lot of violence. Anyway, good fight. Brilliant fight. I wouldn't even think we were fighting 67 of them. But yeah, 31 Vine Men, and we didn't even have to fight them, because just killing the Druids took care of that. Jolly good. Conjuration continues on. I'm not really interested until it gets to Conjuration 5. Now, Toad Raider. Do you feel in a position to expand, or do you want another round of recruitment? It's not a lot of frontliners. One could even say it's pretty much no frontliners, and they'd be right. But those archers and heavy infantry should die pretty easily, so regardless of any misgivings you might have, you will attack rear, you will hold and attack, you'll stay behind troops, you'll guard the commander, and I'm going to have to trust that that will be enough. It might not be, but we've been in TikTok clock before, we'll be fine. Socotra gets some... oh, I'm out of money. Okay, well, I'm not surprised, but I'm still out of money. Recruitment is hard. Hard on my budget. I'm going to have to stop buying these commanders because I really need an army. First and foremost, I need a bleeding army. Yeah, so you go into TikTok clock. The cripple... I could bring you down to Conus Isle, but I'm looking at that big chunky load of cavemen, and I'm seeing Asphodel here, and I'm hoping to pit Farguard versus Asphodel. Ultimately, that will be in my disfavor, because Asphodel will die to Farguard. Farguard will absorb the power of Asphodel, and my south will be A monolithic power that I really can't deal with very well. However, perhaps Janiniga can help out. What can Maniga do for me? Good question. That's under Shy Mystic, right? Yeah. Ooh. The Light Will Champions. The Mind Blasters. They worked for me. They can work for you. Water, Astral, Nature, Glamour. Given all the winter time around here, it's probably a cold nation. So perhaps Zoidberg can counter the power of Fargard, but we don't know if Zoidberg himself has other problems. Without information, which my scouts are slowly unveiling to me, it's hard to tell. Speaking of which, my scout now has to give me sign language reports on what he's finding, because in addition to being diseased, he's gone completely mute. How sick does a man have to get before he can no longer talk at all? One beggars to think. Right, I gotta say, the north looks amazing. I just wish I was on top of it a lot earlier. I could even go through the Blue Moon Canyon, but I want to see what's in Argentina. Might be the first one to ever say that in the history of the world, but I do. There's no particularly interesting recruits. No, you're interesting. I've just found my research mage. This Woodhenge Druid. Unfortunately, I can't get a lot of them, though, can I? I'd need to build everything here. I'd need a temple. I would need a workshop or whatever it's called. The research area. Laboratory. I need a laboratory and a temple just to start recruiting them. That's a shame. The Woodhenge Druid would certainly be a good addition. We knew they'd be available because I just killed one when I was there, but hey-ho. Right, go and take on TikTok Clock. The cripple must march north, and I must continue to build up an army. And Witterreich or Wick will be able to join up with them. It sucks not to take all this land that's ripe for the taking, but I really don't want Fargard to consider me a target. It's very important. Important enough for me to invest in more defense value, just in the hopes that that makes them think they don't want to fight me. Jake, do you still have the EU4 playlist? The music one? Yes, I do. I don't play it for Dominions because I've got a Dominion soundtrack, which is sadly I don't have the rights to all of it, so all of my Dominion stuff gets hit by DMCA. I make negative money by streaming Dominions, but what's a man to do? I love the game. To be precise, the playlist I'm using is a mixture of the soundtrack from Dominions 4, 5, and 6. But it's not original music, it's all licensed for the game. Why is my army a clump here? I thought I had you guys sorted out. Anyway. Boom! Right, the problem we had last time was that mist form causing all these guys to be very hard to kill, but now we just immediately murk the air mage causing mist form. Nice little thing to catch here. Look at this poor archer right there. How much poison damage did they take? 18 damage, 18 poison damage, 10 more poison damage. So even if he got away, he'd die. He'd die from double his max health to that. Poison is insidious, but it only does 10% damage. Look at that. Only 2 damage, 3 damage. So yeah, it's a slow killer. Poison is not very reliable unless you have long engagements. So in an ideal situation, you have a frontliner that spews out poison, or you have foul vapors, and you have your own units resist poison and just be massive tanks. High protection, good defense, big shields, anything like that. Even massive regenerating hit points. And your enemy just can't get through, all the while they get poisoned to death. There are so many synergies in this game. It really makes something like Slay the Spire look like a little card game for children, as I often even call it. Right, perhaps we could punch through and stop having this horrible bit of austerity going down. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 provinces. I should have about 20. So let us proceed. I can probably err to the north here, as long as I just stay away from... Let's see, that's Fargard. Oh, there's Fargard. Yeah, maybe don't come close to here. I hate just allowing my foe to take a lot of land, but I'm in no position to put up a fight right now. Now, here's my problem. You guys are all stuck together. Hellbent Guard should be here. You should be here. Really wish I had more units for you, but I do not. Is a Deimos anomaly a consideration? What if you go here, then here, then here, and you join up on that final one? 30 of them, Amazons, Pegasus Riders. Pegasus Riders are Pegasus pain in my bum. They're really fast. I'm not entirely sure my commander with his almost no protection could handle that. He's got 21 protection, and he's got bodyguards. Alright, so here's how it's going to work. You're going to go to there. When you move over to Quantum Gulf, I'm going to move Wick out with the army here. You will converge on Deimos, coalesce into a single unit, and then, actually, because there's no way around here, you're going to have to double back. I don't like that either. But I'm not entirely sure you can take on Deimos on your own. Light infantry, militias, heavy infantries. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, but I don't like it. What I'm getting at is that you need some reinforcements if you want to take on all of this. Alright, so you go there, there, there. Double back, and then probably push on Balaton airlock. This is why I should have multiple expansion parties. But as you might notice, we had some problems. Hold on, I see a better idea. Loch Ness actually has a land connection to Quantum Gulf. So here's what I can do. Wick, you can grab these units, march into Loch Ness, and then next turn you converge in Quantum Gulf, then you do Deimos. And then you can still cycle through to the likes of Balaton. All the meanwhile, the crippled Caius is going to have to head north. Thebes, Altheria. Oh, this is a problem, isn't it? We have Obama and we have Kyoto. Kyoto is definitely takeable, but I would really need to mass my army for it. Could be done, though. Once you do with this and you circle around, I could pincer on Kyoto. But it means I'll probably give Altheria a miss in favor of Olive... well, the Olive Market. At least that gets me all the farmlands. Seto Inland Sea. Seto Inland Sea, a reasonable place for a fortification. It's got 5 connectors. Connects up to a couple of farmlands. It's almost a choke point. Depends on how well defended Obama is. Probably not that well defended. You a Loch Ness or Loch Lomond kind of guy? I'm trying to think if I've been to either. Right, we found the enemy capital. Pislarna is here. Pislarna were who again? They're the Ichitids. These guys have easy water access, as you can tell by them being in the water. Now that's a problem because they can pop out at any point along my undefended border here and give me what's for. Also, Jani has not expanded at all. That's a problem. That's just another bit of food for Fargard. Yeah, okay. Well, it's not okay. Times are bad. There's Asphodel attempting to expand. Wick is already heading out as planned. Witterich, you just hold on there. Luminiferius, I want to see what goes on here. Does everything connect or not? I think there's a cave in their capital. Not for Jani. Don't know who else could have a cave. Now, I've got some nearby caves, and I could definitely take the undergrounds with ease. And I probably should make a detachment for that. I think that might be what I do, actually. The next set of units that I make should be taking the underground. These guys have dark vision, so they're pretty good for it. Again, if I just have a small front line of these guys and a bunch of these guys that fly the back row, I mean, this is a fantastic bunch of units to just keep pumping out. They need a leader, of course, but in a manner of speaking, they have a leader. They've got Wick, or even Witterish, but I think I'd rather have Wick. Yeah, he's a better leader. Wick is there to dump his units onto Toad Raider and then grab these units and head underground, because the underground is ripe for the picking for me. Holy smokes, look at this, the Cavern Realm, 235 income. Good resources. Man, I should just pop a fort down here and extract all the goodies of the underground. The sooner the better. Alright, let's make it happen. I looked up the Scottish lochs. Apparently there's one called Loch... No, I do not know how to say that. Sure that wasn't named by Welsh migrants. Sorry, Welsh don't have the privilege of being called expats. This is one of the problems with the attack rear order. It's up to the AI to decide what the rear is. In this case, they decided not to take on the lonely commander, who could just be killed and rout the whole army. That's not true, there's a barb chief here. Point is, these guys are in trouble because there are some... No, they're not in trouble. Let's not oversell this thing, they're fine. This poor guy is sticking us with his spider web, but that's not good enough. Although he did poison one of my guys, that's quite funny. He just shanked me for 10 poison damage. It won't kill this demon bread, but it will come close. See if we can keep an eye on that demon bread. Where is he? I could go for a loaf of demon bread right now. There he is. So he's going to take lingering poison damage, and it's all... Oh, don't fly away. I'm trying to keep track of you. If he takes another hit, though, he could easily die. And I do care for my people, you know. Well, wherever he went, I'm sure he's fine. Some of the enemies have retreated. Many of the enemies are dead. Ah, there we go. He did die? No, this is someone else. He got hit in the head with a spear and killed. Tragic. And early on, every loss can be felt. There's the guy. So he let all of that poison go away. The poison did give him limp and fright, so he will eventually become crippled and die. But as long as he can kill a few along the way, it's all good. Are you still positively certain that you'll never engage in the multiplayer of this game? I've already played multiplayer of this game. I like player versus enemy multiplayer of this game. Oh, please. Okay, there we go. We should have this one if the mounted commanders die, which they may or may not. Player versus player in strategy games is generally a bit bleh for me. I don't get a lot of enjoyment out of it. I like to fight against a common foe. And I've played quite a few multiplayers of this. I did one PvP. It was okay. Mostly just fun because it was me versus fan of gaming. But beyond that, no. I'd rather play competitively. We're so hot we're setting the forest alight here. It was a really nice addition in Dominion 6 that you have the rocks and the trees and that, and you can bring them to life. Just didn't feel like a whole game's worth of addition, though. It's unusually cold, but that's not going to set my Dominion all frosty. We still have a good, strong heat aura going on here. Although that does make these guys a little worse running into the cold. I think they can handle militia, light cavalry, heavy cavalry. Yeah, you handle the rest. You'll handle these guys just fine. Luminiferius has found Anakim and Anakim's capital. If I want to get around it, I have to go through the capital. We might get discovered and killed, but hopefully we don't. There's Pislarna. In Effin snow. We're going to work our way around that and see what they're up to. And that means I can converge with my scouting information. The more we learn about the map, the easier it's going to be to make informed decisions. Tell us more about down here as well. Witterich is back. Still trying to crank out these guys, although I would also like a sergeant to lead them. I think one sergeant with the rest of them should be able to handle it. Does it even need to be a sergeant, though? I could just take this swordmaster as is. I just really, really like the sergeants. The sergeant should just be for moving around troops rather than anything else. So for that, you can just be set to wait. Glad Boo FN is thinking that Dominion 6 is the best game ever, though. It's certainly one of my top tier games, especially for last year. Right, Moonlake is mine as well, but I can't afford Province Defense. Tragic though that may be. But we are going to converge now, aren't we? Yes, Quantum Golf. We're actually going to have a half-decently strong unit here. You guys are on attack rear. You guys are just on attack. No point in not having these guys work together, but you do stay behind the troops there. This will be okay. Still not amazing when they converge, but we can't afford amazing. And latest report says that Deimos Anomaly has even more units than previously expected. Right, go and take that and then deal with this. I think if you manage to circle around and deal with this, I might be able to have some reinforcements for Kyoto. Don't know what kind of fort is, what kind of throne is there though. We do know about Thrones of the World from something here. Which one has Thrones of the World? That's Pretenders of the World. Ah, of course, the one with the throne icon on it. Well, this is annoying. Whatsits took the one that gives him 5 blood slaves a turn. I could use 5 blood slaves a turn. That would be very nice. But this throne here is almost certainly a level 1 throne, so Dark Vision is useless. My troops already have Dark Vision. Water Gems, Cold Resistance. It's mostly the Dominion spread that's useful to me right now. Throne of Might would be good though, Strength +2. That I would rather like. Unfortunately, my prophet is dead and it'll be a while before I get another prophet. I need to think who my prophet should be though. A sergeant prophet would probably be fine. I was maybe a little bit too eager to make a flying commander prophet. Although a flying commander prophet means he can move around the map a lot easier. Wouldn't mind one back, actually. Yeah, that does sound nice. Just have him at the back casting spells rather than jumping into battle would be much wiser. Surely your prophet should be an inspiring slave driver. He is a slave driver, that's the thing. He's got leadership 100 and taskmaster, so he gives +3 morale to slaves and +1 morale to non-slaves. Having a prophet that's mobile is very handy, though. Sometimes you just need that mass blessing going on. But my bless isn't strong, though. It's not really that much worth considering. It's more for taking thrones, which is all the more reason I need a flyer for that. Okay, so when the prophet power leaves, I will make another flying commander for that. But he won't be so involved in battle because my main bless is active regardless of bless, and that is becoming larger. Okay, sorted everything out in my head. What's your best recruit mage? Oh, I've got some really nice sacred multi-path mages, but we have really good foot troops, which is what I'm focusing on right now. Cripple's dying. Ah, there we go. The dead prophet is gone, so we can get our prophet going already. Hopefully we can handle Quantum Golf. The Amazons can be a real pain. So they're pretty good archers. They got short bows with decent precision, but oh lordy, why didn't I consider it was Pegasi? So they've got flying Pegasi, which are terrifyingly strong for me to deal with. I thought they were going to be lizard riders. I'm pretty sure I even read the word Pegasus, and I didn't register in my head that I was having to deal with these things. It's amazing to find this province, because you can recruit these, and then bang, you've got really nice sacreds that you can get out of the province. I'm not sure it's that useful for me. The blessing would make them larger, but that hurts their best thing, which is their defense skill. Problem is, I might easily lose this battle to those guys. Also, it's freezing cold, so my heat aura does nothing. And this is even worse. They're going for my commander. Oh, my commander is so dead. Yeah, there are my 2 sergeants, and they're surrounded and about to die. I mean, who knows? I might return the favor. Wow, I actually did. The commanders survived because we murked their commander. Wow. Yeah. Makeo and Ken Master, the Crystal Sorceresses and the Crystal Priestess, they were assassinated before they assassinated my commanders. And the whole reason that worked out to my advantage was because my commanders are covered in black steel, so they're very hard to kill. But you gave Toad Raider dementia. Wow. Okay, Wick, but not John. You're the only competent sergeant left. Everyone else is dead and dying. There is a rout going on by some of my units, but that doesn't matter. The enemies have already routed and died. What a clutch. You rushed their commander just a tad faster. Yeah, those Pegasus riders are terrifying. It's not that this is particularly heavy hitting, and the Pegasus itself does a light hoof attack. The problem is you can't hit them. They've got defense skill 18, which is enormous. But as you can see, we just take out the commanders and all was well. It's just there was no guarantee we were going to take out those commanders. So, thank goodness that went the way it did for us. We lost one slave, but the dementia will be felt by our commander probably forever, or at least until he died. How about Thebes? I could really do with a farmland, even if it's covered in snow. Light cavalry, heavy cavalry, militia. Yeah, militia are just bleh. In come the arrows, but we have shields. And then in go our back row attackers. Now they have mounted commanders. Those are a little bit harder to assassinate, but harder doesn't mean impossible. One's dead, one's dying. And this one's got horrifically poisoned. The horse wants to run away. I'm not surprised. There we go. This is the cavalry charge. Pretty difficult even for my tanky tower shield troops to handle. But they're about to run away because they're going to turn around and notice that their leadership is dying. And then they run. As long as you can tank one bit of cavalry charge, you're okay. A good strategy is to have chaff that you really don't care about be on the front row to soak up a cavalry charge. Little monkeys that throw poop are a good idea for that. And that is actually what they do. I forget their names. No, maybe not Machakas. I've got a little emote of them, but I keep forgetting their names. Little noisy, smelly, poop-throwing monkeys, though. They're good for that. Fire Follower dies. Wing Champion dies, which is good. I want them dead. I want my Hellbent Guards alive. Forgetting his best friend, young. Who would have thought? People coming in for the militia. And also Toad Raider. Toad Raider, the dementia and frightened individual, has become a heroic individual with iron will. His magic resistance is through the roof. Except dementia just crushes that anyway, so this guy's just a walking liability. But at least he's walking. Wick, though, you are the clear superior here. So, Wick, you will be taking charge of all of the units. Here's your singular bodyguard. You're definitely not where you should be. You should be right there with the fire followers. The Hellbent Guards can continue to do what they do. Toad, you get back. You're really just funneling around troops now. You're that mentally inebriated. Heavy infantry, heavy militia, light infantry. This should be fairly easy to deal with. Should be. Army's only a little damaged. And these are all Hellbent Guards. Good. Crippled Caius. Continue to cripple your way north. Can you handle the olive isle, though? We're certainly taking attrition here. Yeah, my front line just doesn't really exist anymore. How about we do something like that? Just keep the commander a little better guarded. You're meant to be behind my front line anyway. That should be okay. Continue up to the Olive Garden. Contemplating Quantum Golf here. It's got 1, 2, 3, but this is already shared with the capital connections. 4 over to Kyoto, 5 over to Toxic Refinery. Because I'm considering these Pegasus Riders. Enlarged Pegasus Riders. The proportional hit point bonus ain't all that much, and the defense skill loss is actually quite bad. But they're quite cheap. Really cheap. Also, you're sacred. And you only need a temple. More than a 50% chance that you get astral and or air. Not a good researcher, though. Then there's you. But you're not sacred, so you're less interesting to me. It's a consideration. If nothing else, it has really good province defense, which is maybe for the better not to build a fortification there. I'm not building up any infrastructure, and that's going to be a problem. My enemies are going to get temples and laboratories up and probably additional forts, whilst I am busy not doing that. That is a problem. But there's not much I can do but slowly expand. I have won at least 2 multiplayer games on the back of Crystal Sorceress-led communions. Communions are nice. I almost never use them, though, because it's a pain in the bum to actually do, and usually unnecessary against the AI, because the AI isn't going to give you that big bombastic battle. They're going to send wave after wave of endless chaff that they can summon at you. Which is a little saddening, because yeah, communions are cool. Fapula, you're here. If you go to Mystical Ninja Province, then I probably don't want you going there. You go and check out what's happening in Quebec. Gilligan's Island will probably unveil more of this, and we'll know most of the map. Part of me thinks I should be going underground, though. Well, I know I should be going underground. I'm thinking about scouting the underground with all these scouts that I don't have. Forte, are you at the ready to go underground, or do you want one more turn of units? These guys are going to be so powerful underground thanks to dark power. Even so, I would like one more turn of recruitment before I go underground. I really want to take it by storm. Yeah. The more units you have, the less likely you're going to be taking attrition. So one more turn for Forte, and then Forte takes the underground. That should work out just fine. And also, I want you, because you're my new prophet. That should be a-okay. We're running out of money here, and I'm not surprised. What is even money? Tell me what's happening in Yoshi Island. And let's hope that the Deimos anomaly isn't too anomalous for us. Alright, make it matter. Ooh, we stumbled into Mystical Ninja Province just in time to see what Pislarna are up to. So these are the Ichitids that maybe I'm not afraid of, but they're a real pain because they get into the water. And they can attack from the water. Being amphibian, they're just as good on dry land as on wet. They're harpooning, stone hatcheting. I can see some of their sacreds are here. They're berserking, they've got poisoned barbs. Are they going to bless them? Maybe. It would be good to... Our spy will be able to tell us what the bless is that they have, and the AI gets more bless points than you do, so they can make interesting blesses. By accident, though, because the AI is not clever enough to know good synergistic blessings. They could just make bad blessings. It's possible. In this case, they have magic resistance, dark vision, spirit sight, weird combo, magic leadership. So I will not have a glorious advantage over these guys underground. They can see into the spirit realm and see the true essence of beings. They get no penalties from darkness and can see invisible units. So giving them dark vision on top of that was an inspired choice. Wait, no, they got that from the throne, didn't they? Yeah, I think they did, so I guess that's not on their weird AI. Point is, these Ichitids could still be a problem. Look at that, they're pretty well armored for wee fish people as well. 3 to a square. Some of them fight with fists, though. That's a shame on them. They're gonna slaughter these militia. Enjoy your skewered fish while you can, militia. It's the first and last you're gonna get out of these guys. Some of them got tangled up by their fairly good priests. I was really jealous of this guy, the Solemn Exarch. He's got the nature water access. He can do some nasty combinations. Bring in the quagmire, bring in the foul vapors, bring in the poison resistance. Make things chilly with water, because these guys aren't cold-blooded. They're not like the lizard people of Citus. Love this song. This is called Melanie's Melody, The Dreamweaver, by Peter Gaudry. So yeah, there we go. The humans realize they are insufficiently prepared for the fish people. Even their heavy infantry here. Oh, he's already diseased. He's already very dead. And this is going to be my problem to deal with. Well, potentially others could, other AIs could kill them. I am not doing diplomacy, even though it would make my life a lot easier. The problem is it's too overpowered against the AI. It's very overpowered against humans as well, but as we see, I don't play with humans. More crossbowmen. Now that's going to punch through my armor something fierce. So let's hope it hits the arrow, hits the shields. No, it's point blanking right into my demonic guys here, but the demonic guys know how to deal with crossbows. Engage them in melee, kill them quickly. These javelins are not of much concern. Oh no, not 12 damage. Not against our 16 protection. Piercing goes through a fair bit of that, but we have enough hit points to tank those kinds of javelins. These little red pips underneath them indicate the damage that they have taken. gotten battle fright. You've taken from 19 down to 14 damage, but that's okay. These are some good sacred units. Sacreds that fly can be put to amazing use. Only 9 of them. They went and just slaughtered these guys. Excellent job. What about the anomaly of Deimos? Very soon we're going to run out of these wimpy independent factions to slaughter, so enjoy the easy wins while you can. Soon it's not going to be easy, and it's probably not going to be wins either. It's not going to be a win for these guys. They decided to get cut off into the center. I better hope that flame is able to take out a wall. Wow, this one guy survived all of that. He might not, though. He is profusely bleeding. It's chance-based that the wound... Oh, no, he's down and out. I only hope that wasn't one of my sacreds. I think it was, though. Yeah, 2 of my beloved Hellbent guards. I knew I'd need extra for taking on Deimos. But it is ours. Also, my dominion has gone down because there was an omen that spoke of the decline of Ishmael. The Rock. Rumors of the ill omen have spread widely. You are the Rock? Can we smell what you're cooking? Right, I've not been keeping up with province defense. I want at least some. I like 6 as my go-to. Forte. You're not my favorite out of Rune Factory, but you are going to be my underground expander. No point hesitating. I just want you guys to attack rear. I want you guys to attack in a line formation. And I want you to stay behind the troops with your own personal double entourage. And you are going to go via the Netherlands. Wick. I want you to head over. I would actually like to take Neverwinter, truthfully. Is that too close to Farguard? I don't think so. So you're going to go how? TikTok, Moonlake, Neverwinter. Is that right? God, you're slow. Map move of only 10 because... Yeah, both my fire followers and my one singular human slave are too slow. Well, needs must. Get to Neverwinter, take Balaton, take the airlock. You'll probably run out of steam around this point, though. Lack of reinforcements are concerning. Biotic God Volus, you are our new prophet. Or you will be at the end of this turn. Kamari Ronso, when and why did I make you? I think I got you because I want to see what's going on underground. Map move 18, so you can just immediately find out what's happening in and around Ulm. It's hard to tell how much the underground expands, but we know it's one giant connected area, right? Right? I think we know that. Alright, we've connected a fair bit of the map here. There's a void going on here that I'd like to know more about. Also, Anokim. I really shouldn't go into their cap circle. Also, holy moly, I get this garbage and they get this. Adjacent farmland, adjacent good resources from forest. Even islands have good resources here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 adjacent provinces. That's a wonderful capital. Not only that, they're relatively safe on the sides because of the water. Whereas the water doesn't keep me safe, the water keeps me vulnerable to Pislarna. Deeply concerning for me, but oh well. The Olive Isle is mine, and there's Pislarna in the Seto Inland Sea, leaving me with questions. Questions like, what do I do now? If I advance further, I am going to be declaring war on Pislarna, and that war will not work out well for me. I could simply hold the line here. That's also not advisable. I'm not using my troops as I should. I need to expand. Altheria with 110 cavalries and chiefs is not an acceptable engagement. It's a long way for these guys to walk back. I could converge on Kyoto. Kyoto, no, because I have to go to Toxin Refinery to get to Kyoto. And there's no guarantee we're going to make it with these guys. Ah, jeez. Tricky, very tricky. Oh well, stick with the plan of going around here regardless. That means these guys have to do nothing. Nothing is a bad thing to do. I could build a fort in Thebes or the Olive Betlung, but the Olive Betlung's... It's a good and a bad place to put it. It's good because it's kind of a choke point. If anyone wants to come through me, they have to go through my olive garden. It's also on a farmland, adjacent to a farmland, and fortifications do boost the output of such provinces. How much does it cost me to build a fort? Oh my god, 1,000 gold for palisades. I'll tell you, that's not happening anytime soon. Why is my money so pathetic? Yeah, it's a really hard sell to do Altheria, and it's a really hard sell not to take this area. I might just have to hold down a very tight area here and extract my riches from underground, because I do not win engagements up here very well. The fish people have a massive tactical advantage, because they can strike from anywhere and I can't do diddly about it. Anakim don't seem to be doing amazingly. Who are Anakim anyway? Anakim are Avites and lizards, so they are demi-giants. What do we see? Long spears, they ride around on great bears. They have fire resistance, that's troubling because I fight with fire. It's not huge fire resistance, but it's enough to overcome things like heat from hell and my natural burning aura. They're sacreds, have chaos power, so they're weaker in my lands. I can take these guys on, that's not too much of a problem. Don't like their nets, but whatever. But yeah, the fire resistance overall makes these guys a good counter to me. Air, water, death, blood, fire resistance, demons, shape changers. Oh boy. With the air mages, they can bring out air elementals. Air elementals counter me solidly. I don't have a good way of dealing with them. Magical weapons tears air elementals apart, and I don't have those. Pislarna and Dave the Diver are both apprehensive towards me. Even Lubu is. It's bad. Positionally, Caius is in a terrible place. What am I meant to do with you? I could actually have you converge on the underground. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you get yourself underground and help with expansion here, if expansion is even needed. But I don't think I take another step forward here. Gonna add a little bit more to Olive Bailung, just to hope that Pislarna don't come for me. Yeah, life is bad, but we knew life is bad. Go and check out Cornwall. I think this is all water, so it's not a big deal for me to know exactly where it starts and finishes. It's more good to know what the borders are here. Check out Uidora, though. And Miriact. Tell me about the adjacencies of Celadon City. Now we can work our way south from there. Luminiferius. If that's being checked out, you go and check out Coronation Street. Alright. Bad times are afoot. But if I continue my recruitment here, and this is a good strong core recruitment. Oh, I don't need more of these things though. I need, regrettably, more research. These guys are expensive. 150 up front and 120 a year is not great for a 9 research mage. But I need some research. Can't really afford the better ones. The 2 fire, 2 blood are a lot more upkeep and a hell of a lot more upfront. Same could be said for the 2 fire, 2 air. My awesome mages take a long time to be recruited. But actually, they might be more cost effective in terms of research ability. They're also old though, so they will die. This one... Ooh, this guy might be better, but he's 550 up front. 550. I can't afford the upfront, even though he's got immense magical paths. Pound for pound, I think he researches better though, because he's 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19.2 research. And what about you? They're also 19.2, significantly cheaper. But yeah, the old age problem is a problem, because he might get diseased every winter, and disease just kills him. I don't have regeneration or any way to stop that. So yeah, I have to way overpay for my research. Life is bad. Need to go and secure Balaton. It's only right. Well, our hand has been forced. Pislarna have declared war upon us. Zawet, that's us, are proclaiming biotic god Volus as our prophet. And now dormant pretender gods are awakening. Ours is not dormant, ours is imprisoned, so it's going to be about 3 years before it wakes up. However, Caius's brave deeds and heroic quickness are stuff of legend. That's funny, because he's crippled. He's the quickest cripple around. The thing is, cripple removes all of this, even the heroic ability. If he gets it cleared, then he will be nice and fast, but I don't want my commanders to be fast, not on the battlefield. I want it with map move. But yeah, cripple is horrifying. Okay, so that puts me in a tough situation. I could have Caius defend the olive area. And that might be what he has to do. He has to come here and just hold. It's going to be a tough call because he doesn't have a very large army to hold anything here with. But he might have to. Just don't let Pislarna take this for free. Very troubling. Alright, how about you, Lumen Nefarious? Information is power, but at this point I have a lot of the information. I don't feel that powerful, though. Go and check out Crazy Kremlin. And Kamari Ronso. I'm very curious what's happening down in the underground, so get me that intel, please. You go and check out those Mudskipper puddles. Our almost dead scout. Your final job will be going and seeing what's happening over at Visang. Miriact has unearthed a lot of information for us. Over to Bob on Battlefield. Biotic God Volus. My Dominion is very weak and getting weaker. What can you do to help? Well, you could secure that throne if we could ever get it, but I don't see that happening. You will probably be the one that leads the army to take that throne. But what do you do until then? I don't know, you could go to like Deimos Anomaly and just start preaching for a while. Because at the moment I am desperate to have some more Dominion. My Dominion is terribly low. If I just keep cranking out these units, I might be able to take Kyoto, grab the throne, get a bit more spreading going on, which is what I need. Meanwhile, also take the underground. Meanwhile, maybe I can't afford to expand in this direction. We have problems with Pislarna. But I also can't afford not to expand. I need the income, I need the resources. I see Farguard decided to put up a fort right next to me. And there's Toad Raiders sitting back relaxing in the capital without terribly much to do. Contemplating reinforcing Wick with another surge of units from the capital, even though I want to save them up for Kyoto. I think that's exactly what happens. Toad Raider, grab all of these units and march over to... yeah, you're slow because of the tower, guys. Go over to Moon Lake. When Wick has dealt with Neverwinter, combine in Balaton, move up and around, and dream of the day that we take Kyoto, which will be difficult. But difficulty is just something we're going to have to deal with. Man, what a rough run this is turning out to be. I've had worse. It's strange, because my army is good, but I think my position here is just awful. Just surrounded by garbage lands, and the AI is being aggressive. I'm getting pushed around, bullied by fish. Maybe I shouldn't have even bothered with spending all this money on mages, because that's not going to help for a while. Although it could be that we end up pushed down to our capital when we hit Conjuration 5, and then we just unload fire elementals to save our bacon. But who unloads the fire elementals? Brelix? I guess he does. At least they're 2 fire. They can self-buff up to 3 and then unload some fire on the enemy. That's okay. Think, Jake, you could have been those fishy bastards. If I were the fishy bastards, I think my units would be a bit cheaper to pump out and I could take the water uncontested. And there's a surprisingly large amount of money to be made in the water. Also, the province defense in the water, the generics here, are usually terribly weak. Look at these, the Tritons, the Willows? Marrows. Very weak opponents. Well, life may be bad, but it's our life to have. My only hope is that Pislarna end up fighting somebody else. Right, Wick's cripples are dying, and we make it over to the Cavern Realm. Now, my belief is that I am very advantaged in the Cavern Realm. What are we fighting here? We're fighting fully dark-visioned Pale Ones. These are Cavern Dwellers, so go figure their dark vision is good. They get a good amount of hit points, reasonable size, reasonable strength, but they have poor skills. The skills are not brought down by the darkness, but we are boosted by the darkness. Dark power 4 means our attack skill gets boosted by 4, our defense skill up by 4, our strength up by 4. Doesn't affect magic resistance, doesn't affect morale, doesn't affect protection, doesn't affect precision, does affect combat speed, so we'll even strike before our enemies. You don't get an extra turn with high combat speed, but you do generally strike before the enemy. Wait, this is movement. What's attack speed? I could have sworn combat speed affects attack speed. Well, who cares? Point is, there's no question about it. We're going to win this. Might even win it without loss, because our attack skill and defense skill means they're going to have a very hard time hurting us. They can throw their sticks and their stones, but we shank. We shank hard. Big naked cyclopses, but we're even bigger because of the large bless, which our god does not have to be awake to trigger. Oh yeah, no survivors. We're eating good tonight. I hear there's extra protein in the eyeball. Excellent job. Now this is why I thought going underground would be very advantageous. We get to use the darkness. And darkness being our ally means that while we might be heavily pushed up top and in the waters, down below should be our domain. I just hope it's a very big cavern system, and that the one problem we could have in the underground is the undead cyclopses. That's a nation that, oh god, they might even spawn underground. I hadn't thought of that. Right, what's happening in Bob-omb Battlefield? Asphodel fighting the Indies. This is Asphodel, generally regarded as a garbage nation because they rely on crummy free spawn. But I've never played as them, so I couldn't tell you. Don't Asphodel kill their own domain? Maybe Asphodel players could enlighten us. Pretty cool that they're running around with dogs, though. One of the things that really turned me on to Dominions was being told... I played as Ulm as one of my first nations. I think I played Ermor and Ulm, based on them apparently being easy to pick up. Is that an undead boar? And it was pointed out that the game's so deep, you could take one of those generic wolves that you were using in combat and make them into an all-powerful commander. It's a lot of investment, and it's certainly not worth it, but it's possible, and it speaks to the depth of the systems. There's a lot of whipping noises going on. I guess that's these mannequins doing what they can. Asphodel's Temut Ermor with free spawn. Wait, isn't this randomized? I thought you had to roll the random nonsense. I believe there's 1 or 2 actual factions here. I chose for there to be a chance of some of the vanilla factions, but the majority are randomized. We're gonna have a quick rundown once we're done here. I tell you, the Indies lost, but only barely. Asphodel did terribly there. Absolutely terribly. Look at these losses. 118, they lost 78. Pathetic. Anyway, I was curious that there was... Yeah, there is a carrion boar. Attacks with sleepy vines and a bite. Ugh. So yes, about our pretenders of the world. We've got Asphodel, and then it's random, 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 random. And quick rundown of the randomness. We've got random lithoids, We've got the Asmegs and some cavemen. Bizarre addition. Wow, death cavemen. Ooh, I love death. We've got the undead Cyclopses. I really hope these guys survive. I'd love to see them in combat. Nature and blood. Look at this big guy. He knows what it's all about. He's got the chill aura, so I wonder if they're going cold or not. I also wonder if they spawn underground or not. It'll be a big problem for me if they do, and I can do with fewer problems, not more. Here's us, Abysians and fire-retarding humans. We've got the ones that declared war upon us, the fish people, and they're not that bad as fish people go. Berserking, sacred, and look at that. Magic weapons there, they'll tear apart elementals. Oh, they would tear apart my fire elementals. I can't really easily counter them with that. That's assuming it's against sacred, so if they use their chaff, the chaff seems fairly easy to destroy. These guys are cute. Ugan Buzig. Even against the AIs, these guys are going to get stomped, I think. They look very weak. But how could I say no to little pygmy elephants? The largest animals known to man. They're as big as a human. Imagine that, a human-sized elephant. Ah, speaking of which, hello, Baron. And then finally the Avite Lizard combo, including bear-riding champions. Bizarre. And concerning. Right, I want you to preach Biotic God, because my Dominion is all but knout. I need Caius to hold this. Toad Raider's going to move into Moon Lake while Wick moves into Neverwinter. Hopefully I take this for its much-needed resources. I'm starting to really think I shouldn't be recruiting more mages. I need my money for combat. But I am recruiting as many units as I can. It's just not much out of my crappy little starting fort. Right, I need you to just hold there, Caius. While you're at it, go and get rid of what little unrest there is here. Ooh, man. Absang's doing alright for themselves. They've secured their cap circle. Again, their 6-province cap circle, including the throne. They're the only throne holders right now. Ah, right. They're the ones getting the Blood Mage. So it did give half night vision to the fish people, which was completely redundant, but that was their choice to make. Right, well, with what I know, and the fact that Lumen Fairies isn't about to die anytime soon, I wish for you to go and check out Besaid, please. Now, the Cavern Realm was ours without a hitch. We should be able to expand in the underground and take everything we want. Does that include the Hidden Realm? The army consists of pale ones and heavy infantries. There's no reason we can't take that. The question is, what's our path here? I want to take everything I can here. But the sooner I get thrones, the sooner I get some much-needed Dominion spread, and I am needing that badly. I might want the Mines of Despair, though. It's good money. But the Fountain of Doubt... Maybe if I take the Fountain of Doubt, I might discourage Asphodel from coming down here. So try and do Mines of Despair, Yellow Caves, reinforce Yellow Caves so Asphodel doesn't come through. Go through to Ulm, which I already protect, then take the Hidden Realm and everything up here. Okay, it's an approach, and it's going to be our approach. I can't believe this guy's still alive. So it's our first scout that we sent out. He instantly got diseased because he probably ran through something like a well of pestilence. He's become blind, he's got dementia, he can't speak, he's terrified of everything, and his chest hurts. Also, he's about to die because you constantly lose 10% of your health when diseased. So how about you just go over to Bookholm? Bookholm? Well, go there anyway, and die. Vapua, there's not much else to explore here. Please tell me what's happening over in Harad. Was he actually old? No, he's not old. These guys can live at least a little bit longer. Please tell me what's going over in Kandar as well. I want to know about this lake. Okay. And what do we have back home? Slowly building up my forces here. Biotic Ged gets a bit of preaching done, goes back, grabs the units, and I really want to take Kyoto. I need something that spreads Dominion. But I am terrified of this. Pislarna could just take their units over here and wipe the floor with me. I don't think I've... Oh, hang on, there we go. I want a couple of generic scouts to just place around here and see what my enemy is up to. Ah, crap. Right, so my plan to swing around here and take Kyoto is run into a snag. Anakim have expanded in this direction. That tells me that maybe I should take Balaton first. Just keep them on that side of the river. Then again, if they're always on that side of the river, they're never going to clash with Farguard unless it's through me. But you'd think they're going to have their hands full dealing with Atvsang. Here's the thing, everybody could be having problems with everybody else. It's hard to know when they're concentrating on me. If this is my cap here... I really think Moon Lake is a decent place for another fortification. Even though I'm not going to have these connections. I should have another fort at the ready somewhere. What about Neverwinter? I'm gonna get nowhere if I don't secure some resources, so let's take Balaton. We'll converge on Neverwinter and just try and take this land in general. Ugh, but Farguard's right there. I know that's gonna be a problem. Ah, life is fun. The more I get distracted by land war, the less I'm going to be able to freely expand in the underground, and the more I expand underground, the happier I am. Didn't you say something about your forts being crap, Jake? Yeah, they are pretty crap, but they still block enemy movement through my lands, and that's very important. I'm going to be chased underground real fast at this rate. Do I invest in this area or not? Because it might really be good for me to let Anakim take this, because then he'll go towards Farguard, Farguard goes towards him, and they have a way to get through to each other, which isn't just through me. Right, my decision is made. We're going underground. Reverse thrusters. Hang on, if I took Neverwinter, he could still go around. Gives him a way into Farguard. I don't know how the AI considers all these little things. Right, invest in the underground. So how's this going to work? Toad Raider, get back. Wick, get back. Reconvene in Zawet. Focus 100% on the underground. To our knowledge, there's only one throne underground, but there could be others. We don't know that. And we do have relative good access to 2 additional thrones. I see no reason that I couldn't take Obama and Kyoto. Actually, I might not be able to take Kyoto if Anakim takes them. Ugh, never rains when it pours, huh? Okay, maybe take Kyoto before we go underground. So get everyone over here, over to Mystery Lake, converge Kyoto, possibly swing around for Althira into Obama, but the underground must be moved upon. We're going to leave this to our so-called friends, which means I'm going to double time up my defenses. I would quite like the White Sea. Good money to be had in there. Defended by about 60 Tritons. Damn that Luke Triton. I need an underwater leader for the Ichthyids, and I would need a lab and a temple in Loch Ness to be able to recruit the Ichthyid shaman, so I'm going to need some other way to get underwater. I'm not going to go with crummy Ichthyds. Ooh, boy. Okay. Life is bad. Still working on all of this. This is okay-ish. Neverwinter and Osaka seem like good play. They would be if I wasn't considering having my enemies fight each other. But I am absolutely wanting my enemies to fight each other and not me. Again, I could open the diplomacy and just try for a non-aggression pact. I need to have these guys hold for a turn, because look at that, he goes and singles himself out. Also, that's hilarious. We fly at them, they fly at us. The joy of fighting the Zots. However, Zots are really weak and crappy units, so my commander just immediately sliced one. The sergeant hit the Zolts in the body with his great sword for 65 damage. Obscene. Good to see the commander doing his work, though. And good to see these guys actually throwing those throwing axes of theirs. But yeah, the Zolts are exceedingly dead. They are... We're size 5, they're size 3. So we're 6'1" and they're 5'10". Difference is palpable. Good fight. Good to see my commander getting a shot in there as well. What was the commander's name again? Who should we remember this brave deed of? Forte, of course. Right, what's happening in Loch Ness? We found a whole bunch of gems, not bad. And we've killed some filthy brigands over in the olive aisle of our supermarket. And our scout has finally died. He went and keeled over in Bookholm. Where the hell is Bookholm? I'm going to have to check that on my province name list. Bookholm is apparently the city of dreaming books. Now, I didn't add that to my names list, but somebody did. If you're familiar with that, please let me know. Right, this is good. So we took over... No, don't do that. Don't do that. We took over the Mines of Despair, and again, good income here. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I think that's what happens when you take over these cave forests. Cave forests seem to have good income. This area is larger than I thought. Important thing, seal off the yellow caves. Do not let Asphodel through here. Asphodel's capital is here. The Fountain of Doubt is probably held by them, meaning they could get down to Yellow Cave and easily dispatch the Caveman Champion. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to thump down a good province defense. I will later thump down an entire fort on it. Excellent position for a fort. I'm going to seal off this and take this this throne as well. Yes, this will all work out. However, I really need my commander to hold one turn. Because his command is stay behind troops, he runs behind these guys. But these guys then fly to the back, and then he runs over here. And that can leave him isolated. I don't want him isolated. Also, I want you to attack closest in case they do come and attack Forte. That's quite important. Asphodel Dominion will ruin your caves if it spreads. And that is why I need my Dominion here. Get a fort down, get the throne, make it mine. Because, yeah, you're completely right. Asphodel Dominion's going to kill off the population here. Pop kill nations, not even once. I'm going to check here. There's a good risk that my spy gets discovered and killed here. But I really want to see the lakes. Alright, Toad Raider, you came, you saw, but ultimately just leave your units behind, please. I know I only gave you one turn to go and check that out, Biotic God, but I'm going to need you in the underground soon to claim the throne. You know what, you're not doing any harm to anybody over there. Just keep preaching. I'll have you back when we need you. Why do I have a... Oh, right, I made some spies. I'm going to keep my spies around here so I can see the movements of you. Dire Docks is ideal because I'll be able to see their movements around Lego Island, Sparse Reef, and all that. But I want you to go via Obama. It's important to me to know if they ever attack into Obama. Yeah. I can take this over quite easily with a... oh, God, I'm not the only one thinking about this province. Okay, it's of higher importance for me to know what's going on in Kyoto. Yeesh, I might not have the time to take Kyoto. Look at this army. 110 units. Depraved destroyers, swordsmen, mace champions, griffins, ogres. They are probably going to smash Kyoto. I really don't want them taking Kyoto. That's such a strike into my underbelly. But what can I do? Like, literally, what can I do? I'm 1, 2, 3, 4 turns away from smashing Kyoto. They're 1. Well, life gets ugly. Are we sure nothing's going on in the hole? This was probably just the edge of the caverns then. Not a very big cavern system, but as long as we make it ours. Right, you're gonna have to wait there, Toad Raider. I know, life is suffering. Okay, there was indeed a Battle of Kyoto, and Anakim are likely to win this. Oh, they've already won this. Those griffins are going to come in and do monstrous things to the enemy. I'm going to be very surprised if these guys don't declare war upon me after taking this throne. And remember, these guys are fire resistant, so they're a very good counter to me. Off go the griffins. Griffins are going to murder the back line. Good lord, look at that. Talons, beak. Good morale on them as well, surprisingly good. Yeah, Yeah, the independent armies are just utterly blasted. Almost no losses for my foe there. Ah, that's bad. Well, let's focus on our victory. Look, we can perform too. We can take out these 3 cavemen. Yeah. Who's the real winner now? And Luxan loses population and gains unrest because people have been drowned in the swamp. Sacrifices to appease the spirits of the wetlands. Right. So this is a problem. Maybe we can come to a mutual agreement where they don't kill me, but they are almost assuredly going to kill me. Like, what can I even do against this? Why is there a strange symbol here? How do you check history of a place again? I think there's some weird stuff going on in my capital, but the game is not keen to tell you what. Armies, income, it's not a unit order. Ah, crivens. I thought there was a way to check the history of a province. Show info and chronicle with I. Unsure what this symbol is then. Okay, well, what do we have? We have Wick at least. Wick. Rally the troops. Isn't that a symbol that shows they have vision over you, like a spy? It's often a spy symbol, but it's often a spy symbol that you get for your spies. So I don't know what to make of it. Could go underground, because they're probably just going to die if I go into Kyoto. What about Obama, though? There is an idea that says just fall back. Fall back out of Olympitlung, let Anakim and Pislarna fight it out. In an ideal world, Pislarna take Olympitlung, and then these two fight without Anakim ever formally declaring war on me. The Olive Isle is not worth dying over. It's not that good, especially as farmlands go, so we're just going to pull out. If I can take Obama, all the better. Because I do need a throne. Look, my dominion here is dying, and it's going to get even worse with the throne here being taken. Got no good defense. Even if I put up temples, the temples get shattered by the enemies. Ah, God, this sucks. Going underground before I know it. Right, Forte on the Yellow Caves. I need this thing defended so that Asphodel don't come creeping on in. That's a lot of money to spend on this. Probably not even worth it. It's better to recruit a caveman and have a caveman build a fort here. I'll do both, though. Anyway, I gotta go and take Ulm and then the Hidden Realm and such. Once I take the Hidden Realm, I need my Pretender on... I need my Biotic God on that as soon as I can. Get out in Ulm, go and take that. All will be okay. Oh, the hole did expand. There's something going on up in the Holmes and the Deep Caverns. This is quite good, even though I still want this land. I want it all, though. Actually being chased underground by the big bullying AIs up top. Can't believe it's come to this. Right, tell me a bit more about the lake over here. You sound so happy when you say, God, this sucks. Well, this is very oppressive, but it's better than just curb stomping the AI. We have had Dominions runs where we just flatten them from day one, and there's no real challenge. Yeah, it can be fun when things work out for you, but if it's all just working out from day one, it feels a little empty. Being forced into this pathetic little corner makes the inevitable triumph feel all that better, or the crushing defeat all that more cathartic. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Still need someone over in Dire Docks, and I want to know what's happening on Obama, but we're definitely falling back, Caius. But here's the question, do we focus more on the underground or not? Because it's very much an idea that these guys can take the north, and my other detachment can take the south. But I really want Obama. I need something up here to generate Dominion, otherwise I'm going to be Dom killed. Look at that, I'm already forced into Dominion on my capital. I don't even have Dominion over Socotra. It's that stinky Asphodelian Dominion that we have here. If nothing else... raise a couple of cardinals. Oh, my cardinals are quite cheap. Yeah, raise me a couple of cardinals. Erect a temple in TikTok Clock and Loch Ness and Deimos Anomaly. They're relatively safe from attack. Even Quantum Golf is safe because I'm going to keep it warm here. So I want to make this temple town. The question is, what do we do with the army? Up top or down below? I'm sure we've had a quick glance at Obama and we've seen the units in it. And the fact that I didn't remark upon it tells me that it can't be anything more than a tier 1 place. But the underground is much more of an economic output for me. So we're going underground. What was in it? I can't remember. But I think it was fairly generic enemies. So nothing to worry about. Is how we're going to put it. Still going to crank out more units with the hope that I do eventually take it over, though. But yes, Biotic God, get underground and secure that throne. We're moving underground. And underground we will put down all of the temples ever as well. And then we'll just let all the others fight amongst themselves up top. Which does mean I want more spies, actually. I want more spies so I can place them here. I love having spies on thrones because that tells me that the enemies are... The enemies love to bring everything they can into thrones to secure them. So this got me a lot of information about exactly how strong Anakim are. The answer is much stronger than me. If I brought everything I had and I fought Anakim here, it's maybe a coin flip if I win or not. But they can just keep pumping out more and more, and they've got quite a bit of resources with which to do that, so... Troubling is what it is. But we're going underground. Okay. Unexpectedly, Terminal Wetness, the god of those people that we were looking at earlier, has secured the Throne of Zeal. What's the Throne of Zeal? Don't tell me that's not the Throne of Strength, though. Zeal is +2 morale and +10 Dominion's conscription. This is pretty useless, but that Dominion spread 2 is horrifying. That's twice as strong as a normal Dominion spread, and look at it, it's already cleaved through my Dominion here. Life is bad and getting worse. You get over to High Rock, please. Yeah, you keep on sneaking. Do you think you can take on Altheria with that wimpy army of yours? I don't think you can. I think you should go back to Mystery Lake. If both of these provinces fall, that's still not a big bad thing. Although I would rather keep Thebes. Thebes has alright income, good population. But I shouldn't offer these provinces up. They're not free. Might actually keep you there, and I'll reinforce you in a turn or two with these units. I need to hold something here. I cannot just let you in, even if I have to hold Mystery Lake. If they cross that bridge, they're in my cap circle, and then I'm very truly slaughtered. Is there anyone in Obama? Look at that, we don't see anyone there, even though we're adjacent to it. That's going to be a problem for me if Pislarna have taken it, but again, I'm hoping Pislarna take my Olive Garden, which I regret reinforcing now. But you can't unreinforce somewhere that you've put defensive units on. So hopefully Pislarna go here, and then they and Anakim fight it out. And maybe whilst they do all that, I can slither my way around. It's no big surprise, but I took Ulm. Do we have our prophet back? Yes. Is he a winged beast again? Yes, it's Biotic God Volus. We're fighting against Bakimona Shows. They are surprisingly good units. You can fluff these guys up to be immensely powerful. But the real power comes from the fact that they're extremely cheap, and they carry a Yari. Good damage, piercing, long so it can repel. Their attacks are a bit crap, but they fight 6 to a square, so they can be a royal pain to deal with. Fortunately, royal pain is exactly what my sacreds are all about. Look at them go. All my sacreds see are lots of targets. Also, they ignite. Their furs ignite easily to our heat aura. Also, undead. Undead might be resistant to cold, but they're not resistant to heat. They're practically immune to poison, though, so it's very rare you can poison a skeleton. Some things can, though. Spiders can poison skeletons. There's a deathly poisonous special weapon that can poison anything. I believe it deals 75 poison damage. Nothing resists that. However, you can still survive it if you have very good regeneration and lots of health. Oh, wait, who's this? Who's this trying to sneak away? The Oni Spirit of Olm. Interestingly, you are ethereal, so you're hard to hit, but hard does not mean impossible. Down you go. Good job. One Hellbent Guard. That's appreciable. Appreciable losses for what I'm achieving here, which is securing the underground. Here's a question. How do we divide our forces? We have reinforcements coming in. I don't want to wait on them. I want to believe that Pale Ones and Heavy Infantries are going to die horribly to my units here. So we're going to march in and slaughter them. The reinforcements are going to go south. Don Gero, you have a very important job of building me a fort. I appreciate I don't have the money for that. So we're going to make some savings. These guys cost 100 apiece. I can't afford that. I also can't afford the temples that they're supposedly about to build, but they're going to have to build them anyway. I really want these guys to start fighting. Why can't I just give up this province? I don't want it anymore. It's a liability. Right, so now please construct me a palisade here just to block Asphodel's approach and give me a nice safe place to build up lots of temples. Is this really where the north ends? Interesting. Miriak tells me what's going on in or next to Shivering Isles by way of Aberdeen. Yeah, Caius, I know it pains you, but you're going to have to wait here, aren't you? It's not unthinkable that I build a fort on Thebes. But it would be expensive. And it's not in a very good position either. I think you're just going to have to hold out here. Eventually I'll have some reinforcements, some worthy reinforcements to send over in your direction. But my Dominion is dying, man. Look at this. That's going to be hard to keep it warm, and I need it warm over here, or else the river will freeze, and then the troops can just cross over here and smash me in my cap circle. That giant nerd caster's got a lot of casts. Giant nerd caster? Giant nerd carter, perhaps. Right, is there anything else for me to concern myself with? Biotic God is heading underground. You'll get over to Ulm, and then it's over to Hidden Realm. Assuming we take this. God, it would be terrifying if we didn't. We are outnumbered about 3 to 1. But surely that's not a problem for us. Hey, look at them, they're pale ones. Yeah, they see underground, but they fight like trash. The heavy infantry, I'm hoping... Yeah, they're human heavy infantry, so I don't think they can see very well in the underground. They should be very easy to kill. Alright, have some faith in your units, they'll be fine. Alright, well, the battle happened. I'm hoping for an amazing throne. It could actually be a detrimental throne. That's a lot of them, though. Oh, that's a lot more pale ones than I thought. Also, they've got casters. I should have considered that. Fire casting? Well, I hope you bring out fire elementals, because we laugh at those. Largely. Water and astral, as long as it's not air elementals, those I cannot deal with. Huh, this could be a problem. Let's see how much of a problem it is. Flaming arrows, temper armor. Okay, we'll get in there. Fortunately, the fire damage that you do with your fire arrows, we largely negate. Actually, I think we entirely negate. Stellar Cascades is not welcome, though. Please don't do that. Meanwhile, my front line doesn't really do anything. Ah, ha, ha, Soul Slay. No, please don't do that either. Their Astral Mage just one-shot one of our guys there. This is hurting. Please take care of the commander, not the stone-throwing little pebble munchers. Okay, fortunately their caster has become really tired. He spent his gems and just knackered himself doing mind hacks against my flying demons. Yeah, the problem with these guys is their skills are really low. Those sticks and stones are never going to hit with that low attack ability. Their attack skill just isn't good. This is the big downside of using pale ones, the Cyclops. Their skills, attack and defense, are very, very low. So you need to work yourself around that. Maybe you just make them walking tanks that expel heat or poison or cold or something upon the enemies. Or they just tie up enemy ranks whilst other better fighting units do other things. There's no perfect unit that does everything amazingly well. There is always a counter, and the counter is always cheaper than whatever you've spent. Like, that guy had a dozen gems on him and was a mage, and he just got shanked in the face by an axe. Sometimes the solution is just bring a bigger axe. In this case, though, we took a bit of attrition, but for taking this province, absolutely worth it. Also, our intel was dead wrong, 82 over 120. The numbers would have been nothing, though, because the ones that killed us were the magics of the wizard. Mystery Lake brings me misfortune. Great. It's not great. It's quite bad. At least we're getting money from the underground. And it's the Throne of Fortune. We get luck, double dominion spread, and we get a few glamour gems. Well, we get 2 per turn. That's all quite good and well worth protecting. Also, we know this is the edge of the underground. That is the good news. So Biotic God, go and claim the Hidden Realm. Wick expands south. Forte. Trying to think of the most efficient way to go about doing this. I probably want these 2 provinces because it's the most money. Take the Hold, then the Dare Caverns, then the Halls. Then go via back Silent Cavern. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back, yeah. Take the most expensive provinces. Get back to Litho, and then the underground should largely be mine. We'll see if there are any more emerging spots, though. I don't think we know everything about the underground here. Are there spies? Oh ho, you better believe that. Bakemono Chief. Indie recruitable spy for me. So I'm going to recruit him and have him head south so I can figure out what else is going on down here. You are also a spy, but you're a death mage spy. Not interested. Enemies killed 2 of our troops, but we lost 3. Did one of our boys die of old age in that fight? An excellent question. There are multiple possible answers, but let's get the correct one. So all this is going on. We know one of them got soul slain. There's a way to just check your units, right? Commanders, filter, sort by... Right, so 2 of them have died. One of them got soul slain. We know that because he's got minus 971 health. Soul Slay does 1,000 damage. So it is survivable. Just not very likely. Doesn't have good penetration, but we don't have amazing magic resistance, so it gets through and just blep. 999 damage, plus 4. Protection roll of 11. Nice try. So the wizard did that. One of the Hellbent guards died to lingering poison. How did you even get poisoned? Who is doing poison damage? The Hellbent guard took 1 point of damage from lingering poison. Ah, look at that. Poison cloud. Poison cloud I don't think counts as anybody's kill. So who cast a poison cloud? Must have been one of the mages, but I didn't notice an ast. No, here's what happened. One of these mushrooms got popped. And some of the mushrooms cause... Yeah, this one. The giant puffshroom got hit either by magic or by one of those flaming arrows. It exploded in a poison cloud. Poison cloud affected one of my guys here, and he died from that poison. He'd already gotten pretty softened up. But for the purpose of analytics, that did not count as anyone in particular's kill. You, on the other hand, Johnny Bravo, Wizard of the High Magics, you get accredited with that Soul Slay. And I think you also killed with a Stellar Cascade. We got the numbers there, right? No, you just got the one from the Soul Slay. A lucky pale one managed to impale one of my guys. But there's your answer. It was lingering poison from a dead poisonous fungus. Nasty way to go, right? All your heroes nearby and you just get the fungal kill. Grim. Ooh, there's shades underneath here. Those will be a problem because I'm not magically weaponed up. You went via Aberdeen because I want to know what's adjacent to Shivering Isles and I might park you there. Harad, tell me what's happening in the Bronx. Probably nothing. I think it's surrounded by water. King Dididi. Now, I might... My hand is forced here. I need to start building temples or else I'm going to die to Dominion loss. I'm actually going to have Shark Killer preach. At 1, how far do you preach? I think it's double, but only +1 with a temple. Anyway, you're going to preach. Tick-tock clock, on the other hand, is going to have the temple. DDD, I want you underground, please. It's the safest place. Would you look at that? My grand master plan worked to a degree. By not stirring the pot personally, Asphodel and Farguard are slugging it out. Now, it would be 100 to 1 odds. Farguard is definitely going to win, but what if Asphodel pulls something out? Let's consider the forces that are fighting against each other. We don't get to see the actual battles here, but here is Asphodel. It's early in the game, so they have not killed themselves yet with their ghastly Dominion. Does it give us the information about that? Here we go. Dominion reanimates unburied corpses as mannequins. Temples and growth scale increase reanimation rates. Dominion kills population. It's early enough that they still have a population, so they got the money to recruit their units. And they have some decent ones. Look at that. Size 4 berserking trampling minotaurs. We've made those work before. Sacred centaurs. Centaurs are amazing. If they're sacred, then all the better. Because they count as mounted. Do they? Funny, I thought they counted as mounted. Point is, centaurs tend to have amazing defense skill, and this guy's none different. Hard to hit. If you do hit him, defense is pretty low, but he's got a shield to get through. Hits you with a lance, hits you with a hoof, throws a javelin in your face, also goes berserk. More tramplers, they go berserk. And then they get their free spawn. What about the Panic Apostate? Look at that. Death and nature. With potentially more death and nature. Beastmaster as well. So, troubling. And they're fighting against Farguard. Who was Farguard? There we go. Shadow Retributor. A double costing, you don't often see Sacred 2 here. Double costing, glamorous unrest, giving giant here. Massive health. Good protection. Decent skills, big strength. And they got these guys. We've worked with these guys before. They are excellent in combat. Good skills. Hell, those are great skills. Very affordable for that as well. They come in all sorts of skills, weapons, and protection. They got tridents as well. God, that's brutal. And their magic access, Earth and Death. Are they going to be bringing in loads of skellies? Are they going to be casting nasty things in battle? We shall see. Well, we won't see. We're going to see the battles, but we will see the outcome. Because we're adjacent to this, we'll know who takes Tatooine. Tatooine is currently held by... Farguard is being besieged. Yes, so Farguard holds it. Asphodel is the one that is besieging it. Farguard's capital is here. Asphodel's is here. So it's halfway house. My hope that Anakim would go south and engage with Farguard as well seems not to be working out, but I know they're going to be building a fort here. The AI always fortifies thrones. Also, I was completely wrong about my assessment of Obama. It is littered with vine men, boars, heavy infantry, light infantry, and crossbowmen. It has a lot of units. Now, I can defeat that, but it would take quite an investment. So I should probably maintain this passageway up to it, because something like that is going to be a level 2 or 3 throne, and I'm going to need that. Yeah, vine men are indeed flammable. I don't think they're weak to fire, but they are slow, lumbering, stupid creatures, so setting them on fire is certainly an option. Heat from Hell was the really great idea. But I really want Pislarna to take the Olive Garden. That way they will be on a collision course with Anakim, and that is absolutely what I want, but they seem very hesitant to take this. Having a hard time coaxing them in. Oh well, what's a man to do? He's to take his battle-frightened, dementiaed Sergeant Toad Rider and give him the units, because he's going to have to reinforce the north so I can take Altheria. I suppose the longer they don't take Olive Betlung, the longer I have it and I get the income from it. The resources I don't get because I got nowhere to give it to. But the underground is going to be my new abode. We're going to have a fortress on the Yellow Caves. We're going to have a fortress in wherever has the best recruitables, I suppose. The hole is good because it covers a lot of places. Yeah, I really want to cover these caverns. 4 adjacents, 4 adjacents. The cave forests have the boosted income, but once I take it all, I'll make an assessment on where we build up. And I will probably also want a fortification. Ooh, right. This goes through to Sokoto. That's Asphodel again. We really cannot afford to have Asphodel Dominion in the caves. He'll kill everybody. And that's bad for me. Really very bad for me. Ugh. Okay, but still, we go through here. I was hoping for more thrones underground. As it stands, we are going to be throne starved. It's going to be a very difficult fight from here. Good. I'm excited. Alright, can you get down to Dantooine, please? I really want to see if and when that ever gets taken. Thrones are also a relatively safe place for spies to hide out in. The spy just hides out in the throne, and he observes everything around it. As long as the throne is well defended, they're usually quite safe. For a while. Continue bringing in more units. More units. I might need these preachings very soon. It does eat into my Hellbent guards, and that is unfortunate. That might actually be too unfortunate. I need those Hellbent guards. Gotta take the south, you know. These guys are messed up. I don't want to say I don't live under a rock, but we're migrating, so we're going to be living under a rock. Can you smell what it's cooking, though? Okay. In addition to the AI just having more lands and more resources, they get a boosted percentage of that because I've given them, I think it was mighty AIs. Right, Janiga, what you up to? Crackside. The initiate shall hereby be known as a prophet of Shy Mystic. Whenever you see this, it indicates that one of their prophets had died. The AI is not good at keeping their prophets alive, but what's a man to do? A man is to take over the Cathedral of Rock. These were my reinforcements that I sent in. And against this pathetic entourage, they're already dead. How quaint. How about the hole? Again, shouldn't be a problem. Troglodytes could be a problem. They're size 6 tramplers, but we're size 5. They will technically trample us, but the size difference means the damage will not be very large. Let's see it in action. Also, they're led by some kind of black troglodyte. Cool, but if we kill him, the other troglodytes are going to vamoose. They don't even go berserk. So let's see how that works out for us. It will be a problem if the troglodytes get over to my fire followers. Size 6 to size 3, these guys will get squished. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. Notably, my line of fire followers have not been very relevant for much. They've stopped a cavalry charge or two, but that's it. They will become much more relevant in the larger engagements that last longer. Anyway, there's their troglodyte leader. There goes their troglodyte leader. Already 100% dead. What did he eat? Poison dagger, strong poison, an axe that chopped off his arm, and then axe to the body and he's dead. Now the troglodytes will take a moment to realize their leader is dead. And look at that, they do get their trampling done. You can see that here. You can evade trampling, but you will always take at least a bit of damage unless you fully block it through, say, being ethereal. Trample is a great counter to people that have too much protection. Anyway, shortly they will realize they have no leadership. Yeah, I don't know how you trample a flying unit, but they manage. And now they want to run. And this one's going to have a hard time because he's been poisoned to death. So look at that, he's 10% of that poison damage coming in. How much poison damage? 18 there. You will not survive. Even if you retreat, all of the damage that you have piled up has to expend itself. So your bleeding, your burning, your poison, all just pays itself off when you try to retreat, and it usually kills. Surprisingly enough, they crushed a couple of my guards, so I really am taking attrition on this. How unfortunate. Thebes has given me a whole bunch of gems, which I do appreciate. Given the extra effort I'm going to holding this. Okay, they are starting to mount up over at Seto. That's all the more reason that I need to mount up myself so that they don't break through into Thebes. Ideally, they get this far, they go, ooh, better not fight that. I know, we'll fight these guys instead. Look, they have a throne. And then that's how it goes down. There's a quite well organized defense here, so you're going to die sitting around there. Miriact is holding out in the Shivering Isles. Is there another throne that I can just poach for a while? Go over to Chrysidium, I think. Keep an eye on what's going on over there. Not much happening in Besaid. I love Ugan. I really hope they do well. I love them even more knowing they're going around the back of Anakim. That's a little interesting, isn't it? Could be that Anakim gets more choked than I imagined. Hang on. There's a lot of green here, so it's hard to tell who from who. We've got Atsang, Ugan Buzik, and Pislarna, and they're all green. Evidence suggests that you are not good at keeping your prophet alive. Now, he ran in. He wanted glory. He got himself killed. Warfix is coming in saying, Jake, I have a question, but I'd prefer not to get muted again, just because I don't know if it's taboo or not. If there's a problem, if I ask about your opinion on Frostpunk 2, now that you get a chance to play it, I'm a bit late. Completely disregard this since you've played something else, but I value your opinion. I'm flattered that you regard my opinion, but it's just one out of millions, perhaps even billions. Anyway, Frostpunk 2 is fine. As a game, it's pretty good. Robust systems, enjoyable to play. The problem with Frostpunk 2 is that it's called Frostpunk 2. It betrays a lot of expectations, and I think that's where a lot of the negativity comes from. Anyway, I enjoyed it, but it doesn't have longevity. I don't really want to play it again, unless they bring out some amazing expansion for it. I'm going to Chrysidium. I'm going to check out Bookholm as well. I just want to get these... I want to get these thrones locked down so I know what my enemies are up to as they navigate around them. As more and more of the map gets filled up by the players and not the generic independents, they start putting up province defense, and the AI loves to put a lot of points into province defense, and that makes scouting very difficult. Yeah, even your stealthiest of scouts just get found really easily. I used to claim that the AI always knows where your units are. I think that's not true, it just feels like it because of how much they spend on defense. Right, didn't I send somebody down here already? I thought I was, but perhaps I imagined that. Point is, I need someone going down there, and you're someone, so get on down there. Oh, no, we do have someone down here, but I'm going to need a lot of you, so King DDD. We need a lot of temples down here. We've already seen what we've done, right? Yeah, we checked these out. Right, hopefully... Right, Sino-Cephalian warriors can be a pain in the bum to fight. They can be really rather strong, and they do see in the dark. Huh, you know, all in all, these could be some rather horrifying fights. Also, look at that, these cave forests are not so good in the income. I bet Asphodel is behind this. Wick, continue the rampage down south. Ooh, Great Iron Mine, that's so good. That's a lot of resources that we're going to gobble up from the Yellow Cave Fort. Probably not the Olm Fort, we just need to hold Shikoku. Not Olm, although easier said than done. Shikoku is a wreck. Right, I need to figure out what's going down there. Kalaw, you check it out. Biotic God Volus, you absolutely must claim this Throne of Ascension. If I don't start getting some Dominion spread, I'm Dom killed. I feel just about any question here, as long as they're not ridiculously stupid questions, even if it's not what we're streaming right now. Not much point doing a stream if you don't interact with chat, is the way I see it. That's for me, at least, right? I like to run things my way. Others can run it their way. Strongly contemplating what and where and how I build up here. Ulm is already going to be drank up by you, but Ulm itself is a good province. No, it's got to be the Hole, right? Kamari Ronso might actually be a good person to start building the fortification in the Hole. But I do worry quite a lot about Forte. Forte has taken too much attrition to probably continue on. I'm not sure my 30 units can take on these. Oh, go on. Come on, we're darkness boosted. How could we not kill them? Take them on. As for Kamari Ronso, I do want that fort. The sooner it's built, the sooner it gives me a payoff. So let's rescind a bit of money. Like so. And then Kamari Ronso. Me and my cousin used to keep imitating Kamari Ronso, but having him say how useless he is. Big, useless Kamari Ronso. We both knew he was trash. Right, I finally have a temple. Who would believe? Probably going to go to Moon Lake and pray, although I should really go to Socotra and pray. It's more important that I keep Asphodel out of my lands than anybody else. Mystery Lake has fallen. Tragic. Dominions-wise, at least, it's still my province. It's just Westfalen right around here. I think I'm alright in spies for now, but more information is better information. Continue on over to Dire Docks. If you die, you die. Alternatively, we're not that far from being underground. Scouts are pretty good for building up forts, because they're not very good at anything else. There's another idea that says, just wait here in Thebes. I might find a good use for you later on. Gaius, you're going to be waiting here as well. King Dididi is down here in Ulm. I want temples. I can't afford temples. Of course. Go to the Yellow Caves and get preaching there. I don't like the idea that there is Lubu's horrifying dominion here killing off the population. Okay. I mean, times are still bad, but they're potentially getting better. Uh-oh. No, this is good. This is perfect, actually. What I was hoping for happened. So, of course, we claim the Throne of Fortune. Our luck has gone up. And befitting our luck, Pislarna have indeed attacked into the olive aisle of our supermarket. I mean, what kind of fancy supermarket has a dedicated aisle towards olive oil? Is it olive oil or just olives? I need to read it again. Show off my miraculous German understanding. So there we go. Not unexpected. They got the lizard men. They got the walking fish tacos. And they just eradicate my paltry province defense. But that was what I'd planned. I actually planned for this to happen. Now, Pislarna could continue on into me. They will be facing my heavy cavalry with Caius Consad, who's just about to get some Toad Rider back up. Given what you have, attack rear, attack, guard commander, that's okay. Would be a little bit more okay with just a bit more heavy cavalry. Yeah, basically come and get it if you want Thebes. If they do get Thebes and pierce on through, I'm in a lot of hot water, but come on, when am I not? You bring in the reinforcements, you hold the line, and the hope is that these two fight each other, because he should be much more interested in his throne than my little Thebes province here. Olive oil would be Olivenöl. Ah, but it's just the Olivenabdetlung. Freaking Germans, man. What else are we doing? The Dare Caverns. This, I don't know if we're winning. Hopefully we do. But these guys have caught me off guard before. 18 hit points, size 4. Basically no protection, but they do go on a rampage. These guys chimp out. How's their dark vision? Oh, it's only 50, actually. That's good. I'm entirely cruising. The reason we're able to have such an easy time underground is entirely because of these guys. They're dark power 4. That's a massive dark power. And yes, darkness is difficult to achieve above ground, because darkness is a very expensive spell and a very rare effect. Lanka, for example, they have a guy that auto-casts darkness, and that is one of his many things that he does very well. But if you want to cast darkness, it's a very expensive spell, needs a lot of death access, costs gems as well, just unpleasant in a lot of ways. But underground, we are darkness for free, and that's boosting us up a hell of a lot. Even though you're taking your battle wounds, you're still deriving it home. Wow, lossless. Nice. And then we continue the march south. It was good to get some actual expand. Weren't those troglodytes? I need to see that again. Yeah, remember the last time we fought a bunch of troglodytes? Hey, these guys can be pretty good. If you grab these early on, they're great for expanding with, because they have a reasonable amount of hit points to take the wee jabby jabs of independence, and they go and trample them to death. They're not likely to retreat with 15 morale. They move, they move, they move, they disappear. And again, every kill is more experience for my units. And experience, better attack skill, better defense skill. It's all good. Air gems out of Zawet, and worldwide luck is going up. Alright, things are starting to turn around, but we still need our Dominion down here. The horrific Dominion of Asphodel is doing too much bad stuff to me. Not sure I want Underspring. Those shades are a pain for me to fight. What's the difference between a drip cave and a cave? Drip cave has excellent resources. Regular cave has low income. Wait, what? Okay. Still going to take Stalagmitia. Oh, hello. There's an entry through to Celadon City. I need that cordoned off, so I'm going to need a fort here. Fort here, fort here. That speaks towards having a fort in Cold Hollows, but I also need one in Mudwater. So fort here, and then probably one around here. The point of these forts is purely... would you call it tactical or strategic? I just want to plug the holes so that the enemies cannot come in and instantly start pillaging through my lands. That is not allowed. Anyway, we get preaching here. We need to eliminate Asphodelian. There's words I'm looking for. Asphodelian Dominion must go. Palisades is almost up. That means we can, if we have a temple here, which we should soon enough, could actually do that already. Give me a temple, please. You're already building palisades, which is also good. Forte, take over the halls. Ajuran. Ajuran on the coast. Unthinkable. So we know the whole world except for this lake. Since we have a little better to do, I'm going to go around and check out the lake as far as we can see it. Earl von Vumer, I need you to preach in Socotra. Asphodelian Dominion is not allowed here. Liu Bei, you're going to sneak over to Danduin. Let me know what's happening there. And Pelus, what do you wish to do? Well, Dominion must be spread. I want you over to the Cathedral of Rock and go and pray over there. Biotic God Volus. There isn't terribly much for you to do, but I do want you to be safe. So get yourself over to Yellow Cave. And you will preach from there as best you can. And again, that plugs Asphodelian Dominion, which is very important because the population will die from Asphodel Dominion. Does it show that here? No. Oh, there we go. Dominion kill. 1% is dying every turn. That must be turned around. There are damn caves. We want to stop them with zone of control, precisely. It's of vital importance. Alright, everybody seems to be doing stuff, and yet it doesn't feel... with only one fort, it really doesn't feel like I'm cranking out much anything. Which is because I'm really not cranking out much anything. Well, I do what I can, for I must. We're not recruiting more mages, which is really hurting our research, but we will eventually hit Conjuration 5. Conjuration 5 is our get-out-of-jail card. As long as we can summon full-size fire elementals, regardless of the fire cost, it means we can mount a desperate defense. And I have done that before. Very early on, what was I playing? I think it was Abyssia versus Niflheim, something like that. And it was a last desperate defense in a bizarrely shaped castle, because once you go through the walls, you then fall into this massive dip. And my god was there. But he summoned enough fire elementals, even in 3-level cold, to survive. And then there are other things that I love. Flame spirits are nice. Where are the fire lions? Fire lions are amazing. Ah, summer lions, that's them. They are ethereal, and they burn. Just phenomenally good. They need to be led by a mage, but I'm sure we can manage that at some point. Once this is done, I will eventually want to work my way up to nature. Gift of Health would be amazing, so I guess we're working our way towards enchantment. That's going to be very expensive. I do not have the research for this, but I don't have the money for research, nor the infrastructure. We are horrifically poor. My pathetic research core. Enrique de Trastamara, Brelic, Schmoobler, fan of gaming. Clubber Seal, Monsoon, and Frozen Kaiser. The dynamic, whatever the 7 of duo is. I hate to pass turn. There surely should be more that I can do. Give me another couple of Castilians or Cardinals or whatever they are, please. I played too much Heroes of Might and Magic 3 to allow my mental image of what a troglodyte is to be dislodged. I played, what, one game of that game? It was close, really close to being good, but it just wasn't good enough. Too heavy on the fantasy, and too old. Right? If you didn't play Heroes of Might and Magic 3 when it came out, it must be difficult to stomach. Also, something very bad happened. They did pursue me into Thebes. Let's see what happens in Stalagmia first. Not troglodytes, these are cavemen. Cavemen do not have perfect dark vision, so they do suffer on attack and defense. When they hit hard. So the idea is don't let them hit you. Thump. Did anyone actually get hit? Well, some of them did, but not too hard. We do have some protection after all. They're also large though, so they're more likely to hit you in the head, and when you're hit in the head, blunt damage does 25% more before armor deduction, and that's the big part. Alright, good job. Excellent job. Just one of them went down to the cavemen, so the wait. Yeah, that is pretty good. Pretty damn good. I am severely concerned about this fight, though. But they didn't seem to have brought the brunt of their army. I think they just brought the ones that they had attacking before. There are some sacreds there, and I do see a priest, so they will get their blessing down. But we should be able to handle that. We don't have the largest of counterattacks here, but we might be able to do something as long as I don't set my own units on fire. Which I might. That's always a possibility. Get in there and stab them. These guys are not poison resistant, but they do go angry, so be careful. I think we interrupted some of the blessings as well, and we are setting them on fire. Good. Who wants some roast fish tacos for din-dins? I'm about to pay for not having poison resistance on my guys, because their coral spears do poison damage. They are, however, routed, and in come my heavy cavalry to give them what's for. Please survive poison. I think a couple of you are going to die, though. Roast them. Boil them. Stick them on a stick. Dominion 6 is a 1-year-old game that looks like a 20-year-old one. Not untrue. But I think it's charming. And again, I said the same thing about Robin Hood. I am setting fire to my own units here, but that's okay. As long as you survive the fight, all of the provincial defense will replenish themselves. So even though we're having Iceland's own frozen horse burgers, they might survive. They might survive. I'm just watching this guy burn. I don't think he likes being on fire very much, and he's still parked right next to the guy that's causing the fire. He's weakened, he's frightened of battle, and he's burned entirely to death. So not without losses, the fight in Thebes. Look at that, 5 of my 9 Hellbent guards went down the drain. And of the province defense, 7 of them went down. But their foes only killed 3 of mine. So some of that was lingering poison. Otherwise, good to send them packing. Remember, that was the point of this. This was a strategic fallback. What about the strategic advance? More of those cavemen with a much smaller army. Hopefully it still goes well. Oh, well, that's how to take care of it. We took care of the leader guy there. Der Klein Gaius, the caveman champion, took an axe right to the head, chopped off his head, and now all the other cavemen are trying to retreat, and as we see, retreaters just do not know how to attack. So they are easy pickings for my flyers. You might reasonably say, Jake, these flying units seem to be doing all of the everything. Why are you hiring anything other than them? The flying units being my Hellbent guards. Because they're sacreds. Wow, this guy, how are you still alive? Yeah, there we go. Great club to the head. Damage roll of 48. Just about killed you, but just about doesn't kill. Anyway, I'm limited to the recruitment of these to my maximum dominion. And my maximum dominion, I think, is default 6. Yeah, because I chose my god, which was a chassis 4, and added 2 to it. But you can increase that limit by building temples. Every 5 temples you build raises the limit by 1. So until I get lots of temples, I'm still very limited on the recruitment of them. Also, I think they're capital only. I'll have to check that, but there is a throughput issue with recruiting those flying guys. They also have their own weaknesses. They do have weaknesses, right? I mean, they're fairly cheap in terms of upkeep. They're not good frontline units. They don't have good defense skill, and their protection could be better. That's why our fire followers come in. They got better protection. They've got a nice shield for the defense. They can tear down fortifications better. Like I said, there's no one unit that answers every question in the game. So I got to mix and match. Although frustratingly, I think the fire followers are more expensive in upkeep, even though altogether they perform less good. Luxan, oh god. A group of freethinkers have been banned in my capital. They and their kin have left the lands and looking for a more pluralistic government. Someone else would have gotten them then. Forte, after everything you did in the underground, your heroic battle prowess is now the stuff of legends. Your attack skill goes up. Well, I guess that's kind of good. You don't like this darkness, though. Forte's afraid of the dark. Very fitting. We need you to take over Silent Cavern. The Hole is having Kamari Ronso's own custom palisade built up. Don Gero is building the one here. I will get the preaching done. We must stop the Asphodelian Dominion from spreading down here. Oh dear. Right, there's also a pop-out at Gratis, which is very close to the enemy capital, Falgard. Also, Falgard is under attack by independents. They must have gotten the event, maybe troglodytes, maybe the D&D characters, but something is besieging Falgard's own capital. And on top of that, oh my, on top of that, Tatooine actually fell to Asphodel. That's bizarre. Really bizarre. Yeah, the music here, it's all the Dominions 4, 5, and 6 soundtrack. If you like the stuff that's playing right now, it's just called Dram 2, but if you look up Dominions 4 soundtrack, you'll find it. This is a worrying development. I don't actually want any one nation to bulldoze the other, and would you look at that now, Anakim's coming over. My dream was that Fargard shatters Asphodel, but before they claim Asphodel's capital, they have to put up with the onslaught of the Anakims. As it stands, it looks like Fargard is going to be divided pretty handily between Asphodel and Anakim. That's all quite bad. On top of that, look at this. Massive dominion here. Everyone's going to die in this region. This region is going to become just rubbish, so it's not even going to be good for me. Well, the resources will still be there, but you need money as well. And supplies. Last turn, you were saying Tatooine would fall for sure. Well, I don't want Asphodel to do well. Right, Mutmut, I need you to wait on High Rock. Keep an eye on the movements of the Anakimans. Although there's a lot to be said for you telling me what in the world is going over at Fargard. Please do. Right, we bring in yet more preachers. Much as I would like to build up my infrastructure with fortifications, I do severely need temples to spread my faith to the faithful. Do I actually fort up on Thebes? That means Mystery Lake is just wide open for further attack, which is not good. And look at that, they're moving on in. I do not dare attack into this, though. The whole point is that these two should fight each other. If Anakim ever decide to attack me instead, I'm in so much trouble, because look at that, they're coming around the sides here. They're here as well. My capital is just sitting there waiting to be taken. And my capital is still a huge amount of my everything. Not only that, it's where my unique buildings are. The Academy of Liquid Fire is how I get my sacreds, so they cannot be recruited just anywhere. And the Court of Steam gets me both of my awesome mages. Wow, one of them knows sailing. I can get to the islands with that. Interesting. Max size 3. That's still okay. And my flying commander. Those are all units that I can only recruit on my capital. Yes, so not being at war with Anakim is our entire foreign policy. Everything else can fall as long as we're not at war with Anakim. And if we are, that's a big problem. Right, Biotic God, get down to Yellow Caves. We're still preaching the good word down there as best we can. Pilus, we need temples. Oh, I don't have money for temples. Well, then just preach. A little bit of Dominion is spreading out from our Throne of Fortune, which I'm hoping that luck really delivers. High luck can give you events that give you tons of money. Some people actually just look at luck as a way of being money generation. So you consider luck 3 and you think, okay, that's a few hundred and then later a few thousand gold every few turns. But it's still down to luck. To try and think where to put my priests, where they're not going to instantly die, but also contribute something. Getting some of them up here would be handy. We have no priests to build up the area. I want a priest over in the hole. Alright, so I'm going to send one of you down here, and one of you needs to remain. Maybe have one of you in Mystery Lake. You will die, of course, if they move from Kyoto to Mystery Lake, but I have big problems if that happens anyway. Yeah, I'm alright with that. Uh-oh. Oh, this is the opposite of what I wanted to see. So I wanted to prevent anybody getting in on my good stuff down here in the underground, but would you look at that? The Nationgen Impalers and Astral Masters have decided that they want a piece of this. I need to ask myself, what do I do about that? I have option. Oh, there is another throne down here. Okay, this complicates matters even further. Okay, well now. I could plug this immediately, but I more or less have to dedicate my units to keeping this until I get a fort up. That costs a lot of time. Alternatively, I really hope this doesn't wrap around further, but it might. I could just cut them off by taking the Mines of Fortune and the Glowing Caverns. That way they're just stuck on this side of it all, and again, I hope this doesn't wrap around. So I leave the problem to fester, but I assure myself that I grab the rest of this. That's better for land grabbing, naturally. I think that's what I'm going to do. Take the Mines of Fortune, take the Glowing Caverns, make my way to the Undermountain if it's takeable. Biotic God Volus, take that as well. Spread my dominion underground. Plonk down those forts on the double. Difficult choices. It would be much easier if I'd expanded better and I had several armies instead of just kind of 1.5 army. They don't matter enough to be alive down here. But I don't know how much of a hit they can give. I suppose I could actually check. We do have score graphs available. Who's that with all... Zawet. Huh, the game thinks I'm the best of all the provinces. That is one way of looking at it, but the enemies get a lot more out of their provinces, so boo-hoo to me. Asphodel have the most forts. Wow, Pislarna actually have the most income. In terms of gems, they're also on top dog. The ones with the throne have all the blood income, of course. I am, by a country mile, the slowest researcher. Not surprising. My dominion is second lowest as well. But the army size is what I'm interested in. Janiga, very low. However, they're still larger than me. Now, army size is very literal. It is the size of your army. So an elephant is worth 5 pygmies. And that super combatant that you have that could fell 1,000 men on his own still only counts as that one unit that it is, whatever size it is. Then, of course, Ascension points. It thinks I'm winning, just because I took a 2-point Ascension throne. So maybe we're comparable, maybe we're not. Where was your capital? Janiga is over here. Do you have any other concerns other than me? This hole is actually quite far away from your capital, so it might be a bit of a... Well, no, it's just 1, 2, and then boom, down we go. This could cause me a lot of problems. Remind me, do your units see in the dark? They have perfect dark vision. No, 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 they don't. They absolutely do not. They have a will champion that has perfect dark vision. Aside from that, These guys' vision doesn't matter. They mind blast, which is 100% accurate. Yeah, they might have some real difficulty dealing with me, but they have very powerful meteor glaives. Also, I get poisoned for stabbing them because I got poisoned barbs on some of them. Just not an enemy I want to make right now. I'd rather just seal them off, and if they want to attack me, bang, I kind of cut them off at hot hollows. Although their units also swim, this river won't get in the way. Point is, I'm taking the Mines of Misfortune. If we bump, that's even better. Then I kill them and I take the province. Seal them off with Glowing Caverns, and then take Deep Mountain, Under Mountain, unless I really want Under Mountain quickly, in which case seal them off via Deep Mount. Alright, we have a plan now. Plans are good. Another way up in Umbor. Is that close to their capital? Yeah, Umbor takes us out at Gratis, which is equidistant from Celadon City. A little closer to Fargard and Asphodel, so a lot more of a central location that must be plugged. Which, of course, is a problem because I'm not there to plug it because these buggers got in the way. This is telling me I should have come down here much faster. But I didn't. We've made our bed. We've got to stay in it. Do I have any good indie recruits here? No, if they're not stealthy, I'm not interested. Of course, we got that Bakemono show. Maybe I want another one. Slither him over in this direction instead. I want to know how far this goes out and how far this goes out. And if it all connects, that's a problem. But knowledge is power. Also, all this money that I'm making for the underground is power. 124 income, 299 income, 55, 51, 43, 87. Compare this to stuff we have up top. 24, 25, 25. Ooh, 48. Farmlands are good. Well, to be fair, 114 is better than a lot of the other stuff I'm getting. Better than the Olive Garden. Okay, let's keep it moving. This is going to be a long one, isn't it? So I was planning on being in Spain next Tuesday. I don't think that's going to be happening. I think I'm going to be in the ever-evolving world of Dominions. So another of John Wick's cripples dies, and they are coming back for more in Thebes. I hope I moved those reinforcements in. I don't think I gave them commands. But yeah, we certainly have a lot more to throw at them. This I should really fix. If my flame-emitting people are next to my province defense, the province defense are going to go up in smoke. Now, they're not exactly expected to perform very much in the fight, but they still count towards this overall army hit points, and if too much of that gets depleted, it causes morale checks for your entire army. Generally, if you lose half of your entire hit points, you're facing a rout, unless you have exceedingly good morale on your units. But what are we fighting here? This actually looks weaker than what they had before. They got these lizard warriors. They're not enslaved versions, but they're naked, and they don't do poison damage, so that's not a concern. They do hit pretty hard, actually. The trident and the bite makes it a pretty attack-dense column. So there's 3 of these guys, but they hit you 6 times. That can be a problem, but you just kill them fast enough or rout them. The militia and the light soldiers, nothing to worry about. These could be spine frogs that spit poison. Again, we don't have poison resistance. Even though we do poison damage, we don't resist it. So my flying guys are going to take quite a bit of attrition to these kinds of fights. We interrupted their spell casting, whatever that was. And I think we just forced her out already. Yeah, that's great. Please kill the ice drakes. I don't want to have to deal with those. In fact, I don't want to deal with any of these monsters. They should be slow. Combat speed 8, combat speed 8. Yeah, please go and kill those. One of the ice drake got set on fire. Tell me how that works. Tell me how an ice drake works in general. Okay, good, good. I didn't quite kill it. Slashed at it, but a slash is not a kill. Okay, good. Well, the drakes are gone. These guys are less of a concern. And they're even less of a concern if they're dead. Good. Good. Death to lizard people. Death to my horses? The horse survived, but the rider is dead. Gotta hand it to that horse not panicking for its rider being on fire. Anyway, the Mines of Misfortune. Okay, so our enemy didn't bump into here. We just go and slaughter them all. That's what I like to see. And then we have finally finished construction of a palisade. It's not very good, but it's ours, and it could and should be improved. But I think it's more important to get more palisades down rather than improve the one we have. This thing is here for strategic purposes. I plan on taking the Yellow Cavern. It shouldn't be a problem, even though my increasingly crippled units here are feeling the attrition. And there's a new famous hero, Wick but not John. What's so special about Wick but not John? His valor, of course. Increased morale and leadership. Now that is very good for a commander. Especially for a commander that is already inspirational. It's funny because he's a slave, so I don't need to pay him much. But yes, you now boost the morale of slaves by 5. And you boost the morale of regular units by 3. You're an excellent leader. Look at these guys. 20 morale on my Hellbent guards. They are not retreating. Frontline 18. My freaking slave 12. 12 is very high for a slave's morale. I guess he can see that there's promotions available since it's a slave that's leading the way. Okay, this is all opening up. That's funny. It's so close to wrapping around here, but we've already been to the caverns. We know these don't connect. But there's the Undermountain. It has soulless, long-dead horsemen, watchers, manticores. A monolith is in the place. We cannot take this with ease, but we should segregate it so that we can take it. Also, Shy Mystic's Dominion is here. That's not a pop kill Dominion, so that's better. But I still want you not here. We're going to take over Glowing Caverns. We're going to seal off the Mines of Misfortune and this province, and then hopefully you are stuck to these provinces and no more. That's the dream, at least. I will claim this. Oh god, this comes out in Hammerfell. Next to Aberdeen. Next to Besaid in the Baltic Sea. This is a lot of plugging I'm going to have to do. Could be a problem. Anyway, we'll go around and take it regardless, but I'm really curious what's in here. If this doesn't expand any further on, that's excellent news. So first and foremost, check Silverworld and then Caverns of Gold. This doesn't go anywhere, then I can just take this at my leisure, and there's no risk of it causing me greater problems. It also means that I could send more units underground. Whittelreich, is that your job now? You're not a brilliant commander like the others, but you'll still do fine, as long as you are flame retardant. That's all we need. Hellbent guards in the back, you over there. Your orders are to stay behind troops, but also hold one turn. You guys attack closest so they don't get the jump on my commander. Also, my commander deserves a couple of guards. Fire resistance only 5 means he could be set alight by his own guards. It's unlikely, though. Very unlikely. Yeah, let's be confident that isn't going to happen. It hasn't happened to this guy before, and he's also on only 5. Alright, also I don't want more of these. It keeps eating into my Hellbent guards. We might be able to hold off with some extreme preaching right now. I still want Socotra dealt with. Look at that. Asphodelian influence is killing my population, and I can't have that. Deimos Anomaly, Quantum Golf, Moon Lake. Of all the places, I'd rather have Loch Ness have my additional temple at this point, and then we're focusing on the underground. Caius and Tome. Now, Caius is the cripple, but cripple does not impact your performance in fighting all that badly. So take all of these units. Attack, attack, rear. Stay behind troops after you. Hold one turn, and I want you to do that there. And Toad Raider, you're so useless with your dementia and your battle fright. Your only job is just to funnel units back and forth. I do want another sergeant. These guys are good. And I'd really like to get back to researching, but again, with what? I'll take another sergeant, though. They're really cheap, so it's great to have commanders that are that cheap. This is hurting my resources really badly. How can this be? I really can't afford to suck up any of these provinces. When you build a fort, it sucks the resources out of a province. Generally, one province can have 2 forts sucking away at it, but if it's more than 2, you're going to have diminishing returns, and you're going to lose out on what provinces get, so that's not what we're looking for. We're going to have Biotic God Volus preach over here, and that's really just going to be his job. Maintain the preaching down here, keep Asphodelian Dominion at bay. Must construct temples. Even though I really want palisades, I must have temples. Wolfstas in Ulm. Ulm connects to Shikoku. That's a little bit risky. I might bring you up to the hole, actually. Get over to the hole and put the temple up there. I can also build more cardinals underground, so there's no reason to keep funneling them in from above. Don Gero. What do you do and where? I need to seal this off at Glowing Cavern. I really want hot hollows. Really want hot hollows, damn it. More information would be good. Like, what in the world is going on here? There are... Okay, so it's just knights that rose up in Fargard. But they've also risen up in the Gates of Madness. What in the world is going on? Fargard is getting choked to death. And would you look at that? Look who's on the way. Anakim. As long as they don't go into looks scan. If they do, I'm in deep doo-doo. Like, what do I even protect myself with? I'd have to double back all of the units that are going underground or fall back from Thebes. So please don't attack me, Anakim. Look at all this land that Anakim's just taken for free. That clay was meant to be mine. So I'm really hoping that Atfsang is able to murder them. Atfsang have moved into the cap circle of Anakim. How do I know that? Ah, Luminiferius, I was sending over to Bookholm. You're not doing that anymore. I need to know what's happening with all this fighting. Go over to Coronation Street and keep an eye on this. Just take the high ground. You'll be fine. Wish I could share your optimism there, Baron. Maybe I do. Right, get over there. Moot on Fargard. I do want you to wait and see what goes on there. I need to see if they ever lift the siege. If Asphodel go in and destroy Fargard, I don't know what to think. Probably better that Fargard is in Asphodel's control than Anakim, because Asphodel will kill off all of the population in Fargard. So over time it'll be less use to them. But if Asphodel ends up being my endgame boss, I am going to be shocked and confused. Don Gero. Do we improve this fort? I'd rather keep that money for more palisades, but I'm not in a position to be building up more palisades right now, so enjoy your fort, I guess, because I'm already building the temple here. I don't want to build a temple in Ulm because it's a little too easy to go smash Shikoku and then smash the Ulm fort. So I want them out of the way. I want it up in the hole or just away from this in general. Okay. I will survive. But I tell you what, I will not have that on repeat recruitment. Just 2 more will be fine. I always forget if forts take resources through mountains or not, as long as it's adjacent. I think the only thing it doesn't take is land. It doesn't take from water. It'll even take from overflowing rivers. Alright. Aha, that was an excellent decision to go into... Wait, what? No! Christ. Okay, bad things have happened, but oh well. Let's just take it one step at a time. The Glowing Caverns, first and foremost. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. We've dealt with 100 of these guys before, although one of my guys decided to jump in the middle of lots of them and was punished greatly for that. Just immediately got murked, as did another one, but we still take it. Continue to march on. Now, we've placed a spy or a scout here in Coronation Street to see what's happening. It's not a whole lot, really. The Vile Herbalist is here. Just a skirmish, really. Interesting skirmish, though, because it shows what my foes are using. We've got whites. Anakim are bringing in whites and shades. Whites are horrifyingly powerful. And you can really get them en masse. That Bane Blade slices through anything. And anything that survives gets hit by decay, so it dies to rapid aging. They've got monstrous protection. They've got really good armor on. They are very unlikely to retreat with good morale. They've got good skills. Whites are just great. If you can get whites en masse, take whites en masse. Here's an example. So this guy somehow survived getting hit by a Baneblade. Yeah, it was the horse. The horse got shanked. The horse did survive, but it got hit by decaying, which makes it age like 5 years every game, every tick of battle. So assuming it doesn't immediately get killed by this wight, that horse is going to die of old age, and the rider is going to fall off of its dead horse. I think that's you, light cavalryman. No, it's still this one. Alright, we can follow this crippled... I think it is crippled. So now it's old, diseased, crippled, and it has a chest wound that's just not going to close up because it's just so old. And then down goes the horsey, and the poor cavalryman is left without... And the cavalryman himself got decaying. Then he got trapped in the earth because their mage here cast Earth Grip, and then he just died. This is just a skirmish party from those terrifying lads up north, and I am not in a position to deal with that. Wait, is that true? You're of Anakim. Yeah. I thought Anakim's regular units were bad enough, but this is a problem. Whites, shades, vampiric keep mages. Yeah, I need those guys to not fight me. But that's not the worst news. The worst news is that I am being attacked from the waters as I feared. So in they come, all of their nation are these water guys. And they can just pop out of the waters and boom, down I go. They're going to take my province defense, no problem. I'd be surprised if they even took a loss there. No, they certainly did not. 75 of them, including a novice and a master. My sergeant was there. Oh, that was Toad Raider. Despite all of Toad Raider's problems, they still successfully retreated away. Yeah, the fishman cometh. The whole situation is indeed looking problematic, Michael. What am I to do? Well, I'm to remind myself that things are going fairly well in the underground. Silent Cavern is now mine. I want to make sure everywhere actually has province defense. Caves of Madness didn't get some, and Glowing Caverns didn't get some, and The Hole didn't get some. I'd just like to give 6, fairly round number and low cost to add in. So we're building our palisades, we're on our way to add a temple there. We can see the spread of our dominion underground. And I can see that there is not Asphodelian. Oh god, this area is getting larger the more I look at it. I really hope these two don't connect. Really, really hope they don't connect. Calaw, it's up to you to tell me what they do. Gateway to another plane. With an unknown destination. Excuse me. Well, no one's allowed in there. Tell me if the Endless Caverns links up with these. If it does, I might have to go on the offense against Janiga. I don't want to. The fish people are attacking. What am I meant to do against this? Because they can surge to Loch Ness, they can surge to Socotra. There's not much I can do against that. I just have to pull back a bit. They could go to Shikoku, and that's a problem, because then they can get underground. Okay, thankfully, kind of, Anakim have gone over to Osaka. But they could still go to Shikoku. Holy smokes, it's all bad. It's all really bad. Please fight Asphodel and not me. You can beat the crap out of them underground easier. Yes, but I don't want them to pillage underground. They'll start tearing up my temples. And that's a 400, or is it 600 gold investment lost just like that. I mean, I can beat them on land. Sure enough, I can do it easier underground. Another way to look at it is that I have a bit of an army here. I reckon I could take them on with this. But I would want it under better leadership. Landstalker is better leadership. You just move into the Netherlands and take it back. But the problem is they're going to move from there. They're going to go into Loch Ness or somewhere else. I don't want to go to TikTok, Clock and Deimos. That's a big problem. But no matter what I do in terms of province defense, they're going to destroy what I do. So that's all bad. Going to move Rakuso over to Thebes. Get some defending going on. You can't afford to be there in this situation. I'm going to have to pull you back. Yeah, all of you are getting pulled back. It's unlikely they just wait in the Netherlands. They're going to move over to one of these 3 provinces. but I can't anticipate that. You can use a spell to jump onto the province before they move, and that way you can gauge them before they move away. You want something like Cloud Trapeze for that. Whilst I do have the air gems, I did not recruit an air mage to do that, because we haven't had the money to be investing in mages. We've had to invest in infrastructure in the hope that one day we can have mages. Well, working on that enchantment at least. They might go through the Netherlands cave into the Cavern realm. That is also true. Significantly concerned about that. At least if they do, they'll probably end up in the Yellow Caves fort. I doubt they just avoid that entirely, but yeah, just times are bad. At least if they go down there, they're easier to chase from one side. There's an argument that says go down to Mystery Lake using these colourful characters. That way if they move there, they will be anticipated and eradicated. That means I can keep you preaching. Maybe even keep you preaching a bit. Get Princess Beatrix to hold... No, Obama's already being investigated. Grim. This is still a reasonable place for a fort, by the way. But what if they just stroll in and take it? Then that's a lot of investment just lost. Mind games, man. It's mind games all the way down. So as we saw, there was a light skirmish here, but we definitely saw that Anakim is terrifying. And what I really hope to happen, Pislarna versus Anakim, is not materializing. Consideration, if they head north, they might engage with Anakim. Could be promising for me if they do that, but I really don't want to lose Thebes. To another degree, I don't want to lose Mystery Lake, but, you know, this plus the underground is my core. Maybe I should be happy if they go up to Mystery Lake. But I don't think they would go there. Why would they go here? No, because they can retreat to Panama Canal. Yeah, it's all bad. And it's really hard for me to defend my coastal places because they can just waltz out with this. Stomps over any provincial defense. Life is bad. Very interested in to see what happens with this skirmish. So Luminiferis, you just continue waiting there. Wick, but not John. We've got more lands to take over down here in the hopes that Janiga do not expand further. Yeah, just keep them sealed off. They're not at war with me. They're probably apprehensive. There's somewhere we can see that. Yeah, there we go. I am at war with Pislarna, no doubt about that, but Anakin and Janiga are both apprehensive. Wait, not just them. Lubu with Asphodel is apprehensive as well. No need to be apprehensive, everybody. I mean only for what's best for me. So, Dantooine has already been taken by Asphodel. That is a throne that I don't know about. They haven't claimed it, so it's not showing up on the list of taken thrones here. Wonder why they wouldn't take it. I guess they're too busy with their war with Fargrad. Liu Bei, do you think you can tell me about the Gates of Madness? I'm curious about what fighting goes on there. Mutmut, continue to keep your eyes on Fargrad. What in the world is in Malton, though? As for you, Bob, you just wait there. There are doubtlessly going to be more recruits that we need to start shifting around. With this kind of money, I could start investing in mages, but I don't think I can afford to spend anything on mages when I need to invest it in army. These guys are really heavy hitters, and they are a magical answer to some of my ethereal issues. That Salamander Fire Flare destroys anything. As long as it doesn't have massive fire resistance, it just dies to that armor-piercing area of effect, 20 fire damage. But these Salamanders are grossly expensive. 115 upfront. Cost about as much as one of my mages. Might have to be something I do if I find myself at the receiving end of ethereal forces, though. It's certainly roast the fish. But many things I have roast the fish. Yeah, we have a big bonus in caverns. Because they're dark in the caverns, we have dark power 4 in our sacreds, and that is why I love fighting in the darkness. Princess Beatrice, you go and hide over in Etheria. Rested Pandy, for better or for worse, keep preaching there. And I'm going to up the province defense, because if nothing else, heavy cavalry is good. How important is it to me to hold this? I could spend a lot of money on defenses here. Heavy cavalry is good. Should at least stop any Panama Canalians wanting to come and have their filthy way with me. So yeah, we'll stick with that for a bit. Do you have heat aura? You do? Okay, that's very funny. Stay at the very back and cast spells, please. The heat aura could potentially kill some of the provincial defense. Okay, a lot of things could go wrong when I end my turn. Many things indeed. Where's Forte going, by the way? You're taking over Leith, though. Very low on the reinforcements, and it's quite difficult for me to get you meaningful reinforcements, but I can give you... I'm not giving you demon-bred winged champions, but I can give you fire followers. Look at that. I can crank out fire followers in the underground. But it comes at expense. That's the problem. I'm not made of money. But in the end, Forte is going to need reinforcements, because Forte is running out of units. And again, we are throughput caught on the flying ones. The non-flying ones don't really do anything, though. They're just there to save the commander's life. But they're good if everything else fails. And eventually they will make the core of my army. I'm quite certain about that. I won't do it just yet. It's quick and easy to make more of them, so we'll do that later on if need arises. The problem is we can't just live underground. We need to protect the capital, and by extension the cap circle, because that's how we recruit our glorious sacreds that get powerful underground. We lose the capital, we can't make any more of them. Okay, they moved down into Socotra. That isn't too bad, but it isn't too good either. So they just left some province defense here. Yeah, easy peasy province defense. A free meal for us. Chomp chomp. I say free, not a single loss. And then they moved south into Socotra. I pulled back my mage already, anticipating this, so I just left them a crappy little province defense for them to nibble on. And nibble they most certainly will. Be rather amusing if they actually faced any losses there, but they did not. Beaten by a stronger force, they control the province. And we continue our expansion underground, sealing off our enemies. Hello, troglodytes. Goodbye, troglodytes. Loch Ness. People have been drowned in the swamp. Stop appeasing the wetlands. We're meant to have amazing luck. Anyway, the whole palisade is complete, and it will be augmented with a temple. Will I turn it into a fortress? Let me see. It gives admin 30. Current palisade has admin 15, so that's a 15% bonus on the income of the surrounding lands. But the income isn't that high. I don't think it's worth the investment right now, so Kamari Ronso will wait until that time arises. We will build the temple. I'm also going to temple up the halls and the caverns. Oh, hello. I missed this little number. Great silver mine giving me additional gold per turn. Thank you kindly. We have very notably done no site searching at all. We need to change that. We don't have the astral access to just do astral site searching, which is perfect searching for what it's worth. So, how do we search? What's more important, air or glamour? Air by a country mile. So I want the father of the numinous prophecy of Zawet. He is old as balls and he could very easily die, but I want him to pop out and start site searching everywhere we can. Hopefully he lives a couple of years or so to get that done. That should reveal fire, air, blood. Well, it'll get us sites, and sites are income in many different ways. Shark killing coconut. Yeah, I retreated you here. So now you're down there. You could go Shikoku into Luxan, and yeah, I'm not going to be thrilled if you do that. But I will chase you. It's not much overhead off of me just to chase you around. Part of my issue, though, is that my you can just come out of the waters and attack me, so I actually need to reinforce with a lot of province defense on my edges. I can't afford to build forts here because it'll suck up resources that I need in my capital, so I have to rely on province defense or just stationed troops, and both of those are bad things to rely on. Stationed troops limits your possibilities strategically, and province defense is generally a waste of money. I want both of these provinces though, dang it all. It's not unthinkable to have troops in Mystery Lake and a fort on Thebes. And I still want Altheria for what it's worth. I should probably take Altheria, but it's just another thing for the harpooners to come and take from me. Yeah, find all the wells of pestilence in the brigand lairs. I think there's a well of pestilence in Tatooine. We had a scout walk through here and instantly get diseased, and he wasn't old, so I reckon he just faced the well of pestilence. I've seen 2 of those in the same province before. It's ghastly and amazing to put a fort full of undeads into. Enemies try to besiege it and they just die horribly. There's no way you'd go for my capital, right? I think they'd be able to take my capital. But then that makes it easier for me to kill them. We'll see what they do. I will hold this position for now. Won't be thrilled about it. Mystery Lake is so poorly defended, but I might just leave it poorly defended. I can just retake it with Caius's units. Alternatively, let Thebes just hang around. Thebes isn't much more valuable to me than Mystery Lake. Positionally, it's a pain in the bum, but I did just sink all of that into it. Ugh. I will see when the enemy are mounting up over in Olimbetlung, so I think it's better for me to stay put in Mystery Lake. Do not want to put a temple down here. I do and I don't, that's the problem. Alright, knowing what we do and we don't want, I need to go over to Loch Ness and Quantum Golf and Moon Lake to put down temples. These are really open and able to be ravaged by Anakim, but the dream is that Anakim and I do not fight because Anakim is too busy. We know Anakim is fighting Atzfang, and I know that they are flirting with danger with both Fargard and, more painfully, Asphodel. So we'll leave them to their own devices, having to make all the big picture decisions here. This is why I'm glad I turned off Omniscience. If I had Omniscience, I'd be able to see everyone everywhere. It's kind of cool from a streaming perspective to always show you the battles that are going on even between the AI, but it really ruins the experience as a player. When you have all that information, it's just too easy. If I leave you in Coronation Street, you're going to get noticed and slaughtered. But it is the fate of most spies to get caught around this part of the game. Alright, Wick but not John. What is Atvazang doing down here? Oh no. Right, well, I'm kind of glad I've sealed them off like this. I am not in a position to be taking a fight with Atvazang as well, especially since they are taking on, hopefully, Anakim. So we are going to backtrack over to the Mudwater Caves. Yeah, they want the throne. That's not too bad, because 1, I have access to the throne. 2, the throne is quite heavily guarded. See the monolith? That monolith is going to have something like 6 earth magic with a lot of earth gems. He's astral as well, right? Astral earth. So he's going to call down comets and smash whatever tries to fight him. Now that also means it's a very good throne, or at least a very powerful throne. They're not all good. Maybe they are. It's random which ones I get. Luck and Order, that's good. Misfortune. But Blood Magic bonus, and Blood Slaves, and Astral Pearls, and Triple Dominion Spread. Also increases magic and misfortune and spreads curses and horror marks. Yeah, I'm not so sure I want the Shattered Throne. Throne of Creation gives Turmoil, Casting Level, Conjuration, Construction. It's a really good place to do lots of magic in. Artificer is just straight up good. Earth is straight up good. Death is pretty bad. I'd rather have growth than death, but Asphodel would want this. Throne of the Night for Dark Vision is meaningless to us. Throne of Might would be good for that strength boost. As it stands, getting the Throne of Fortune is one of the better thrones we could have gotten. The fact that it's level 2 as well is just scrumptious. How in the world did you end up being level 2? Well, don't worry about it. I want you to hide over in Crucidium. Now this, what are we looking at? Fire snakes? Chthyoronic lions? That sounds like Throne of Creation to me, but I could be dead wrong. Arborang next to Hyrule. I know most of what I'm ever going to know, but make your way up to New Liverpool as well, please. Curious about the Janiga people. They're going into the water as well. Unusual. Tell me more. How are you getting underwater? Ah, lithoids, of course. Not lithoids. Whatever they are. Zoidberg. Zoidberg go underwater. Why do we have these gateways to another plane? It's most confusing. Maybe you have to discover it to see where it leads. So yeah, ultimately I think Caius, the cripple, is going to be waiting here. Thebes is well enough defended, we chase you down. And I continue to recruit what I can in the capital. I could corner them by sending Toad Raider with the units over to Shikoku and empower Shikoku's province defense. And I actually think that's not a terrible move. It's not a brilliant move, but it's as brilliant as I can do because I don't want these guys causing me too many issues. So the dementia battle-frightened Toad Rider is heading in here. And let's make sure that they are sorted out appropriately. Now these guys have 4 choices. They can backtrack into me and die. They can go to my capital and die. They can go to Shikoku and probably die. Or they can retreat out to relative safety. I suppose they could stand there as well. I suppose they could even go into Asphodel. There are lots of things they could do, come to think of it. And I don't really want them doing any of that. Right, fire units take the front and center. You are more likely to die, but them's the breaks. And I want you to attack rear. Do I want you to hold an attack rear? They've got a mage, but no, they've got a priest. Hold an attack rear. You guys just attack. What if you attack off this side? Go off to the side and attack rear for the extra lols. On top of that, when I said that Toad Raider was going to do that, maybe Bob should do that. Bob is a much better leader, has a lot less dementia, a lot less likely to just run away from the start of the battle. That's a much better idea. Stay behind the troops and hold 1 turn before you do so, please. So you stay there. Bob, you get moving. Should be fine. I mean, it might not, but I'm doing what I can, even though it's not much. Honestly, the worst thing they could do is go into my capital. Go into the water, rather. Going into the capital means dealing with this, which they may win, they may not, but at least they'll be pinned to the capital and then I can crush them. I just need to deal with this. This is why I was really unhappy about being next to the water with these freaks nearby. They can just own the water and there's nothing I can do about it. I can't get into the water. I can't freeze the lakes with water magic. Can't boil the lakes with fire magic. Or can I? Is that even a thing you can do these days? Not so sure. Move the leader to the rear. No. No, I will not. The leader will stay in the middle so that they can cower behind the province defense, which I believe is all stuck in the center. If I move him back here, he's going to be isolated there whilst these guys jump away. At least here he should stay behind the main province defense. Or so I hope. 6 commanders doing nothing, that's a lot. Fine. 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 Uh-oh. My worst fears are coming true rapidly. The underground does loop around, meaning I don't have it as sealed off as I had hoped. Okay, thanks for the information, Calaw, but it's not the information I wanted. It might be war with Janiga before I want war with Janiga. Troublesome. Could really do without another foe right now. And Moot Moot's fine there. Alright, let's keep moving. When a cavalry unit finds itself without a mount after battle, it'll travel back to its home to make the cavalry unit recruited again cheaper. We did fight in Socotra, so maybe they stayed, maybe they ran. They ran, because that's just province defense that we eat. A battle in Litho, well, that's fine. That's Forte, I believe, going around doing what Forte does. Yes, Forte the Sergeant versus more cavemen. The attrition's been rough. Look at that, we don't even route them to the point where they run away. So they do engage with my fire followers. What in the world is this? Just a dark flower. Oh, it gives out a heat cloud, that's funny. There we go, that's why we like this line. It's difficult for enemies to break through my fire followers. Not impossible, of course, but difficult. They get good morale as well, so they're unlikely to break. And they've been on campaign for a long time, so they have excellent experience. Yeah, one of them probably just got clubbed in the head by the cavemen. But yeah, Forte did an excellent job of running that underground campaign. That massively increased my resources. Fire gems, astral pearls, and the fortress in the Yellow Caves is done. All of this is mine. Good, very good. You've erected a temple here. Your job is to erect temples all over here because this is going to be my Dominion muscle, I suppose. They should be relatively untouchable because to get up to here, you've generally got to get through a lot of stuff you're not going to get access to unless you go through Shikoku, which I hope you don't. And look at that, they ran into the waters. That's uncomfortable in a lot of ways. Does that mean I have to keep you here? I really don't want to just dedicate a force to having you not attack me. They've got such freedom to just attack me wherever. Look at that, they brought in some Mero militias. Hate these freaking fish people. I'm gonna sleep under my rock, it's getting late. Good luck, Jake. I'm gonna need some good luck, it's long overdue. For a nation that has a lot of luck. Look at that, 4 luck over in Loch Ness and they keep drowning people. We're having a hard time making use of it. Shikoku and Ulm. Starting to think Ulm needs a fort, just in case things go untoward down there. Anyway, Forte, good job, but we really need to expand here. The Yellow Caves will actually recruit some fire followers for you. And I might actually get some... I really don't want the Demon Bread. They might have full dark vision, but they don't have the darkness power that these guys get, so it might be time for hold and attack rear on these guys to mitigate losses. Alright, get over there and then get over to here. You are going to recruit... How many even is that? 10, 20. Yeah, you're going to get 20 additional units to bolster your forces with. 10, 20, grab them, go to Underspring and beyond. Meanwhile, Wick, but not John, we need to turn around double time. Make it to Mudwater, the Golden Crags. You'll probably take Cold Hollows before Forte gets there, but you can further split attention and take over more of this. Kalaw, wait and hide in the Lightless Lantern. I want to see if Janiga proceeds. They probably will, but they might find themselves distracted. One can only hope. Don Jero. We can only make these really crappy forts, which is unfortunate. I suppose I have blood magic. If I was really dedicated, I could work my way towards 7 yellow seconds or 3 yellow seconds. There's a blood spell that makes the best fortification in the game instantly, but massive expense in terms of blood slaves and blood magic path and blood research. Definitely not something you're going to see in a regular game. Even so. More preaching? More temples? A little uncomfortable with the situation in the Netherlands in 10 years. Cavern Realm could really do with a fort. Same could be said for Ulm. That's a lot of forts in really tight locations, but it does seal this place from being pillaged at all. And sealing from being pillaged is a big deal. You're gonna go around and build all this up, huh? Gonna want an additional one just to speed up the erection of temples. Preaching is one thing, but please build me more temples. Don Jero, there's nothing for you to do but wait. Liu Bei at the Gates of Madness. Wow, it is not a good time to be Farguard. What are they doing? The AI gets a cheat. They can recruit whilst besieged. But I have no idea why they're struggling to recruit enough to take out 30 knights. Meanwhile, Asphodel is getting big. And I don't have an answer to Asphodel. Fortunately, Janiga is hopefully working their way north. This is terrifying. World is scary. Also, I'm not seeing much engagement between Anakim and Asphodel and Fagard, unless you're working your way around here. But that's just more and more resources for Anakim to soak up. Oh, it's bad. Why did things suddenly go bad? What do you mean suddenly? I might have to have Bob just sit out in Shikoku. And Landstalker holding Socotra? Well, that's also bad. Plane of perpetual drought. That's a funny place to put a fort down on. I don't want to because I want all my resources stuffed into the capital, but it's still a funny place to put it. Because anyone attacking here is going to get virtually no supplies. And just burn away to my units. Might not be a good idea, of course, but it's a consideration. Yeah, the AI can recruit cheat. It caught me off guard because I decimated an army and I just thought, okay, keep them pinned down. They'll never recruit, they'll never break out, we're fine. 5 sessions later or so, they break out with a giant army that there's no way they had that. And then somebody told me, yeah, the AI can still recruit when besieged. And I felt so cheated. But that's life. Life is getting cheated. I have to leave Landstalker here. It really sucks to have armies that aren't helping me with expansion, but if I don't pin things down, I end up in grievous amounts of trouble. And I'm already in grievous amounts of trouble. Yeah, terminal wetnesses, influences are here. At least we keep things warm-ish. They're well organized over in Sesame Street. They've also got their own temple. I'm okay with you waiting there until the day you die. I just really want to know if Abtsang and Anakim end up exchanging blows. Bob is going to have to wait here, but I really want reinforcements for Bob. That's no army to call an army. So Toad Raider, bring in reinforcements. Just hold the line. You're just going to have to wait there. Don't even need to patrol. Looking forward to having my site searcher eventually. I'll have a next turn, I believe. Might as well repeat this recruitment. It might be expensive, but the more I have of them, the more site search I'm going to go. Hold on, this is Fire, Air, Glamour. That isn't what I signed up for. I'm trading air for blood. Potential on both. I suppose in the end they're both exactly the same, aren't they? Is there any real difference? I prefer the one that can sail. And I definitely prefer the one that's cheaper. Oh yeah, money talks. Money absolutely talks. I need another temple, please. We're going to have to rescind you. And you guys out in the fringe are just going to have to preach and please keep my dominion alive. Landstalker, you just patrol there, I suppose. Just as well as you might patrol here. It's not like you can preach or anything. Horrifying. We get around. This breaks through to Sokoto, which again is close to Asphodel. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get here and we find Asphodel's horrible dominion. Yeah, there it is. Enemy dominion. Ugh. I gotta seal this. That might be a good reason for Don Gero to come down here. He's not going to do anything else there, but he can get over to Mudwater Caves soon enough. Start erecting a... No, you know what I'm trying to say. Map move 20. I can get you all the way down to Stalagmia. That way I can get you over here and preaching away that nastiness sooner. Looks like a hard campaign so far. Oh, very hard. We are being suffocated by the AI, something fierce. All of the clay that we wanted to get our hands on was taken. We decided to go underground. That was successful, but we then found that the caves fully wrap around and Janiga are taking over half of it. Okay, half is maybe overselling it, but they're getting in my way. And I did not agree to letting them get in my way. Asphodel are sending in a little probing force against, frankly, not much of a force, but hopefully this highlights how useless Asphodel units are. Sleepy vines and claws on these creatures. Militia should be able to kill them, and militia do kill them. We had our eye on that because we have Liu Bei out patrolling, well, not patrolling, but certainly scouting about. It's extremely tempting to take Farguard, but my opportunity to do so is now cut off because I have Anakim coming down here and Asphodel here. Taking a capital is huge. I mean, all capitals are essentially the same at the start of the game. You're going to get over 400 income, tons of resources, free gems. You can't recruit the uniques, right? If someone else took over my capital, they wouldn't be able to recruit the Hellbent Guard. But everything else is ripe for the taking. So it sucks when an AI takes another capital, and it's great when you do. But what's even better than taking Farguard is not having to deal with Anakim and Asphodel. In the beautiful, most wonderful situation ever, they both kill each other fighting over Farguard and this throne, for what it's worth. The AI loves to fight over thrones. That is why Mutmut is hiding and waiting on the throne of Malton. And Liu Bei, this did not tell me much I didn't already know, although it's actually very interesting that none of this is taken. But goddamn, the water people, they could take so much of this with ease. Why didn't you vote for me to play as the water people? We could have been beautiful. Okay, keep your eye on New Liverpool. Yes, do that, please. Toad Raider, you're here to exchange your units over to Bob. Bob is almost certainly a Resident Evil Outbreak reference. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, that luck is actually coming in. Unexpected occurrence in the Netherlands. A Circle Master and his apprentices have joined. We gained a lab, we gained Princess Zelda, and 2 conjurers by the name of Godzilla and Ryu Masa whatever. They come with free blood slaves and free gems, all of which are immediately being deposited into my beloved treasury, because I don't trust these guys to stay around. But that is huger than huge. Ah, he's old. Ah, I did not agree to you being old. Okay, this breaks me into Death Blood, which is a brilliant cross path. I love that death in particular. Right, what am I to do with you? This guy I want kept alive, Princess Zelda, so I don't think I even risk your life going site searching, but Ryu and Godzilla do. So what was the key for site searching? Control S, right? We're going to site search for any blood and death we can. Probably more death than blood. It's a shame, because I might miss some level 2 death sites, but that's life for you. With any luck, we'll get some death income. We might be able to boost Zelda all the way up to... Oh, jeez, what would I best do with you? I don't know. I do love Wraith Lords, but Wraith Lords are very heavy on death gems. Somewhere 50-year-old viewers devastated. Nah, Lucky doesn't watch my streams these days. Still, though. Plus, they're not 50, they're 53, and that is ancient. Right, hopefully you stay alive long enough that I can get something like Gift of Health up. Oh, but I'm never getting Gift of Health up because I got no nature gems because I haven't been nature site searching. That's all the more reason that I need to get something up for some nature dudes. Have we got any... I don't think you normally find nature recruitables underground, but could not hurt to check. This guy's random. 1 in 3 of being a nature recruiter here. He's also sacred, so he's nice and cheap, but he's crap at researching. How unfortunate. I wish there was a quicker way of checking what your possible recruitment options are. That was a big break with the Circle Masters, though. We'll see if we can make use of that. Yeah, some people have aptly pointed out that a lot of my campaigns just turn into Wraith Lords. Because Wraith Lords are very, very good, and they're exceptionally good against the AI. The AI is dumbstruck about how to deal with Wraith Lords. Me, I am not. Jabufa, you keep the preaching there. It doesn't need preaching, but this is more of a way to make sure that we don't need preaching down the line either. Ilias, you also preach here. Shy Mystic's Dominion is not allowed to spread yet further. Hollow's taken over. It's like they're building this up for me. I'm looking forward to just taking this. It's actually pretty cool. If I take this and just seal them away, they're not a threat to me, are they? I mean, what's Chiniga going to do? They got to pierce through these not independents. They got to pierce through these factions. Fargard and Asphodel and even Anakim if they want me. So, I think the best case scenario is I choke them down to here. I encircle them on this side and this side, and then I just squeeze them like a zit. I seal off here, here, and that's all I need to seal off. I might not even need to seal off Gratis if Gratis gets taken by Asphodel. And this wouldn't need sealed off because they've already done the liberty of building me a fort here, so great. In a wondrous situation, these guys are building up the underground for me to then take. The only downside is it's bloody cold down here. Do these guys have cold scales? I think they do. It's late spring and it's still freezing cold in Chiniga. Alright, that all could work out. I see little reason why it couldn't. Right, you're building that temple and then you can build there. I want you at the ready to build elsewhere. Of course, we're waiting on money, but money is always a problem in a run like this. A run where you're squeezed down to precious few resources. We have ongoing costs, of course. Even these circle masters that joined me for, in quotes, free, still demand a healthy sum of money. And that's not healthy for me. This might be a little healthier, though. Oh, my days. We crossed blood, glamour, air, fire. Wasn't the blood traded for something else? I forget. Anyway, we've gotten the wolf. Father of the numerous prophecy. I wish for you to also go site searching. We focus Loch Ness because it's a swamp. Swamps are very likely to have sites in them. And then, actually Loch Ness, I might just be at the mercy of where I can move my units rather than what's the best. What's worse, though, is farmlands. Farmlands are very unlikely to have fancy places for them to site search. I could undo your recruitment to save a lot of money, but I could also not. If you press F1 and X, it shows recruitable by province. That's amazing, Rich. I'm going to check that out immediately. F1, X. Oh, okay. Forgive me for thinking this is a little small. UI scaling is tough. But hey, at least I know where I can get troglodytes. You'd have to know all of the guys based on a few pixels. What's it like on full screen? Scales up a bit better on full screen, but I play this in Windows 1920 by 1080 for your benefit. Interesting. Thank you for that. I truly had no idea. Ooh, it shows more information as well. Look at that. Shows me the Dominion spread, shows me the type of province, and the recruitables. Very awesome. Thank you kindly. Recht. Netherlands in 10 years, to our knowledge, does not have death or blood sites. What about the Mudwater Caves? What do they have? We're charging in. We're not afraid of these cavemen, especially if we kill their commanders immediately. The rest of the cavemen don't know what to do, so they rout and we win. And then something's happening in my capital. I hope it's not your capital's blown up event. That can happen even with high luck. Your Circle Master has acquired some ancient manuscripts and gained even more death. Wow. That is phenomenally good. I really, really don't want Zelda to die. At least not before Zelda casts... geez, what is it? Well, I know I don't have access to... Ooh, tell you what, you could twice-born yourself. Oh, that's even better. Okay, it costs 30 death gems. So if it looks like Princess Zelda's going to die, I'm going to have her twice-born herself. Then she'll come back as a white, and she'll have at least 3 death magic. She might even get 4. I think there's a limit to how far you can boost death with dying, but... right, we are safeguarding this death, but that means that death gems are even more at a premium for me. Fortunately, I can liquidate glamour gems. I don't use glamour gems. I don't know the strengths of glamour. And fire is pretty weak as gems go. So you could consider we have about 40 death gems already. It's certainly enough to Twice-born Zelda. Anyway, that's not the plan right now. Let's just have her research and not die on me. I'd rather keep her alive, preferably with her not dying to old age. That's a good start. Right. I would also quite like Shin Watsits. Oh god, why? Why do I have demon-bred winged champions being recruited here? Okay, looks like it was an accident. But an accident's still bad. How many do we end up with? Only 2. Okay, that's not the end of the world. Shove them over to Shikoku anyway. I just need a line of defense here so that the nasty water people don't feel like coming and killing me. Alright, Ryu, get searching over here, please. The Wolf, get searching. So we are searching for double fire, air, glamour, blood, death. If there's anything in Loch Ness, we're going to find it. Mudwater caves are ours. It's of vast importance that I punch my way towards Endless Cavern and Lightless Cavern as quickly as possible. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd rather do Gold Crags right now, but I'm not at that liberty. Forte will have to pick up the pieces. So Forte, grab your frontliners. Now we've got a decent front line of these guys. So much so that I'm going to add 2 more as bodyguards for Forte herself. It does increase the likelihood that she does burn. Fire resistance 5 is not complete safety. Quite the opposite, in fact. Especially since the heat aura is stronger in hot areas, that fire resistance could really not work. But I like to think a bit of fire resistance generally stops you catching fire. That might even be how it works. Point is, Forte, suck it up and get moving. Take the Underspring, and then converge on Cold Hollows. I don't like leaving the Gold Crags untaken, but I must seal this off as quickly as I can. If I just had another way of taking out Janiga. Maybe I should constantly make fire followers here. Because the fire followers are going to wreck the walls here if I have a ton of them. And I can crack out 10 a turn here. Just keep recruiting these guys, have an army of them to tear down hot hollows whilst I attack from this end as well. Sealing off the underground as a whole would be very strong for me. Because I would be uncontested, right? Atsang is hardly a contest down here. But owning all of this is big, especially when on the surface I own all of this. You gotta check every winter. You can see if she's contracted a disease or not. Yeah, thankfully Twiceborn should be nice and quick to do, isn't it? Well, I need to check the cost. I don't know if it changed in Dominion 6, what with the size change and all. So if I wanted you to cast Twiceborn, it's meant to be based on the size of you, but that's not telling me. 10 for... Okay, so it must be 10 for size 3. So if you're size 6, it's 20. That means I could do it if I had just a few more death gems. That's fine then. That'll be a backup plan. The original plan is just Princess Zelda survives long enough such that I can cast... Mound Fiend, I think, is the guy. But then, why waste gems on a Mound Fiend when I already have a ready-to-go death person? As long as they don't die, all is well. Gift of Health will save us from that. And then, as is often the case, this is the goal. The Wraith Lord. Just one Wraith Lord, so good. Wraith Lord, make more Wraith Lord. Kill everything with Wraith Lords. Wasn't my plan to break into death, I swear. It just turned out that way. Right, I'm not thrilled at Stalagmia being somewhere that I build up with anything, really. So I don't want temples here. They're just going to be trounced if Janiga decide to go for them. So this seems like an alright place to build up, though, especially since I know I want a fort around here. Oh, I want one in Mudwater Caves, of course, because Crummy Asphodel is right there. Alright, make your move. We need to reinforce the Mudwater Caves. Meanwhile, keep on grooving. Sudazima over in Umbor. Tell me if something happens in Stumbledown Passage, please. Pretty sure the north doesn't extend further, right? 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 Why would it? So look at the edge of that map. It doesn't look as sealed in as this, does it? I'm dubious about those nether mines. Jake, you can make things besides that, you know. We've seen Wraith Lords so many times. There's no guarantee we're going to see them. I just want it there as a backup plan. Things could go very badly very quickly, and I need to be ready for that. Wolfstass Preach here. Emperor Karl Marx, please build me another temple. Oh, it's Karl Franz, not Karl Marx. Explains the Emperor part. Liu Bei, please wait in Liverpool. Tell me what happens there. What in the world is Fargar doing, though? Other than dying. I actually needed them to put up a bit of a fight, you know. I keep zoning in and out, says Sweet and Sorrow. It always feels like Jake is just spouting random words and place names. That is precisely what is happening, though. Okay, that's our turn. It wasn't the best of times, but it wasn't the blurst of times. So weird to just have a human wall as my defense, but there's little more I can do. If you got a lot of glamour magic, you might as well research towards Legion's Demise. Could you tell me more about Legion's Demise? Because I'm not familiar with glamour magic. G for glamour. Legion's Demise, huh? Legion's Demise. Hey, Legion, it's a level 9 spell, and I have extremely poor research rate, so that seems a bit much to ask. All enemies take 2 points of false damage per turn. Magic resistance negates. Powerful, but I'm not going to have level 7 glamour, and I'm not going to have level 9 researched anytime soon. Better to do something more achievable, and that's enchantment level 7 for Gift of Health, and then a little bit more conjuration. I don't see the need of going construction currently either. Glamour has a way to give you darkness, though. That's good when we're up at the top. What is the glamour way of darkness, by the way, then? What would that even be? Alteration? Not invisibility. Not mirage. Army of Shades? Not quite. Eternal Twilight. Alteration for Twilight. What? Twilight has no effect unless cast in normal daylight. Night, darkness, unnatural brightness causes the effect and still loses. Is that really count as darkness? I have a hard time believing that a level 4 alteration does as much as a level 6 4 gem costing death darkness. A very hard time believing that. Twilight into Nightfall. Nightfall level 5. Okay, so if you cast Twilight, you then cast this, and then you have Darkness. That is good, and we do have access to that. But we now also have access to Darkness, which is exhausting, so maybe that's a bad example. Also takes quite a while for that Twilight to work, right? 200% casting time, so it's 2 turns for that, and then another 2 turns for that. You're 4 turns deep by the time it's dark. Still pretty good, though. 2 gems, that cost. I'll keep that one in mind. So Alteration 5 is perhaps worth going for after Enchantment 7. Our research speed is pathetic, so what's a man to do here? Okay. Did I already pass my turn or not? No. Yeah, darkness does work for me in a big way, though. Right, the Throne of Ice is now in the hands of Lubu, Queen of the Blessed Lands, the Unsleeping Goddess. Problematic. Wolffather and one of the mages have searched. Oh, wow. We went pretty hard on site-searching Loch Ness and we found nothing. That's bad. But a fight in the Cold Hollows, that's surely good. We need to turn the Cold Hollows very hot. We start that by murdering all the inhabitants. Roasting it with our Hellbent guards. Shivering Isles, I placed somebody here so I can see that Ugan Buzik, is that their god? No, it's just a firebird. Ooh, Bringer of Fortune. How do they get these? 2% chance of bringing good event. If you spammed these out, you could make all your money off of just good events. You could probably make all your summons through good events. Fascinating. And then they've got Angle the Hero. 1, 4... They get a Forge bonus and the Disease Heal. I want these. And then they're bringing in Wolves. They're bringing in Beast Bat riding Unseen Hunters. They're stealthy. They have negative death power, meaning they get stronger in lands of growth. And they've got naked champions that throw sticks and stones and also beat you with sticks. And they brought the Pygmy Elephants. Who would believe it? A size 3 trampler. So they can trample something about the size of a small dog. Even these wolves are too big for the elephants to trample. Are they even going to manage against indies? So the dogs are getting shot to death. The Pegasi are on their way to destroy the poor little elephants. Yeah, I did not expect these guys to do well, and they're living up to expectations. He's trying his best. He's casting Swarm. Swarm is not really good for this kind of fight. Swarm is better for an assassination. But I will say, the little Pegasi are getting destroyed by little beetles. Pegasus hit the large beetle in the leg for 1 damage. Wow. The things you never think you'd see. I joined late. Could somebody fill me in on Jake's build? We're largely playing as Abysians. Of course, it's a random nation, but we'll have a look at what those Abysians have to offer real soon. After we watch this pathetic nation get carved apart by indies. Good indies, but still indies. Where was this? That was over in Shivering Isles. Ah, okay. It's no small undertaking. This was the throne. Kind of hard to tell where Pislarna end and Ubang Gugzik begins. Also, Jesus, these purple guys are getting huge. Terrifyingly huge. Our build, though. Here we are. We're Abyssians with some humans. We're all fire retardant. We have a lot of slavery going on. The humans have been enslaved. But they're actually very good human slaves, especially when we look at the likes of the heavy human slave swordsman. Amazing protection, kind of slavish skills, but that morale is easy to boost up and that damage is great. Especially because we have the likes of you, the sergeant, a slave himself, but still a taskmaster, inspirational, gets leadership bonus as well. Terrific. And we have typical random Abyssian things. Love me the fire followers, good front line of tower shielding, good defense, nice long spear for repelling. These guys, the Hellbent guards, my sacreds, they have no real bless to speak of apart from large. So they're size 5 instead of 4. Ambidextrous, axe, poison, heat emitting. Pretty damn good in an engagement, even better when it's dark. That's why our entire focus has been taking the underground. That's where they excel. And I would love to get a reason to use my salamander riding champions. They are horrifically expensive, both in upfront cost and upkeep, but the salamander fire flare should chew its way through just about anything we fight. That's the hope, at least. Given Dom 6 has proper Steam Workshop support, are you planning on trying out nations from there at some point? Maybe. I'm enamored with the randomizer, so I don't really feel a reason to change away from that anytime soon. At least the randomizer has constraints to work within. Could I really trust someone to make a nation that isn't just broken in some way? Not sure I have that power of trust. Okay, we're doubling down on New Liverpool, which is not the plan. I've got eyes on Malton. I don't think I need eyes on Farguard outside of what we see from Malton, so instead, keep an eye on Jolly England and continue to offload units here because we can't afford anything other than just a human line of defense. Toad continue to ferry units around, and I really, really, really think I'm going to have to use the units that are protecting this wall and use them to squish Janiga. And that's a problem because that means pulling away from my defenses here. But maybe by then I can bump up provincial defense, or maybe I just don't care. Maybe the value of holding this land is far more important than the defense of my capital. The capital will hold. It's got enough fire mages that I can come down and just blast anything away with a one-shot of large fire elementals. But, you know, I'd rather not have it come to that to begin with. And of course, Princess Zelda's not dying anytime soon. What difficulty is this? I believe all the AIs are on Mighty difficulty. I used to have them on Master, but I think the AI has gotten better. And I don't actually like the AI getting resource boosts anyway, because it usually just means you're fighting loads and loads of their chaff. And I'll say, I'm still getting my bits pushed in even like this. I would never play on Impossible difficulty AI, by the way. Again, it doesn't make the AI any better, it just gives them ungodly amounts of resources. And you know what that's like in a strategy game. Right, Donjero, it is time to get those palisades up. I must seal off the Mudwater Caves. This could be a problem because Asphodel could come in here. This is right on their fort. They've already got warriors, mankins, minotaurs. Yeah, they could burst right in here. There's a strong argument that says Forte. What have you got there, Forte? Oh, cool. Forte has a lucky charm. Huh. Interesting. There's a strong argument that says Forte should guard the Mudwater Caves until this palisade is complete. It's going to take 5 months. But if Asphodel just attack me there, one, they tear apart the palisade and lose the 1,000 gold I invested. They kill these 2 units and they have Carte Blanche to just take over the south. I can't afford that. Wick, but not John, has a strong enough army that he should be able to push through here. I need to get him over to Lightless Cavern in 1, 2, 3 turns, and all should be well. Sudazima, this does not extend further north. That is good. Tell me if it extends south, then we know everything we need to know about the caverns. Emperor Karl. Move around so that we can place down more of our temples. I'm feeling okay about the temple situation. I was feeling really hairy about it a wee while back, but now I have 9 temples and 2... Well, I only have 1 throne, but it's giving me double output. That is okay. We can easily compare that to everybody's performance by looking at Dominion. And we are this line here. Pretty centered. Pislarna is doing much better than us, and Janiga doing so... Oh, wow. How is Janiga doing so well? They're not doing that competitively in terms of army size, but their Dominion is out of this world. We're still the slowest at researching as well. What did Asphodel do to get all those gems? Maybe I don't want to know. Pislarna doing very good on income. I suspect that is because they've taken the waters. Although they haven't taken these waters. Also, there are at least 1, 2, 3 thrones in the water that they'll get for free. Relatively uncontested. That's fair. I think the AI definitely improved from Dom 5. Wish the AI devs made AI harder by unlocking more lines of code. More options for the AI and not giving them a bunch of resources to call it harder. Yeah, there's a lot of things the AI don't do. But AI in a strategy game is very hard. Okay, I don't work with AI code, or in fact code at all, but I have seen the pains of the AI programmers over at Paradox. Right, Godzilla, go search Socotra, the Wolf, and Ryu. Go and check out Quantum Golf. Circle around, check everything we can, and then I want you all to move into the south, into the underground, where we... Whoa, look at Andy here! And Darius got all that glamour as if to say that we should do glamour boosting. I don't think I want more of you. I can't afford it right now. But I might take more of the followers. I hate the cost of these guys, especially the upkeep cost. The research isn't even that good. I don't even have magic boosting going on here. How about we just say sod to them? If we need research, we'll catch up later on. For now, I need the money. Including my temples. We've got to keep Asphodel out of here. Learning language model to be able to play Dominions. No. They can't even figure out how to play Go yet. But maybe someday they will. Okay, the plan's somewhat working in the underground. We had some hiccups. I really thought I could just nab it all for free. But of course, Atvsang and Janiga have appeared to make that less likely to go my way. Yeah, troublesome. But I really think we can squeeze these guys like a zit. If these guys are in position here and I skillfully pull back Bob's army, which I don't need to bring too far down, we just go Alm and then 1, 2, 3, smash into the hollows. And the Yellow Caves are constantly recruiting more fire followers. What's the leadership on Bob, anyway? Inspirational leadership 100, currently leading 52 units. So he could pick up another 50 or so down there. Maybe even get another leader. If he gets more experience, his leadership grows as well, I think. Very risky to leave Asphodel with a wide open door into my lands, but the hope is that Asphodel and Anakim fight amongst themselves. Wasn't it last year they claimed Go is solved? Oh well, I'll give it a go. Put them in their place. I'm rubbish at Go. Anyway, what I'm getting at here is that I'm going to call it here for today. I know this is going to be a long fight. Even if I played all day, I doubt we would conclude this run, so it's probably going to be a 3-parter. I'm open to that. I would be a little less open to that previously, because I planned to go to Spain next week, but that plan has been sadly delayed. Maybe the week after. Anyway, that frees up time for Dominions, right? So until I am back with more heart-pounding Abyssian action, from me it is a cheers and a cheerio.